Wait. 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 Wait.
Wait for HasanAbi.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. That was Brilliant Drink, You Can't Stop Us, which is a new song from 7 hours ago, already on the docket. I'm live. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. I'm live. I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. It's hump day. It's June 19th, 2024. It is 11:33 a.m. I apologize for the tardiness. I apologize for the delay. I'm a little late, but there's a good reason for it, and you guys will figure that out in a brief moment when I tell you. Because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, ladies and gentlemen. So, of course, I'm going to be telling you all about that. Specifically in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. As you guys know, yesterday I went to Gay Disney, and I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil the Gay Disney part yet, because I'm going to talk about it in a little bit. I'm going to recap it. We'll take a look at all the fun shit that happened in Gay Disney. I hope you guys also enjoyed that stream. I certainly did. We did not sleep there, of course. So cheers. One of the most fun streams I've had in a very long time. Shouts out to Cutie Cinderella for that. Like I said, I'm going to get into that in a second. But yeah, after Gay Disney, I came back home. It's like 3:30, 5 hours and 30 minutes. It's 5 hours after my bedtime. I usually go to bed at 10. For those of you who don't know, I get into bed by 9:30, and I try to go to sleep a sleepy time by 10. For me, I'm an old man, okay? In order for me to be able to function, in order for me to be a normal person, I need to do that. I need that kind of sleep. So, why didn't I spend the night? That little baby right there, my little baby darling right there. That's the reason why I didn't fucking sleep at Disney overnight. So here's what it is. Here's what's going on, folks. So I came back home. I'll talk about Gay Disney in a second. Like I said, this is just personal news time. After the stream ended, we rated Will. We continued along. We went till literally 1 a.m. You were on stream for like 14 hours yesterday, Sigma Gryset. I know, I never stop. The Sigma Gryset never stops. I'm fucking crazy. Folks, I'm crazy. So I'm a responsible dog papa, but I was a little irresponsible yesterday. I'm gonna be honest with you. So that is the situation. So you guys should have cut Yoda off. He had too many juleps. Yeah, mint juleps. Yeah, Yoda went crazy. We'll talk about all that. So, personal news wise. Came back home. I told my mom to come and take care of Kaya. I put a diaper on Kaya before we left. Because she's on her period, and I don't want her to, period blood all over the couches, all over the white couches. I know she's going to get on there as soon as I'm gone. She loves the couch. So I was trying to get ahead of that. I put a diaper on her. Like, she can hold her pissing, she can hold her pooping. It's not that big of a deal for like hours, 8 hours, 9 hours, doesn't even matter. It's not a big deal to her. She's a natural talent. She is phenomenal in the field. She's probably #1 champion at holding her piss in, right? At this point, house trained, all that good stuff. So I'm not really worried about that. But I tell my mom, hey, can you, take her out? Can you take care of her? Like, I don't want her to be scared, whatever. Because, it's taking a long time for me to get back. She's like, okay. She took her outside. And you know what she did? She let her piss, didn't take her diaper off. So at this point, she's like texting me. She's going like, what's going on? Like, Kaya's like being a little erratic, being a little weird. I'm like, I don't know what it is. Maybe she's just worried that I'm not here, Okay. And I come back home and I'm like, Mom, you took her outside with her diaper on. Like, you let her piss in her diaper. She's like, oh, what? I didn't know you couldn't like piss through the diaper. I'm like, Mom, it's a diaper. And then she gets mad at me. Well, the reality is I wasn't even expecting her to stay till like 2. I thought she'd go back to her own apartment. So I thought that she would like go back to her own place, right? And so like I can't be mad at her. I'm in between this like weird. I'm in this weird phase, like in this in between space where I'm like, well, thank you for taking care of her, but also like simultaneously, what are you doing? You know what I mean? But like I can't get too mad because, like I said, thank you for taking care of her. I didn't even expect you to stay until 2. But like simultaneously, I'm thinking in my head, like if I just didn't do that, if I just didn't do that, she would have been fine. Like she wouldn't have gone outside and she wouldn't have pissed in her diapers, you know? But in any case, she's fine. The diaper actually picked up everything. It's a super soaker. So congratulations to the diaper makers. They really pulled out big time. But she was like a little worried. I think she was just like not having a good time, you know? So you shouldn't shave. I disagree. People say you shouldn't shave. People shouldn't shave, but like honestly, I think you're wrong. I think I look pretty good with the 5 o'clock shadow. Like I think I look better with, you know, more facial hair, but I like the way I look right now. Anyway, he just trying to bring you down. Good luck. She was probably worried you would get upset with her. She thought she had an accident probably. Yeah, I know. That's what I think she thought, which she did not. And I clarified it for her. She's my sweet little baby. Anyway, yeah, so that's it. That's the story of me coming back home. And then I fucking couldn't wake up at 6 a.m. Didn't train this morning. So I went and played basketball instead. Took Kaya out to the park, played basketball, and that's it. Like that was the day. That was the morning. And that's why I'm a little late. Because like everything got like pushed back a little bit. Everything got pushed back a little bit. With the shave, it highlights your eyelashes. Looks good. Thank you. Are you getting Kai spayed? Yes. Yeah, but without further ado, let's do it. Let's blast off and stuff, and let's get right into it. I'm gonna do a recap of Gay Disney. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Like I said, I loved it. I loved it so much. I was so stoked on it. Honestly, obviously, like when it comes down to it, like this industry doesn't necessarily simply rely on like the content in and of itself. Like how many eyeballs are on a person greatly increases the chances. Like I'm sure there are significantly more talented IRL streamers out there. There certainly are that have much smaller audiences, and yet they're just doing like banger IRL streams. But overall, I think like yesterday's IRL stream was absolutely a banger. I loved it. You know, numbers wise, it was fine. It's like 19K, 20K. Who gives a shit, right? But like overall, it was just like so much fun. It was I had such a great time. You can see it. Like you can see him in my face. Are you a Disney adult now? No, I'm not. But yeah, no, I had a great time. I had a great time with friends, and actually I got to do that more, honestly. Yeah, new Pokelaw's album today. I know. Gay Disney recap. Is Disney making the kids gay? Honestly, bro, I watched the top to bottom. It was the funnest stream of the year thus far. Yeah, I also have been like pushing for this Kendrick Juneteenth concert being streamed on Twitch. Wait, no way. What? Where is it being done? Where is he actually performing? Is it in Compton? Bro. Inglewood? Bro, what the fuck? Oh, it's at the Forum. Bro, how? This is so annoying. I wish they would tell me stuff like this. Like I would love to do some content around this shit. You know what I mean? No invite, Andy. No content around this shit, Andy. Is bullshit. That's so funny. You went to Pride Night. When I went to the Florida one, my mom, it was a gay night thing and she was so not prepared for it. Yeah. I sent this to you when it was announced. You want tickets? No, I don't want tickets. I want like access. Hold on. I'm gonna text my manager. We should have been. All right. Anyway, are you streaming with Cutie on Sunday? No. They mentioned Kendrick live stream like a week ago at least. Most people shouldn't shave, but you have the Giga Chad jawline, so the clean shave look good on you as well. Thank you. Disney was fun to watch. Do more of that. My girl and I were engrossed as hell. Hell yeah. Majority Report, thank you for this raid. I hope you had a good stream. The Majority Report. Okay. Today we're talking about gay Disney recap. Is Disney making the kids gay? Kendrick Jr. content streaming on Twitch. We'll talk about Trump shitting on Milwaukee. Backtracks. Latimer versus Bowman. APAC race. Kendrick Juneteenth concert. Jubilee. Hold on. Jubilee GOP infighting. And more. Get in now. Do you watch the Euro? Absolutely fucking not, mate. Absolutely not. Are you fucking mental? Are you fucking mental? No. No, I don't watch the fucking Euros. I don't watch the fucking Euros. Fake Turk, I don't care, mate. It's a beautiful game. It's the beautiful game. Footy, I don't do it. I don't like it. Why did you slip in the Aussie? I don't know. I don't like footy, mate. I don't like it. I don't fucking like footy, mate. All right, we're fucking blasting off, yeah? We're blasting off. Gay Disney recap. Is Disney making a kiss fucking gay? Trump shits on Milwaukee, then backtracks. Latimer versus Bowman APAC race. Jubilee GOP infighting. Kendrick Juneteenth concert streaming on Twitch and Mo. Get in now. We're doing a fucking thing, yeah? You like it? I fucking like it, mate. That's right. It's the start of it all. I was just at Disney. This was so fucking funny. You guys missed the other version of this. That's also very funny. Do you see Putin and DPRK? Yeah, we'll talk about that as well. You and Will at Gay Disney, the Incredibles. God damn. Hold on. I gotta get my glasses. 1 second. Give me 4 margaritas. I'ma put it in my tush. Give me 5 margaritas. I'ma get some fun. Give me 5 margaritas. I'ma put it in your palm. That's a man 100%. Oh yeah. No, that's a gay man. Straight up. I'ma give you some head. Give me 3 margaritas, I'ma put it in my puss. Give me 4 margaritas, I'ma put it in my tush. Give me 5 margaritas, I'ma get some fun. Give me 5 margaritas, I'ma put it in your palm. That is 100%. That is 100% a gay man. Like straight up. Don't care, still would respectfully. Oh yeah, 100%. Bro, I have so much respect for voguing. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna try to figure out if I can learn how to vogue. What? Diamond te mayalınız değildir. What the fuck is that? Misogyny showing? I'm gonna do a Vogue stream. I'm gonna learn how to Vogue with Will and maybe some other people. We'll figure it out. But I think that's what we gotta do. Folks, we gotta do that. We gotta learn how to Vogue, baby. That's right. It's been all of this and more, specifically so that I can say the F slur without any penalties. You know what I mean? That's the major goal here. I want to learn how to Vogue. If I can do it well, I can just say the F slur. Nobody can get mad at me. You can just like put the clips of me voguing. It's Pride Month. We got to do what we got to do, baby. You should get put in drag as well. I mean, we've done that so many times. Like I've done drag so many fucking times that it's just like, you know. Hasan is a base shirt today. Yeah. I love the meme of you doing gay things without Austin. Oh yeah, we're doing Vogue, but we're not gonna invite Austin. 100%. He is uninvited from all the gay activities going forward. He chose not to come to Disney Pride, which means that he's choosing automatically to be disinvited from all gay activities in the future. Only straight activities. I will literally only bring Austin to shit like, I don't know, like a spitting competition or something. What the fuck do straight people do? I'm not even yeah, gun range and things like who can pee further. Like that's straight guy shit. UFC with Trump and Austin? Yes. He would like that too much though. I want to punish him. Going to Buffalo Wild Wings with my divorced friends and talking about how women ain't shit until we get inebriated and start trying to fuck the obviously high school graduate, barely fresh out of high school graduate waitress who is the age of my daughter. That's what we're going to do. Anyway, we didn't drink 6 beers and play Time Crisis at Dave and Buzzied's. There are competitions where they cut things with knives and with one arm in their back. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Hey, who's that in the chat? That former mod Austin show. Hasan's gonna punish me. Yeah, Austin is disinvited from all gay events that we're going to be engaging in. Wait, what the fuck? DC subpoena on Zins? No shot, bro. I'll fucking lose my mind. Philip Morris suspends nationwide sales on Zyn.com after DC subpoena. Wait, shut the fuck up. Bro, this has got to be an old story because I literally recently ordered Zins off the website. Okay. I ordered Zins off the website, and let me tell you. Let me tell you something, okay? They have like a DC thing on there. I'm posting Zintifada time. Fuck it. Just online sales suspended? No, I don't think it's actually full-blown suspended. I think they're already complying with the government thing. We are restricted on 2 cans a day in some places. Yeah, that shit sucks. Long live the Zintifada, baby. Globalize the Zintifada. There's nothing lamer. There is absolutely nothing lamer than fucking like taking treats away like this. You know what I mean? Please don't do this. It's fucking bullshit. Did I see Kai met Mother? No, I didn't, because I was literally doing the gayest shit possible And my fraudulent gays were probably not watching Will's stream where we were doing literally gay shit at Gay Disney and instead posting about fucking Kai meeting Mariah Carey because y'all gays are a bunch of fucking fakes. Okay? Let me just say, you fraudulent charlatan gays, we literally went and did gay ass shit at gay ass Disney on Pride Night, and you fucking fraudulent bitches, you absolute fraudulent charlatan bitches in the chat were probably like, oh my God, that's Mariah Carey. Sorry, Hasan, you are not Mariah Carey. And guess what, dude? I'm not Mariah Carey, okay? You're tacky and I hate you. Yeah. Keep saying it. Keep saying it. Kai with one single fucking move, okay? Kai with one single fucking move cleared. Like, he literally cleared everything I could have ever done. Like, I thought gay streaming was my fucking territory, okay? Being a straight guy that serves the homosexual community is my thing. And then this motherfucker comes in on Gay Disney Pride Night and turns around and pulls this shit off. It's over. It's done. I've lost the gays. I lost everybody. That was my last bastion. This is my thing, man. How dare you? All right, let's see what happened. I actually didn't watch this. I just saw Auntie Piker post about it.
How you doing? Yeah. Just having fun today. But they want to do ding dong ditch. Wait, so what do we do from there, North?
Let's go down to another.
Bet. Mariah, you want to do some ding dong ditching?
I'll do some ding dong ditching.
Okay.
Bro, what the fuck apartment complex this is? I feel like when you do ding dong ditch here, you're doing it to like Jeff Bezos. You know what I mean? This is a dangerous prospect, okay? Like, I feel like when you're in an apartment complex with like Kim Kardashian and motherfucking Mariah Carey, the person you're ding dong ditching is like an Arab weapons manufacturer who literally has shooters on the other side and possibly a fucking auto turret. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, we're gonna do a ding dong ditch. Meanwhile, the guy you're ditching on was responsible for chopping up Jamal Khashoggi in a fucking Turkish consulate. You know what I mean? The Saudi embassy guy. I would not be ding dong ditching in this apartment complex. This is the last apartment complex I'll be ding dong ditching at. This is some like, not even just like regular rich people shit. This is like top of the fucking leaderboard rich people shit. Mariah Carey doesn't live alongside other like people. Mariah Carey doesn't live alongside motherfucking like actuarial science majors and shit. She's not living up there with like fucking quants and accountants and CEOs. She's living up there with like war criminals. This is the type of zip code where you go to the fucking, this is the type of zip code where you go to the thrift stores and they are literally giving you Louis Vuitton purses for free. Okay. It's like, oh, here's vintage Louis Vuitton. Here's a vintage Louis Vuitton box from like 1847. Okay. Let me tell you something. You want this Louis Vuitton vintage box? You can have it for $400. Meanwhile, the retail price of that shit is like literally like tens of thousands of dollars. Like, that's the type of neighborhood they're in, I suspect. Internet celebrities deconstructing fame-based class systems is very fun. Yeah. Oh, it's a hotel. Did your stomach recover from the Forsaken sandwich? Louis Vuitton didn't exist in 1848, but established it in 1856. Okay, bro, stop being a nerd. You have a 3-point percentage of 26.4% excluding challenges. We'll break down the data soon. Did you add the fucking granny shit, or did you just post my 3-point percentage, no challenges? I mean, I need to do a real one, dude. I need to do a real one. You added the grannies? Yeah, don't add the grannies. I want to know what it looks like without the grannies. I wonder if it's better with the grannies or without. I want to know what my 3-point percentage would look like if I did like 100 shots. Because like, I'm not going to run it back. I just want to know what the percentage looks like. Because like the challenges reset my shot every time. You know what I mean? The challenges reset my shots, which is why I feel like it's not the same as like doing doing like a regular continuous 100 buckets. What the fuck? Why do people post like weird ass fucking numbers in the chat? Freaks me out. Anyway, 20 to 50 warm-up shots, 100 shots test percentage. Yeah, that's what I mean. Damn, you could be like the Richie is, though. You would be start bitching about progressives and being a birthing person like Analog. Even richer when you do the Y left, the left arc. Wait, what?
One of the best free throw shooters of all time. Shot just like your grandma. And most NBA players should be doing the same thing. But they...
That's awesome. This guy's just like riding for the granny shot. I respect that. Anyway, let's do a recap of Gay Disney. Chat, can we do that? Do you guys have anything? Hard to say your accuracy, mostly just you needing to lose consciousness enough to stop talking shit to yourself, Lamau. No, that part is fine. That's whatever. It's not a big deal. I want to see you 1v1 Shaq. What are you saying, bro? 1v1 Shaq? He would destroy my life. The only advantage I have is being a 6'4" dude who's built like a fucking brick shit house. Like, I immediately lose that one advantage I have over like the average person. Hasan on the aux. Yeah, we're not doing that right now. Okay, listen. Why wouldn't you just go to the court and get someone to follow the shots and get the percentage of people who aren't afraid of the 3-minute ad break? Whoa, what the fuck, bro? Bro, it's 30 minutes in. We're not doing a top of the hour ad break right now. We're not doing a top of the hour ad break right now. Chill out. You got me though, but it's like only. Do you think Fear and Kai is possible? Fuck no, dude. Are you insane? And like, and it's not because of me. Like, I would love to have fucking Kai on the Fear and podcast. There's just no shot in the world that he would do it. Like, why the fuck would he do that? Don't say no. No, it's not that he's too brand friendly. It's just we don't have enough clout. Like, I'll be 100% honest with you. We, at the level of clout that Kai's at currently and the level of clout that we have, there is no reason for him to. There's no reason for him. He doesn't even come to the fucking streamer awards, bro. What are you talking about? And that one is like at least big enough for him. Maybe in a couple of years, if his fucking, if his content trajectory fizzles out a little bit, he's literally hanging out with Mariah Carey, and a chatter said, why wouldn't you have Kai Cenat on? It's like asking, why wouldn't I have any other celebrity on? Like, there was a time and place when when he was like blowing up. Yeah, of course, I've met him. We've talked before. I've met him. We've hung out a little bit during Streamer Awards, if you guys remember. But not Streamer Awards, during TwitchCon. But that is an entirely separate planet. That is an entirely separate planet now. I would have a much easier shot having like a mainstream celebrity that I know on. Like, let's be real. Because like a lot of this stuff is supposed to be mutually beneficial, and it would be mutually beneficial for him, but it's like not beneficial enough. You know what I mean? Probably having Trump on would be easier than Kai, not gonna lie. Yeah, most likely. That's not even a joke. I do actually legitimately believe that. What is this? Hasan gives Kai Cenat 100 subs. What the fuck is that? When is that from? Here you go.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, things were very different back then. Okay. I was, I didn't have 13K viewers 40 minutes into the fucking 14K viewers 30 minutes into the broadcast. Like, times have changed a little bit, don't you think? Motherfuckers have fallen off, okay? We've fallen off.
Oh my God, Hasan.
Bro, I have 96,000 people watching me at this point. I had 96. What day is this? Why did I have 96,000 people watching me? The fuck is going on? You were doing drama? View count Andes? Bro, come on. Everyone is a view count Andy at the end of the day. It's just like it's a faux pas. It's a faux pas and bad business to be a view count Andy. But back then I was popping off. Like I had double the, look at his viewership. He had 57,000 people. I had 96,000 people watching. So it's very different. It's a very different time. Jesus Law shows how most of your followers resign as libs. No, that's not it. I was probably debating someone big. COVID viewer numbers. I used to debate more people. It's probably like, gotta get fat again, dog. Yeah, I know. I lost the weight and I lost the audience. The fuck? Anyway, where was I? Why are we talking about this shit? Who gives a fuck? Oh, this one went viral on Twitter, it seems. I don't know why. I don't know what happened there. You should have Tinashe on to discuss Palestine. Is Tinashe pro-Palestine? Get Tinashe on Fear and I don't like Kai because he yells all the time, and I say this is a long time HasanAbi hit. I mean, different strokes for different folks. It's obvious that like that kind of high impact content is like very, very, very appealing to a much younger audience that has a lot of time to fucking go and you know, watch Twitch and all this other stuff. Yeah, I think people think that like maybe they think it's Kalani because I could have Kalani on. She has like reposted me before. This was crazy from you, Hasan. What? Hasan needs to be a band. Oh, because I played You Know Miles. Yeah. What I wouldn't give to make OnlyFans content with you. Okay, Jesus Christ. I do not do OnlyFans. This clip went viral for the same reasons this went viral. What the fuck? That's from like 2 days ago. Dude, I was fucking fat back then. Jesus Christ. I've lost so much weight. It's crazy. Mother's been real? Oh shit. Okay. Yo, Tinashe's been free in Palestine since 2021. What are we talking about? Oh my Lord. I didn't even realize what the date was. That's crazy, bro. Okay. That's the GOAT. I'm following her. I am so nasty. I will match her freak. I swear to God. I swear to freaking God, I will match her freak. It's no memes, okay? I will match her freak, Tinashe. As a 23-year-old Zoomer, please stop being boring. Everyone stop being boring. Kai's funny. Yeah, exactly. Try to get in contact with the creative director that worked for her. Maybe we'll see it. What is this? 17K likes. You're not falling off. No, we're picking back up, baby. TikTok is the meta, dude. I think like all the fan cams and whatnot, we should probably be fucking posting like clips, stream clips as well.
Holy shit!
It's not just like TikTok photos or whatever, but like funny moments from the clip. Funny moments from the stream, they go hard. Like that kind of stuff goes hard on TikTok. And because there's so much stuff that you could just like clip, I don't know. I feel like I want to make like either a Twitter community or like a Discord like stream. We have a stream clips thing on Discord. I kind of want to I kind of want to use that in a way where like we could just like have some of the best places, some of the best clips from the stream, like the clip cord. When you talk about politics for 7 hours, TikTok clips from once a week, 2 on streams isn't gonna save you. No, there's Abi Diamond tema hakkında konuşabilir misin? Ne? Diamond tema ne ya?
What is that? What does that sign say?
Okay, bro, that's fucked up that you posted that. A voluntary clip soy shop? Yes. Just letting you know, Will is clips disabled on his channel. Yeah, probably for good fucking reason. Anyway, it's not just like thirsty shit. I'm talking about like, I'm not talking about just like thirsty shit. I'm talking about specifically, you know, like clippable moments. There's like funny moments on stream from like reacts and stuff. Sorry, but watching people walk around an amusement park is some of the least interesting content. I love you. Dude, you're not sorry. You're just fucking annoying. And 2, it was a banger that everybody literally loved. I don't know why so many people are so like, they have just like insane sticks shoved up their fucking assholes, so firmly planted up there. You are literally not even in like the minority. You're like, this is a one guy moment. Like, I'm specifically calling what you are saying as the ultimate one guy. It was awesome. It was a lot of fun. And most people genuinely enjoyed it. But hey, whatever, dude. Also, it's like such a lame ass way to fucking present what we were doing as just like walking around an amusement park. Like, oh, shut up, dude. Like, at a certain point, you got to realize, like, we are trying to be entertaining. You know what I mean? It might not be entertaining to you, but we are trying to.
Let it go.
This motherfucker, bro. Okay, here. This is what I was going to say. Your discussion on Fear and with Cutie about the lack of a new subreddit community type clip place made me want to revive one of my own projects that was exactly that. Yeah, even the 2-hour car ride down to fucking Anaheim was kind of funny. So someone proposed. People propose at Disney all the time, apparently. Okay. Which makes sense. It's the most American shit that you could possibly do. You know, this is a cultural landmark, obviously. So, you know, it's like proposing outside of a McDonald's kind of, but like at least a little bit cooler. Overall, people are proposing there and it's like Pride Night. And this motherfucker gets on one knee right after somebody proposed. And like, I've never felt so much fear in my life, okay? I have never felt, it's not about like, it's not about like me being afraid of looking gay. Obviously, I do gay shit on a daily fucking basis. It's me having so much fear of being like visible in public in that way to a lot of people who now think that like, they've just watched a beautiful moment and that beautiful moment is just a fucking meme. You know what I mean? Like it was the most terrifying shit, bro. When he got down on one knee. I'm down. I was so worried people were gonna take it seriously. Like I was so scared, dude.
Propose.
He tried to do it again, and then I fucked his face. Like it's not even. Yeah, making a joke out of something important to other people. That's what it is. Like that's what I was like fearful of. I didn't. You were afraid of people thinking you were actually engaged with Will? No, dude. It's like, I don't know what it is. It's just like, don't you think it's like, you know, faking getting engaged in front of people? Like that sucks. Like, it's not like I wouldn't do that to a girl either. You know what I mean? Like I would not do that. The entire stream felt like a well flex on chatters. They could never afford to do this, by the way. That's a joke, by the way. Okay, thank God. Jesus Christ.
Never met.
Oh yeah, Will. So Cutie missed this moment, but Will got down on one knee again in front of the
Every guy
fucking.
I've ever met. Besides Ludwig, I was like, wow. Could it be smaller, please?
Like right as we get off the camera, he gets down on one knee again. So this time I turned around and started fucking his head.
Not in front of the children. That was crazy. Every guy I've ever met.
It will get people to pull their phones out and think it's a real emotional moment. Then you'll have to explain it to them. Yeah. And also on top of that, we're two straight guys who are like, you know, we have like relatively, we have like some kind of social media presence. You know what I mean? Like people know who the fuck we are and they know we're straight and we're at fucking Disney Pride. People are going to think we're like making a mockery of gay marriage or some shit. I don't know. But that's not my big fear. I just didn't want, like I said, I just didn't, it wasn't that I was like worried about being perceived gay. Oh my God. I obviously don't give a shit about that. Like, but there was a couple that literally got engaged right before us. Like, I feel like that's a serious thing. You know what I mean? There's like a commitment. And then we're just like we're just kind of faking it. Will's POV. Yeah, that's Will's POV. Maybe you should have gone along with it, then also gone along with the wedding. It's true. Anyway, it's not just about it being like perceived as us making a joke about gay people. It's just like it's just like such a serious thing that people love and enjoy, and I just wouldn't want to touch that at all, even if it was like a straight situation, you know, even if it was a normal marriage. Get what I'm saying? Not a gay one. You not matching Will's freak. I mean, this goes hard. This song does go hard. Yeah. So much content given to so many in the community last night. The gaming frog still yearn. Yeah. Fucking someone's face an important moment for many people and you're making a mockery out of it. Yeah. If people started taking pics, I feel like you kind of had to actually marry to avoid the give explanations. True. What was your favorite ride there? Would you go back to see the fully open park since so much was closed? Yes. If we were to film it with Cutie again, my champion, my goat, my queen. Dude, Cutie was phenomenal. Cutie was incredible. Horny Yoda was hilarious. And yeah, everything was great. Everything was awesome. Everything was so much fun. We had a lot of fun just like fucking around. And yeah, Hasan having the time of his life right now.
I didn't realize we got wet in this
Yeah, that was Matterhorn, which was kind of busted. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's not it's not like real roller coasters at all. Like none of them are even remotely scary. Very little technical issues. Cutie just had the grip on her. She is the gripper, by the way. And not in the way that you think. I mean, Cutie is the gripper. Her fucking grip on that goddamn phone the entire time. We're on every fucking ride. She doesn't even have like, she is just grabbing with her claws, okay? Do you understand what kind of grip strength you need to demonstrate? I don't mean like gripper, grippy in the way that like Zoomers have ruined the word. I mean like literally the original context of the gripper. Okay? She is crazy. This clip had me howling.
Guantanamo Bay. That's not hard. Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah.
Is
Mickey in a stress position.
Yeah.
In the orange garb.
Wow. They shoved a feeding tube down my throat.
Oh boy.
After I refused to eat on a hunger strike. It's totally legal, the Supreme Court ruled.
People making fun of me saying like autism, this is autism, that I have politics autism.
It's true. It's real. Maybe not the Disney.
No one else is listening to them chat, so it's okay. They're in their own bubble right now. I'll let them be free.
Who?
Chat keeps saying, "Cutie, make them stop."
Make it stop.
And I said, no one can hear them. It's
Stop
okay.
talking about the
Have a chat with just autism allegations. It's just like projection. This is an autistic community, okay? It says you is what I say. People being like, oh, Cutie came out as straight. Can't believe she did that right in front of our gunkles. Yeah, Will went to Pandora and fucking threw the bag at us too. He got us these rings. He got us the Infinity Gauntlet Pandora Disney Collection collab rings, which is crazy. Train time. Ooh, let's see.
The train?
you love trains. He's smiling.
He loves
Smiling
it.
a little bit.
He loves the train.
I mean, it's cool. I do. Cutie learned what it's like to be a mom. We had a blast watching. Yeah. What is this?
Oh, I'm gonna kill myself.
Woo! Disney.
This was the stream basically. Oh yeah, I saw this. Fear and at Disney cannot be normal. Trying her best, wants to ride everything, just chilling. This one too.
Wait, oh yeah, we're going. Start already.
How's your first ride?
It's nice, it's breezy.
Yeah, that's nice. Whoa, we're actually cruising.
Oh, you can't tell, but we're picking up speed.
Yeah, we're going kind of fast.
We're going a cool 12 miles an hour right now. Actually. I've been a nasty girl.
Stop. You guys are gonna embarrass me in front of the mouse.
Is anybody gonna watch my fruit?
I know, it's gonna be miserable.
Oh yeah. I definitely will be. This reminds me of Universal. You can't say that here. Wait, am I?
You embarrassing Cutie.
Hello, we're here for Disney Gay Night.
She loved it. She's laughing.
Can he hold the phone? I
Oh,
can't.
yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
Enjoy your night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. Have a Disney day.
Jesus Christ.
Do
I'm
people
gonna
say
kill
that?
Are you gonna be like that this whole
Do
night?
people say that?
No, they don't say that.
Hey, New Orleans.
New Orleans, what they got there?
Hey,
Hang on, I'm trying to nest.
Bro, there's children around. Dude, the shit you've been saying, are you kidding?
Hey, New Orleans.
A real freak, bro. You see that? Not me. Marsh is a real freak. Oh, here. The small world was weird. It was definitely weird.
That's all I know. Is there other lyrics?
It's a world of laughter, a world of tears.
Wow, it's Eddie Burback.
Drink the water, quick. While we're
Look, sexy the babies.
Ew.
It's another sexy one.
Stop calling baby sexy. What the
Look
fuck?
at her, she crazy.
Is this like, does this make you go crazy? Like if you do it twice, like you want to kill yourself?
Maybe. Look, it's Will's mom.
She looks inbred as fuck. If I did drugs on this ride, it would be it was a pivotal moment in my life.
It's a small.
Nemo!
Nemo.
It's Nemo!
That's not coronavirus.
Oh, come on, that's literally what coronavirus looks like.
It's a world of hope and a world of fear.
Don't do that. If we get stuck here, I will kill myself.
Disney predicted COVID. Like, I think there's truth to this. Has anybody investigated this? True story, one of my neighbors growing up got stuck on It's a Small World when it broke down and he legit got PTSD from it. They keep that shit running on low volume at night because it's cheaper on the power bill. I imagine the fear of walking past it at the witching hour. Wait, what? Why would it be cheaper on the power? Here's you guys going on the train ride and you laughing hysterically, time-stamped.
They're just yelling
There's a big drop coming up.
Oh, this is on Will's.
Wow, it's so pretty.
Here we
Look
go.
at the horizon. Wow.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Hasan 3 says that's not true.
Oh, it's a goat.
Watch out, go!
Dude, Kaya just growled to herself and then like looked back at her pussy. I suspect she's going through some period cramps right now. She went and just like stared at her vagina. Are you okay? Are you good? Are you good, baby? That's so funny. The fact that they cut horny Yoda out of the photo on Space Mountain was criminal. Yeah. Will's other new bit, oh my god, that shit was funny as fuck. Dude, horny Yoda is criminally funny, and by that it's a double entendre, okay?
Backpack or Yoda backpack.
It's a double entendre.
Oh, cutie Cinderella.
High fashion. I'm not even kidding. There's like a designer. There's a designer that does like a human
Chat. Let me touch you. Ooh. Nice.
So supple chat is.
Oh, Yoda has been a good.
Oh god. Oh yeah, there's a cute magnet.
Horny Yoda is a god tier character. Will literally would be playing. I would just like look over. Camera's not on him at all. Camera's not on him at all. He's just playing with Yoda. He was just like. He was making Yoda send kisses to people that weren't even looking at him. Like he was just doing it on his own. He wasn't even like performing. I swear to God. He was stimming with horny Yoda.
Why are there so many men?
Grogu, I do not like. Get Grogu out of here. Everyone forgot about Yoda when Grogu came out.
That's pretty true.
Forgot about Yoda, they did. Oh, Chad.
So creepy.
Ooh, nice.
It's just so perfect because his face. Hoscord made S tier teams from. Yeah, I saw that. The endless. I died on this. The endless depravity of Kick, the worst streamers of all time. Horny Yoda. Horny Yoda. No, they're gonna cancel you. It's so good. We did all the rides we could. Like, we did a lot of the big rides that we could. Overall, I will say this much. It is not like, yeah, I mean, they're baby rides. Like, Disney rides are baby rides. Like, if you are used to like Six Flags and shit, as I am at least, like, I have a level of fear from like, like well-established and decent fear from my childhood of like going to Six Flags and doing the rides there and just like shitting my pants the entire fucking time, that I expected them to be like the classic rides that make, you know, that push your stomach up to your fucking throat and then back down to your asshole. Like, they're not that kind. Even Space Mountain is not like that.
Tender slice of beef you are. Yeah.
Your selfie yesterday was cute. Oh yeah, lots of 9/11 memes. You asked an attendant if one of the rides was scary and they looked like you, that you were stupid. Yeah, I mean, I was memeing. This was iconic. What is this? Oh, the Yoda cameo. Dude, I was barely fitting in most of the rides, by the way. I don't know how you do it if you're taller.
Tender slice of beef you are.
I don't know how people fit like beyond my size. Like, oh, we missed this. I mean, that's it. That's the gayest it is gonna get. All right, here, we'll move on from this. I'll just show you the ending. Oh, I saw this is pretty funny. Destiny is what Hasan wishes he could be. He is so envious and paranoid of Destiny. It is hilarious. Hasan has to spread lies and take clips out of context to try and keep his dwindling cult of an audience. It's like the level of projection there. Oh, also, congratulations to Elden Lord Valkyrie, who is the new Elden Lord. One of you guys sent that to me and we're like, stamp a sign, Hasan. Okay, well, whatever. We're obviously gonna do the America First pack. Y'all missed this parade yesterday. Drake is cooked. They got Kendrick Lamar playing in Disneyland. What the hell? No, that's not real, dude. They would never do that. We'll do Pokelaw's new album. My favorite Big Justice rating. Okay. Oh, come on. Come on. That's... Did Disney send their VIP person to you guys to take care of when you went yesterday? No. But we did have... Shouts out to Hillary. And shouts out to the Disney cast member union. They're working hard out there. I'll talk about that in a second. Hold on. Here, I'm gonna show you guys the ending. Here it is.
Thanks to you, chat. Because remember, as much as we joke, pride is a good thing. Be yourself. If you're a Disney adult, go have fun.
Oh, and one more thing. Oh, looking good you are, Chad. On a date we go. Give kiss to me. Oh.
Give kiss to me. Also, yeah, happy Juneteenth to to the black chatters in the HasanAbi community. Only the black chatters. No one else gets to celebrate this day. Okay. I didn't even know it was a federal holiday, by the way. That's cool. Thanks for mentioning the union. I'm the CM from the end of the night. Yeah. The boys killed it with the Juneteenth. Wait, what is that? Since 2021. I loved how Cutie would tell Chad to smile when she was in Pigs. It was so cute. Yeah. Vought did a Juneteenth. We've always celebrated Juneteenth and valued diversity. That's why half the 7 is black and or racially ambiguous. Today we're giving Noir, A-Train, and Sage free Vaultland tickets as Homelander, Deep, and Firecracker cover all missions. Learn more of our DEI efforts on 620. That's so funny. Is better you didn't know? Stay out of black people's business? Okay. Wait, did Thamasia send a playlist and I miss it? I don't know. Me in the lobby of the office because I didn't get today off. Oh, fuck. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. My rhomboids. Do we have the Macy's playlist or not? Don't think so. Oh, damn. The Macy's took the day off. It's Juneteenth. Wait, hold on. Yeah, Disney's been cutting performances at parks off due to the union activity. Good luck 1v1ing the most annoying racist gray names today. Oh, he did. Bro, he does not take a day off. All right, we're going to start out with Israel warns. We're getting into the news, baby. Israel warns of possible all-out war after Hezbollah publishes video of military and civilian sites. I got to go pee real bad. Hold on.
Conflict in the Middle East after Israel's foreign minister warns Hezbollah it would be destroyed if all-out war breaks out. Israel Katz's comments online follow Hezbollah's release of a purported 9-minute drone video that shows sensitive military locations and civilian areas in Haifa and other Israeli cities. And while tensions percolate along the northern border with Lebanon, there's a brewing diplomatic rift between the Netanyahu government and the White House. We are connecting the dots on this for you with Ben Wiedemann back with us this hour from Beirut. Paula Hancock's is in Jerusalem and Lauren Fox is in Washington on Capitol Hill. Let me start with you, Ben. Just describe to us the importance of this purported video shot by drones, Hezbollah says, from Lebanon over Israeli cities, including Haifa, which of course serves as a crucial gateway to the rest of the world and maybe more importantly for Israel. How does Hezbollah manage to fly a drone in such strategic locations? And is this psychological warfare that we're looking at here?
Well, Becky, I think the Israelis are also trying to figure out how it is that Hezbollah was able to fly those drones over some very sensitive military positions, military industries, the port, where we see huge oil storage facilities. They got it all. Now, for one thing, what we've been seeing from almost the beginning of the back and forth skirmishes between Hezbollah and Israel is that Hezbollah has been targeting Israeli surveillance and observation equipment all along the border. The Israelis, in fact, brought in cranes to replace the destroyed surveillance equipment, and Hezbollah took those out as well. So clearly there are holes in their ability to see what enters Israeli airspace, but above and beyond that, clearly Hezbollah has the technical capabilities to collect this sort of sensitive information well inside Israeli territory. It's about 30 kilometers from the nearest point on the Lebanese-Israeli border to Haifa. Was it a propaganda video? Well, actually, if you looked at the text in the video, there wasn't anything about attacks. It was just very sort of factual, explaining what this location is, what it served, what you're seeing. And
bro, if your entire strategy of defending your people revolves around making their lives less safe by actively attacking every single country around you, you're fucking cooked. Okay? You are the most cooked. Because this is literally the Chinese spy balloon, right? And unlike the Chinese spy balloon, which was just a scare because it was a fucking weather balloon that flew over U.S. airspace due to like winds and shit, this unironically is an active and very deliberate and very targeted deterrence mechanism. It is a threat to say, don't fuck around, you will find out. Okay? This kind of stuff genuinely is, once again, further proving to everyone, okay, further proving to everyone that has eyes to see and a brain to compute that Israel is not keeping Jews safe worldwide, and it's certainly not keeping Jews safe in Israel, okay? It's just not. Like, obviously, when you are genuinely presenting yourself as an active threat to anyone and everyone in the region because you think big dog, the United States of America, is always going to bail your ass out, it's not gonna keep working, okay? Those other countries have nowhere else to go either. You know, you're just kind of stuck there. Be kind to your fucking neighbors. It is insane. It's why Chihuahuas don't make it to the dog park without mom's supervision. It's just like, how? How are you so bad? How are you so bad at this? How are you so bad at this defense? How are you so bad at keeping your people safe? It seems behaving like a belligerent maniac is, and this is shocking, I know, shocking for some, maybe shocking for all, is not keeping your people safe at all. Like, not even a little bit. You think Trump would tighten Israel's leash if they tried to actually start a regional war? Fuck no. I don't think Trump has better foreign policy instincts than the team that Joe Biden has surrounded himself with. And Joe Biden's team, that doesn't mean Joe Biden's team is good. It's very bad. I think it's just like Trump also has demonstrated once again that he is not, like, I mean, Trump, in all of the time in his office, like, he showed that he was not interested at all. Yo, stop being weird boo trans. Okay, yes, I did seeking derangements already. I fucking did it yesterday. Okay, calm down. I don't know when it's gonna come up. I don't know when it's gonna come out.
It really is a message to the Israelis that, you know, don't mess with us. We not only have the ability to collect intelligence deep inside your territory on very sensitive sites, but along with that probably comes other capabilities that we've seen slowly unveiled in the last few weeks. For instance, Hezbollah in the last few months has been able to shoot down 3 Hermes 900 Israeli drones, very sophisticated drones that can fly as high as 30,000 feet. They took those out with anti-aircraft missiles. 2 weeks ago, they were able to strike, according to Hezbollah, but the video would also seem to confirm that, an Israeli Iron Dome battery. The Iron Dome is really the backbone of Israel.
There's actually a shit ton of northern Israeli residents pleading to the government to start another front on the war in the north. I don't blame them. They're getting terrorized day in, day out by Hezbollah without any help from their government. But obviously the solution to missile terrorism isn't more missile terrorism. A ceasefire in Gaza will go a long way, in my opinion. Yeah, it's just like Israelis unfortunately have the same exact fucking dumbass brain rot that we have in the United States of America, which is like the best solution to gun violence is more guns attitude that Americans demonstrate at every point. It's like, oh, have I been doing this exact same thing this entire time and it has demonstrably made things worse for me? What's the solution? Changing course and maybe going in the other direction, maybe seeking like peace negotiations, like binding peace negotiations. Nah, I should keep doing the same thing more and more. Okay? Americans think the solution to gun violence is more guns. Okay? Maybe not all Americans, but enough Americans. Like, think about it. During school shooting season, which is basically the entire season in you know, the entire year at this point, with the exception of maybe the summer, our solution, especially in the state of Florida after the fucking Parkland shooting, what was our solution after the Parkland shooting? To launch the Pioneer program, which would give teachers who were desperate for extra funding subsidies for purchasing a firearm and learning how to use it so that we could arm the teachers with guns. That's how fucking stupid we are here in America. And that is exactly how Israel operates with respect to its neighbors. Okay? It's literally the same energy. It is the most America coded. It is the most America coded behavior to be like, you know what will stop? You know what will stop the bombing campaigns coming from our northern neighbor? More bombing. Well, how did it start?
Israel.
Here's John Mersheimer on Israel's strategy of escalation dominance.
Was the big loser here. You have to understand how the Israelis think about deterrence. What the Israelis believe is that their deterrence depends on escalation dominance. In other words, as we go up the escalation ladder, I dominate. That's now very clear. The Israelis no longer have escalation dominance vis-a-vis Iran or vis-a-vis Hezbollah. They cannot shut down the conflict with Hezbollah on their northern border. Really quite remarkable. The Israelis are hitting Hezbollah very hard, and Hezbollah is responding. Hezbollah has 150,000 rockets and missiles. So from a deterrence point of view, the Israelis are in real trouble. Israel.
Yeah, this is 100% correct, by the way. Like, this is the doctrine. What is it called? I think it's not even the Dahia doctrine. I'm talking like specifically, there's a term for it. Like, is it the Iron Wall? Is that what it's called? Like the idea that the only way that Israeli military leadership has ever, the Iron Curtain? No, not the Iron Curtain. It's something. It's the notion. No, not the Iron Dome. That's the missile defense system. No, and the Iron Curtain is Soviet. That's not. There is a different word for it. I think it's literally called the Iron Wall, where basically the idea is that the only way that Israel, like, and it doesn't. Yeah. Oh yeah. Jabotinsky. Thank you. It is the Iron Wall. The only way that Israel thinks that it has like perceived security in the region is by being literally fucking belligerent, kind of doing the madman principle from the Nixon Kissinger era policy of being like behaving like a psychopath, the madman theory. But in like the Israeli version of it, basically. Why is your sound quality always bad lately? Always cutting out randomly? Is it? Or are you just saying that because you have some weird shit going on? I haven't heard any other chatter mention that. Everyone is saying no collectively. Okay. It is a genuinely stupid policy that like no matter what happens, the only way that we can have a veil of security, perceived security in Israel, is by showing everybody, if you fucking throw a rock, we kill your family. If you throw a missile, we throw 10 missiles back. If you attack a military site, we attack your civilians. And it's always the same idiotic policy. No, that's not the Dahi Doctrine. The Dahi Doctrine is just an extension of that. The extension of the broader deterrence mechanism that Israel thinks is very successful. And the only reason why Israel thinks this is successful is because America has allowed it to at least come across like it's successful, because the Western world has always offered unconditional support to Israel. That's it. And Israel was able to get away with it for 76 years without anybody really paying attention, okay? Things were obviously a lot different. Yeah, here, Jabotinsky wrote an essay called The Iron Wall, where he described the Arabs would only stop resisting the Jewish state when they knew it was too strong and would give up on their hope of success. This, unfortunately, does not factor in the very real notion that the people on the other side have families. They are human beings. They have nowhere else to go, and they are constantly being bombed. And when you constantly bomb people, okay, when you apply the Dahiya Doctrine, for example, which would be a subset of the Iron Wall principle that we're talking about as a part of your deterrence mechanism, you are going to create a lot of enemies. Okay? You are going to consistently create a lot of enemies. We know this concept is blowback in the United States of America. Basically, I posterized my own career with that principle when I said America deserved 9/11 very famously, okay? That's just what it is. There is going to be blowback. When you fuck around, you are going to have a find out moment, okay? And it's very odd, very, very odd that Israel for 76 years has like gotten so comfortable with this, because the resistance to this kind of principle has always been very ascetic. It hasn't been super successful, with some exceptions, with notable exceptions, like obviously like the Lebanese withdrawal. Darzek says, I had a talk with a family member after the relatively recent Iran situation. I said, I don't know. I don't think attacking motherfucking Iran right now is a good idea. And the family member said, well, then they'll just see us as weak and want to do it again. Actual caveman behavior. Yeah, that's like instilled, I think, in the Israeli mindset. And I think Americans have this as well. We are just fortunate to be so fucking far removed from like our geopolitical condition, like our strategic landmass is so fucking far removed from like the serious threat of all of the shit that we cause around the world, that it's like very difficult. Yeah, the geographic isolation that we have has been incredibly beneficial for American dominance this way. So Israel can't really get away with that because they're in the neighborhood, okay? It's like being a fucking Klansman in like Inglewood, okay? The fuck are you doing? You could be a Klansman in Mississippi somewhere, in your own neighborhood, in a white neighborhood. You can't do that. You can't wear the robe. Coming from a Muslim, classic. I don't know what that means. Yeah, you can be a Klansman in Clanty, but you can't do it. You can't diss your own ops from their own hood while simultaneously fucking harming them too and creating more ops. So that's a major problem, which is very odd. And Israel has, like, I guess, grown far too comfortable thinking like, no, we'll always get bailed out. America will bail us out. America will bail us out. And there is a limit to how much America can bail you out. Okay?
Israel's missile defense system. So even though Israeli officials like the foreign minister are talking about destroying Hezbollah is showing that it's not a foe that should be underestimated in any sense of the word. Becky?
Yeah, this is not Hamas we are speaking about here. Paula, let me bring you in here, because as we discussed with Ben what is going on that northern front, which is a clear issue for the Israelis, there is a serious rift beginning to open up now between Benjamin Netanyahu and the Biden administration. Let's have a listen to what he had to say about Secretary of State Antony Blinken yesterday.
It's inconceivable that in the past few months, the administration has been withholding weapons and ammunition to Israel. Israel, America's closest ally.
But then again, how did you want Israel to respond to the initial attack on October 7th while they've gone overboard? They did nothing wrong in their initial response. Your initial response is wrong. Because you think that ultimately at the top of the hour that you can get away with saying stuff like this and that I won't retaliate in kind and serve you the 3-minute ad break. Okay? You just can't do that. You can't come in here and think that that shit is gonna work. It's not gonna work. It's not. That was not even a good bait, honestly, at this point. It's not even a good bait. It's a bad bait. Fuck off, chatter. They should have used the Mossad to target Hamas leadership instead of bombing Gaza, for fuck's sake. Wait, what are you talking about? That dude wasn't being serious. That dude was trying to fucking bait. It's a 10-10 copium. Okay, dude. Yeah, good one. Top of the hour. It's not even in the 5-minute grace period, but fuck it. I'm going to serve it anyway. I'm YOLOing. Like I said, at the top of the hour, there's 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. It's Juneteenth. Gift a black chatter a subscription today. Do your part in being a good white ally. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You know, at a certain fucking point, we just got handed to Israel for being the silliest. Yeah.
Fighting for its life, fighting against Iran and our other common enemies. Secretary Blinken assured me that the administration is working day and night to remove these bottlenecks. I certainly hope that's the case. It should be the case.
What's the perspective in Israel about why it is that Benjamin Netanyahu released that video yesterday very pointedly?
Because he's a bitch. Because he is a yapper. Because he is entitled. Because he is arrogant. Because he thinks he can just fucking push back on Biden, even though Biden is constantly going, please, sir, I will do whatever you want. What is this? Even a broken clock? Bro. Haaretz is crazy. Let's see if I can archive this. Haaretz goes nuts with the paywall, especially here. Boom. Get fucked, Haaretz. How do I fucking translate this page? There we go. IDF spokesman, destroying Hamas, throwing sand in the eyes of the public. Netanyahu, the IDF is not committed to this. The exchange is evidence of the continuation of the great tension between the political and military echelons regarding the continuation of the war. Yesterday, the IDF spokesman harshly attacked Netanyahu's close associate Yaakov Bardogo, who claimed the chief of staff supports the continued rule of Hamas in the Gaza Strip, and stated that this is a complete lie intended to harm the chief of staff and the IDF. Yeah. IDF spokesman Daniel Hagari said today that the mother of destroying Hamas eliminating Hamas is simply throwing sand in the eyes of the public. He clarified that the way to weaken Hamas is to establish a new government in the Gaza Strip, and the political echelon is responsible for that. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said in response to the political security cabinet headed by me, defined as one of the goals of the war, the destruction of the military and governmental capabilities of Hamas. The IDF is, of course, committed to this. In an interview on Channel 13, Hagari said that Hamas is an idea. It is a party. It is rooted in the hearts of the people. Whoever thinks we can eliminate Hamas is wrong. It's the Muslim Brotherhood. It has been in the area for many, many years. To the question of what can be done about it, the IDF spokesman replied, grow something else, someone to replace him, something that will make the population know that someone else distributes the food, that someone else does the public service. Bro, this is like the only time I've ever heard this Dumbo motherfucker make sense. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of shocking that Brigadier Rear Admiral General, who has the largest ears I've ever seen in my entire fucking life, is actually hearing the Palestinian population's demands, I think, and recognizing that this is, not a tenable situation. Maybe he heard me all the way from the United States of America, and, I got to him. I mean, he's 100% right about this. Who is this someone? The political echelon will decide. In order to reach a situation where you really want to weaken Hamas, this is the way. Every now and then, this is one of my favorite tropes, I guess, of Israeli society, is that every now and again, one of the most bloodthirsty monsters will come out and just say the most correct thing. Okay, this is like a classic, Shin Bet head says consistently attacking the West Bank and doing clan violence, like Jewish clan style violence in the West Bank is only going to harm Israeli national security. Or like when Ehud Barak was like, yeah, if I was Palestinian, I would be a terrorist 100%. There's always a moment like that. Okay. There's always a moment like that, and this is Daniel Hagari's moment. The only people that never have moments like that is Benjamin Netanyahu and the Itamar Ben-Gvirs. This is correct. This is perfectly valid. This is a perfectly valid criticism to make because it's true. Hagari noted that the IDF is close, and then of course he follows it up by saying is close to defeating the Rafah Brigade, which was part of October 7 and part of Hamas's oxygen pipeline. At the same time, he clarified that if we don't bring something else to Gaza, at the end of the day, we will accept Hamas. Regarding the issues of the abductees, he emphasized, it will be impossible to return all abductees in military operations. We will have to reach a situation where the abductees are returned in another way. The role of the army is to create possible conditions. The role of the political echelon is to make these decisions. After the response from Netanyahu's office, the IDF spokesman published another statement in which he sought to clarify that the army is committed to achieving the goals of the war as defined by the cabinet, has been working this way throughout the war, day and night, and will continue to do so. Yeah, and then they yelled at him, so he had to fucking come out with a follow-up to be like, no, you don't understand. We're still doing whatever the cabinet tells us. Okay. How is a Zionist-led or collaborative government going to bring a liberation and the end to an apartheid? Listen, man. It's just pressure. There's not much else you can do, okay? I'm not saying that magically American leadership is going to personally turn around one day and be like, you know what, we were wrong. Palestinians are human beings, okay? But there's only so much stress any kind of foundation can take. U.S. canceled a meeting with Israel. Yeah, that's nothing. That's because Benjamin Netanyahu said this, so they had to do something optically to make it seem like they're punishing Israel. It's bullshit. I mean, look at the batshit insane to think murdering 40K doesn't make that job harder, but the basic idea is obviously true. He also went on Channel 14 later to basically apologize and say, no, guys, the war is still good and we need military pressure. So don't jump the praises. Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't think the Israelis underestimating Hezbollah, and to be honest, most want to avoid it. Do you think a ceasefire with Hamas has any chance of stopping the escalation up north? I don't think that Israelis are underestimating. I think Israelis are underestimating Hezbollah. I think the appetite for going into Lebanon in Israel is pretty fucking big. I think that there is a lot of internal pressure from the public, especially in northern Israel, but across the board, and especially in the settler side of things, that they do definitely want to go into southern Lebanon. Yeah, I think that you are wrong to think that the Israeli population doesn't want to go in and repeat the mistakes. I think part of that is that Israel, due to the Iron Dome and due to the unimaginable amount of funding it's gotten from the Western world, and due to the political security that it's gotten, due to the political capital that the United States expends at the behest of Israel regularly, has created a neat little bubble where the population doesn't see the genuine negative consequences, or hasn't ever met the genuine negative consequences of waging this kind of war, both physically, because like the maximum amount of like fear that they feel is when they like safely go into a fucking bomb shelter. It's become a part of like normal process in Israel, a normal way of life in Israel. Like they'll bring it up and talk about how scary it is, but even then it feels like it's like there is no real threat there. Okay. If there was a real and genuine threat, they would not be this fucking adamant about opening up new fronts of war without thinking about their own personal, without thinking about like what the personal consequences might look like for them, because they've never actually experienced it. October 7 was one of the first moments where Israeli society genuinely felt the veil of security shatter. Okay. And their reaction was unhinged. Just like America. So I don't think they truly understand the consequences. The anti-Zionist Israelis in this chat see it. They know exactly what will inevitably happen. They probably see the pressure that is being applied to Israeli society. They're in here. They're seeing a much different type of coverage on Israel than the type of media coverage you hear inside of Israel, right? And I don't know. I don't know where this goes, I guess. I just don't really understand how Israel can continue going along with this, especially when the world has soured on Israel dramatically. It is very different. Since 2021, things have changed. Like the course, the trajectory for Israel has changed dramatically once all these like NGOs started calling Israel an apartheid state, which it was. You know, it was no longer like seen as a major faux pas to just like correctly call out Israel as an apartheid state. And then post October 7, the activities basically, you know, got a lot of people to recognize that Israel is very brutal. I don't think that they understand that they're becoming pariahs to the rest of the world. It's definitely, I mean, it is definitely going to shake up Israeli society. I'm Israeli myself, so I'm just sharing the perspective while I'm seeing around me. While there's a general consensus, sorry, Gravy Johns, you got clapped by Fossabot because your message was too long, but I'm going to read it. I'm Israeli myself, so I'm just sharing the perspective I'm seeing around me. While there's a general consensus that the war in Gaza is justified, the prospect of a war in Lebanon is not something any of us want. My circles are mostly military-age men. The second Lebanon war was ... not good. Kind of futile fight that got us no one except for losing soldiers. Even the bloodthirsty ones want to avoid the toll it would take to fight on the northern front. Do we have any polling on this? I want to see. That would be very smart, to be fair. Doesn't the pariah status get swept away as anti-Semitism? Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's one very successful way to just like, one very successful way to be like, no, the rest of the world doesn't understand. The rest of the world doesn't understand. Like, because it's so embedded into Zionism. It's so embedded into the national consciousness that like Israel has to exist. Okay? Israel has to exist in the way that it does as a Jewish ethno-state. And obviously, when there are, you know, millions of people living there, the indigenous population living there, and are not going away, you have to maintain an apartheid. You have to be this violent because you're in a bad neighborhood, right? And that people simply don't get it because they must be anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitism certainly ties into the national consciousness and the nation building inside of Israel. So I think that it is one way that I think people can just like cast aside all of the criticisms, but it is creating even more of an isolated population. We've seen this since October 7, and it's gotten only worse. What do I mean by this? I think that I think that like people genuinely can't comprehend inside of Israel like how so many people have turned sour on Israel. And there's only two ways out of this. You either start recognizing that like maybe the actions of the Israeli military, maybe the actions of the Israeli state is creating valid disgust for those who can see, who are in the Western world, or it's all just anti-Semitism and you further isolate yourself and you think, no, it must be anti-Semitism. Majority of the Jewish Israelis support full force attack against Hezbollah, says poll. Regarding Gaza, most Jewish Israelis prefer a civil administration by Palestinian elements and Arab states with Israel responsible for security. 62% of Jewish Israelis support an attack on Hezbollah in Lebanon with full force. This is from June 17th. Holy shit. There you go. "62% of Jewish Israelis support an attack on Hezbollah in Lebanon with full force." Now, that's much lower as far as percentages go than like continuing the brutal occupation in Gaza, the brutal siege in Gaza. But I guess it's down from 10%. 71% of Israelis in favor of operation against, according to this Maariv poll, 71% in February were in favor of an operation against Lebanon. So I guess the attitude is shifting, which is interesting. If there is one thing I have seen throughout history, though, throughout Israeli history, okay, throughout Israeli history, they do respond to force. It is like, it legitimately, like I've never seen a nation actually see the consequences and then turn around and go, you know what, fuck it, actually, maybe we shouldn't do this. No, some people respond to force negatively. Israel responds to force from the Palestinian population with no restraint because they think the Palestinian population is servile. They think the Palestinian population are, you know, subhuman. It's the same arrogance and the same supremacist attitudes that are so so solidified in Israeli collective consciousness that they think They're all children. They're all elderly. They're all disabled. We can do whatever the fuck we want. They're weak. So we can double down on the force. But when it came down to Iran, for example, when there was a little back and forth, with a little bit of brinksmanship against Iran, they had a very different attitude against opening up a new front with Iran. And I think this is going on with Hezbollah as well. If you look at the population percentages, like the appetite that the population has in, like, you know, going into Lebanon versus continuing the bombing campaign in Gaza. The bombing campaign in Gaza has gotten like 80% support from the Jewish population of Israel, whereas the Jewish population of Israel, it's only 62%, which is still incredibly high, and it's still fucking crazy for the record. But it is interesting to you know, it is interesting to note that that difference. The more powerful the enemy is in the eyes of Israel, the higher likelihood that the enemy has to actually strike them internally, the less likely they are to go and you know, fuck shit up, I guess. Even then though, still a pretty high percentage. Last poll I saw showed 46% of Jewish population support a wide-scale offensive. This shit varies a lot depending on how the question is framed and whether or not non-Jews are included. Yeah, for sure. Fascism is about subjugation of an outgroup, not about fighting per se. Israel doesn't want a fair fight. Fascism is colonialism turned inwards. Yeah. Yeah, we'll watch the Zeteo documentary. A couple people have sent me some stuff. Mehdi Hasan sent me the Zeteo documentary, at least the trailer for it. It's also kind of how you, like, because Israel only has one way to respond to everything, this is how they fucking responded every single time. Like, the world will be like, hey, you need to dial it back, and they respond by just hitting those who have no power. That's why every single time Israel finds itself in the crosshairs of like any kind of scrutiny, they respond by doubling down on the most marginalized populations. They have one fucking speed, boys. That's it. Anyway, let's go back to this analysis and we'll continue talking.
Speaking there about
I gotta pee again.
Conversation with Antony Blinken.
And speaking in English, Becky, so it's very clear that the audience is American, the audience is international. This is not for domestic considerations. Now, it's no secret that there are differences between the Israeli leader and the US President Joe Biden. They've certainly had their differences over recent months, not least because the US has been pushing Israel to be more careful in Gaza, to push for this ceasefire, something that the Israeli Prime Minister has not openly said that he will agree to, this ceasefire hostage deal, and also pushing for a Palestinian state, something that the Israeli Prime Minister has said he does not support. So the differences between these two sides are very pronounced. It is surprising, though, that he would come out and do this so publicly, washing dirty laundry in public, if you like. And it did have quite a surprised response from the Biden administration as well. Listen to this.
We, as you know, are continuing to review one shipment that President Biden has talked about with regard to 2,000-pound bombs because of our concerns about their use in a densely populated area like Rafah. That remains under review. But everything else is moving as it normally would move.
We generally do not know what he's talking about. We just don't.
And there's no Israeli official at this point that's going on the record to speak about this. No one appears to want to have their name next to this video. Becky?
Is that what I mean? Lauren, let me bring you in at this point, because All of this happening just ahead of Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to Washington in July to address Congress. We have seen some pushback already, with some lawmakers saying that they will boycott that. Have a listen to Senator Elizabeth Warren earlier.
Do you plan to attend Prime Minister Netanyahu's address to Congress?
No. Look, we need a ceasefire. We need to get those hostages back. We need humanitarian relief. And we need to be giving both parties a big shove toward getting to the negotiating table and working out a peaceful solution.
Should the president make clear that he should not address Congress, Netanyahu?
Look, that's up to the president, but I'm not going.
Well, Joe Biden facing some quite serious backlash within his own party on this, isn't it? And he's...
The Biden admin should just turn around and say, fuck you, Netanyahu. We're pulling all your military aid under review. The U.S. has that power to flex. The Biden admin just won't use it. Yes. The U.S. has had that power since day one, though. You understand? So, that's not a thing.
Really looking at a dilemma ahead of November's election. Explain, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a month away, and I think it's clear that there are many...
I thought we were boycotting Disney, Hasan. No. I mean, with the exception of last night, I've been boycotting Disney, but no, that's not on the BDS list.
Many progressive Democrats who plan to boycott Netanyahu's speech when he comes to address Congress in July. But this is really coming from two different places. You know, on the one hand, there is...
What would happen if the U.S. stopped all export of weapons to Israel? Super simple. Israel immediately turns around and follows whatever the fuck America wants to set as far as the conditions of like a ceasefire with all of the neighboring regions. If America has that interest, Israel will absolutely follow. That's the reason, like, BDS movements work on our allies. Sanctions work on allies. Sanctions don't work on enemies in the same way. Sanctions towards our enemies is simply cruelty. Sanctions towards our allies, on the other hand, will get the job done because our allies require our unlimited support, our unconditional support. They have built their society around our unconditional support, which is precisely the reason why sanctions don't work against Cuba. But sanctions absolutely do work, or did work against, absolutely did work against apartheid South Africa. Sorry, Warger fucking wrote something and it fucked me up. Probably not. So if you're working on that video, don't.
just disagreement with Netanyahu's handling of this conflict in the Middle East. On the other, there's also this feeling from some liberals that you are putting Joe Biden in this position where someone who has been critical of the president is coming and addressing Congress just months before the November election. So it's really sort of the policy.
Doesn't Israel have their own weapons manufacturing or created one? Bro, Israel has run out of munitions multiple times throughout their fucking bombing campaign in Gaza. I don't think you guys understand the amount of bombing required, like the amount of fucking back and forth. The amount of munitions required for Ukraine to defend itself is unimaginably high. The amount of munitions required for Israel to continue bombing Gaza is unimaginably high. It's so much so that, like, I don't even think America can keep it up, okay? You're forgetting something very important here, which is that, like, there is a finite amount of bombs. There's a finite amount of munitions. There's a finite amount of manufacturing that we can engage in. So, like, no, without our support, they would have run out of bullets by, like, the first week. Disney isn't on the BDS list, but it is a pressure target. Talking about Disney pride to thousands of people definitely runs counter to praxis / point of pressure targets. Just letting you know. First of all, I didn't even know that Disney was on a pressure target list for the BDS. Secondly, as you know, I literally am pro-Israel, and therefore I did it for that reason, because I'm actually secretly pro-Israel, and not even secretly, openly pro-Israel. And I think that, you know, although I've been an advocate for BDS for the past 10 fucking years, I've actually been secretly doing as much as I can to consume as many of the products as possible and promote those products. I'm a traitor to the left. The only radical action this chatter has done against Disney is yell at you? Yes. I have been found out. I don't believe you. Say you love Sabra hummus now. Bro, gun to my head, I would not say that. Has not, and that isn't even like, that isn't even BDS shit. Like, I just personally find Sabra hummus to be such a fucking gross thing. Like an affront to God in general. It's just like, ugh. Yeah, I'm a Zionist and I like playing on hard mode, just like my LGBT and racial equality stances, because I want a harder fight. Yes, I know the Fatah activist, psychopathic freak lord dipshit right here. We'll talk about this in a second. Yeah, Amazon is a pressure target on the BDS list as well, by the way. I know that one. For the record, we are currently inside of the pressure target. Tell us where falafel comes from then. Israel, of course. That's right. Israel invented falafel. Everybody knows this. I love Israel. All right, let's continue. The only ethical company is Kick, technically.
Politics abroad and also the politics at home that they don't agree with. You have to keep in mind this is happening in the context in which the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, has put a series of really tough votes on the floor that have fractured Democrats in some cases. Now, there's really typically just a small number of Democrats that vote with Republicans on some of those proposals, but it has been one of the most difficult conflicts for the leader, the Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, to manage within his conference. And so, you know, I expect that there is going to be a large number of Democrats boycotting Netanyahu's address to Congress. We should note that about a decade ago when he came to Capitol Hill, there were also dozens of Democrats who boycotted the speech, so that's not precisely new, but I think the numbers might be larger. It's also possible that they have press conferences or some kind of other counter programming when he comes to speak. So it would go beyond just not showing up for the speech. It would be sort of more of a tacit opposition as well.
In our politics lead, Ozempic and Wegovy, two.
What? Sanders calls on Ozempic maker to lower price of drug? Inconceivable. Bernie Sanders slams Netanyahu's approach to the war against Hamas. Jesus Christ. What an insane sequence, dude. Holy fuck, this is 414,000 likes. We'll talk about the boys in a second and all this shit as well. Oh, the second entertainment offering cut in 3 weeks since character performers voted to unionize. The final performance of Doctor Strange Mysteries of the Mystic Arts in Avengers Campus at Disney California Adventure Park is said to be on June 30th, Disney officials told the OC Register. This is a direct consequence of the unionization efforts happening at Disney, something that I wanted to mention. Sarcastically saying, yeah, okay, I'm a Zionist in response to being educated on something you admitted you didn't know is sure is a curious response. I wasn't making any kind of value judgment. I don't give a fuck who enjoys Disney or to what degree. Just stating, one, Disney is a pressure target. Two, the whole thing with pressure targets is not giving those companies free advertising by talking about them to thousands of people. dude, shut the fuck up. I literally fucking work on Amazon. What are you talking about? Amazon is a pressure target as well. Okay? Like, do you want me to go into the weed of things? Is that what you want? You want me to look at like what the pressure target involves, what the pressure target is for Disney, what Disney's involvement in Israel is? Is that what you want to do? So we can fucking argue about it back and forth? Thank you for educating me. Is that what you want me to say? Because you didn't fucking educate shit. You're just being smarmy and fucking annoying and holier than thou, for the record. This is just like one step above the chatter that came up to me and was like, "Are you drinking Coca-Cola?" No. That's it. And you're doing it while I'm fucking talking about Disney's like anti-union efforts too, which is ridiculous. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh. Brother can't even go to Disneyland without drama. Yeah, I just like, it's fucking so stupid. Yeah. This seemingly is the one thing that people are demanding to boycott, by the way. Marvel's apartheid Israel superhero movie Captain America New World Order. Like, that's the only thing I can find, but I'm sure there's more. Yeah, that's it. Like, when you look at fucking BDS Disney, this is the only thing that comes up. So chatter's not even fucking right. But you know what chatter is? Fucking annoying. Okay? Like, your heart is in the right place, chatter, but your attitude is in the wrong place. Okay? Is that the one that's supposed to have Israeli Captain America? Yeah, I think so. I bet you with some TikTok BDS list that you're also on. Yes. They're not saying I'm like, no. The thing is, that chatter is not saying I'm being insufficient. Like, that chatter is not saying I'm like pro-Israel secretly. That chatter is just simply saying the total amount, 2.5 million plus dollars that this community has raised in numerous fundraisers over the course of the past 9 months for a Palestinian, Palestinian organizations working on the ground inside of the Gaza Strip, and the round the clock coverage for every single day, the round the clock coverage every single day for the past 9 fucking months is insufficient, because it's just insufficient because there is like an aspect of this. There's an aspect of this like BDS coverage that I did not foresee, that they saw, that they caught me in a moment. Like, it's ridiculous. It's just simply to be like, I am way more fucking educated on this matter than you. It's just a way to just one up. It's one upping, but with like a position of moral authority. Okay. And that's very frustrating. Anyway, Here. Like, this is the reason why they're on the pressure target, what we just showed you, which is literally just, wait, where the fuck did it go? Here. Disney-owned Marvel Studios is promoting the next Captain America film superhero that personifies apartheid Israel. Both companies are therefore complicit in anti-Palestinian racism. Like, that's it. That's what they're talking about. Okay? Manage your triggers is getting old. Shut the fuck up, man. Who the fuck are you? Okay? Yeah, they have a hero named, Marvel has a hero named Sabra that literally works for the Mossad. And this is going to introduce Sabra. And that's the reason why they want to fucking pressure Disney into not releasing this, or not releasing Sabra, or not unveiling Sabra as a character. So odd. You complain, but that's basically the criticism of all leftism, like XUC saying. Weird that Hasan is always on the good side. Wait, what? I'm complaining because people don't fucking know what they're talking about and take a position of like trying to position themselves as a moral authority on issues that they do not personally fucking understand. That's the thing I'm complaining about. The overarching goal here is not to educate. The overarching goal here is to simply chirp. That's it. Why are we having this conversation again? It's like saying you're not sufficiently socialist because you have a fucking house. It stems from a misunderstanding. Okay? Do you not get it? It stems from your own personal misunderstanding, not from like a genuinely held personal conviction born out of like your morality. There's a difference between someone saying, wow, you seemingly are always on the right side of issues, versus someone positioning themselves above you and being like, no, you're actually on the wrong side here. It is a genuine, there is a genuine narcissistic tendency on the left where people try to do this on a regular basis. It's a way to just recenter the conversation around you, okay? Under the auspices of educating another person. It is very smarmy. It is very entitled. It is very arrogant. It is very annoying, okay? Do you not get that? It's just so frustrating to experience on a regular basis, especially because I try to do cleanup all the fucking time. Anyway, it's fine. Here is a Zeteo original documentary for their new film, Israel's Real Extremism, from Basement Films, on Israeli society's shift to the right, with exclusive interviews with Israeli soldiers who post TikToks from Gaza.
Here's a soldier saying that they destroyed the university. There's no more education now in Gaza.
I think the education in Gaza was something you need to preserve.
People find it's humiliating, you know.
Oh, maybe humiliating. I don't.
Someone's home.
As I told you before, I don't see any problem with humiliating the Palestinians. There is nothing which humiliates them.
There's a feeling of superiority. Day to day, I walk with a feeling of superiority over Gaza. Who wouldn't feel superior to them?
Since the war in Gaza started, Israeli soldiers on the front line
have been broadcasting the devastation and their dehumanization of Palestinians on social media.
Actually, when I filmed it, my commander was very. They want me to do it.
There's videos where they've shown that they've tortured captives.
They didn't torture captives. You are lying. You are lying, and you are lying. They are not torture captives. They are going.
This is a video where an Israeli French soldier put a video out.
Investigated.
Extremists who were once considered fringe are becoming more mainstream, emboldened by the rhetoric they hear.
Oh my God. Isn't BDS something to take seriously? I'm confused. Dude, a pressure target and a boycott target is different in the way that you analyze it, in the way that you talk about it. A pressure target for a specific reason, like a movie, is supposed to be narrowly focused on within the confines of said target, the target of their ire, the target of their reasonable criticism. Okay? Part of the reason why, and I can't believe we're doing like basics of fucking BDS every time this conversation comes up, but it's an informative and important thing to address, so I'm going to do it again. Okay? And this is all clearly defined on the BDS website personally, if you would like to understand it. There are varying degrees of different measures that you can take. Okay? Varying degrees of different measures you can take. Part of the reason why these lists have to be super narrowly focused is so that they can be successful. If people start making their own personal lists and engage in their own personal campaigns, okay, ultimately it causes the movement to be decentralized. Here, let's do a short. This is good.
Israel could lose up to $11.5 billion a year if the boycott, divestment and sanctions movement peaks. That's if the EU legislates to boycott all Israeli goods and blocks foreign investment into the state. Is this likely to happen? Well, opinions vary. Israel's government economists say it's hard to predict, but it is possible. Foreign investment into Israel fell to around $6 billion in 2014. That's the same.
Sorry, Chatter, you're better off asking a different stream, I guess. What are you saying? I'm literally going. Shut up. Take a week off. I'm literally going. I'm using this as an opportunity to both educate that chatter and anyone else who is confused about this.
Same year, they launched a deadly offensive on Gaza that killed 1,462 civilians. But by 2016, that figure had doubled to almost $12 billion. What about exports? Washington-based Brookings Institute says consumer boycotts won't drastically affect Israel's economy, but data from the World Bank shows Israel's intermediate exports dropped by nearly $8 billion in that same period. Consumer boycotts work with academic and cultural boycotts. If people refuse to work with Israeli academic institutions for their involvement in, let's say, the strategies behind the use of disproportionate force against the Palestinians, or musicians refuse to perform in Israel in solidarity with the people of Gaza and the West Bank, it gets people talking. Lord, Elvis Costello, Lauryn Hill, they've all refused to play in Israel, and other artists are openly advocating for BDS.
How can I work with any institution complicit in Israeli human rights abuses?
These smaller boycotts are supposed to start a chain reaction.
Sanctions is the ultimate. That's why it's BDS. S comes at the end. It's no coincidence, because you need a lot of B and D to reach the S.
And it's slowly working. Companies are closing up shop in Israel. Some have been refused lucrative contracts explicitly for their involvement in Israeli occupation projects. Others are speculated to have been pressured by the BDS campaign into submission, but whatever their motives, they've divested from Israel. A UN report has also found 206 companies that are linked to illegal settlements. The companies' activities range from banking and telecom to construction and tourism. Their names are being withheld until they've all been contacted. US Ambassador to the UN Nikki Haley reportedly threatened the UN Human Rights Council with a cut in funding if the names were to be published. South American states have also disassociated themselves. Venezuela and Bolivia have cut ties with Israel, and Brazil refused to allow former leader of the settler movement, Danny Dayan, to be Israel's ambassador in the country.
The communities we established decades ago in the Jordan Valley will be here forever because they are essential for Israel's existence.
BDS, more than anything, is impacting brand Israel.
I'm less concerned today about any potential economic consequences. It's all about what you think of Israel, and whether you think Israelis are the good guys or the bad guys.
Image on the world stage would matter to any country. It's no different for Israel. Many prominent Israelis have claimed BDS is anti-Semitic and even a threat to the existence of Israel itself.
We're in the midst of an orchestrated global campaign to delegitimize Israel.
Mr. Asad Abu Khalil, who he knows very well, is a leader of the BDS movement. He writes, the real aim of BDS is to bring down the state of Israel.
The objectives of the BDS movement are: one, the liberation and the end of this occupation. Number two, the return of refugees to their homes and to their livelihoods. Number three is the...
I thought consumer side activism wasn't effective unless it's being pushed by governments. No, consumer side activism works alongside many other pressure points as long as it is directed, targeted, deliberate, and has a clear-cut goal. The goal of boycotting or divestments or demanding divestments comes along with the ultimate goal of putting sanctions, hopefully, that will cause Israel to come to terms with the cruel and uniquely evil way that they conduct their apartheid regime. Okay? It is about organizing. There's a difference between doing a general strike led by many large unions in the country that takes years and years and a shit ton of effort and a shit ton of structural support that you need to build along the way to actually successfully implement, versus a general strike on Reddit, okay? On a subreddit that decided we're going to do a general strike. Do you understand the difference? That's why I care about the BDS movement and support the BDS movement versus criticizing decentralized organized movements or decentralized disorganized movements online. Okay? Although I still won't step in the way of people trying to do their, try to do their best in their own unique ways. I usually don't talk about this stuff. I usually don't talk about people getting out of hand until it becomes a point where it's like genuinely until it becomes a genuine point of contention even in this community. Okay? When you said the statement regarding consumer side activism in regards to the Hogwarts legacy shit, the next words were unlike the BDS movement. Exactly.
The end of apartheid and segregation and discrimination against Palestinians inside Israel and everywhere else.
Israel has refused all three time and again. The Netanyahu government instead enacted anti-BDS legislation at home and gave covert power to the Ministry of Strategic Affairs to tackle BDS abroad. And
before you say our dollars are really going to Israel, regardless of whether we support these companies, it really does seem like every U.S. company is involved with Israel on some level. Yes, Israel has more companies in the NASDAQ than literally India, Korea, and Japan combined. Okay? Yes. And that is only more evidence that BDS has to be hyper-targeted. Because if you were to technically say we're removing literally all connection from the state of Israel and any company that works with the state of Israel, it would mean just, closing your eyes and not breathing. Okay? That is the reason why, for example, there is no direct boycotting of Amazon, even though it is on a list of pressure targets according to the BDS list. But I am an Amazon employee working on an Amazon-owned platform. You guys are watching this Amazon-owned platform every day, right? That's why, as in terms of pressure targets, the Disney thing is akin, if not way less offensive than Amazon, okay? I'm literally on Amazon every day. Why is that not a full-blown boycott target? One, because of its involvement in Israel being limited. And two, because it would be impossible to boycott AWS. Okay? Oops, I didn't know that. See you later. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Weird but trans. Take a day off. Hogwarts literally gave money directly to J.K. Rowling. I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous to sound like. Seriously, I don't agree with you on this one issue. Unless I'm missing something, can someone explain it to me? What the fuck? Just take 30 minutes off, cool down a little bit, okay? Just take 30 minutes off, cool down. We're not going to relitigate Hogwarts Legacy, which I was like objectively correct on from the jump. I can't believe we're still having Hogwarts Legacy discourse. Still in 2024. You know your chat will get like this. I know, which is why I take the time and the effort to explain this stuff. That is my goal, is to educate people. Okay? Which is why it's so funny when people go, Hasan, classic Hasan community. It's like, dude, I spend every fucking day. I spend at least an hour every fucking day trying to, you know, reframe the trajectory of this goddamn community. And just like set us on the right path. And yet people still don't pay attention to me doing that and instead go, see, of course they're like this. As though I'm the one who is doing that. I rail against purity spirals on a daily fucking basis. It's so tiring. It's so tiring that I have to repeat myself all the time. And it's like extra annoying when outsiders look at this community and just associate someone like myself with a person who legitimately loves purity testing and purity spirals. Honestly, chatters need to stop and consider, am I actually trying to provide a solution to a problem, or am I just trying to one-up Hasan? This type of chatting isn't activism or helping anyone. Thank you. Exactly. Here, this is a really good post. Why is Starbucks not a boycott target? Why not boycotting everything we can? What if I already boycott these companies? Answering some of the most frequently asked questions. The BDS movement carefully evaluates and prioritizes targeted companies based on the level of their complicity in Israel's violation of Palestinian rights, among other targeting criteria. This process involves rigorous research and consultation with partners to ensure that our boycotts are impactful. The B in BDS is all about collective strategic targeting of all the most complicit companies and institutions. While boycotting a particular company such as Starbucks or Zara may be justified for various reasons, it might not meet the specific BDS criteria or have that same level of longer-term impact on the ground as targeting companies which are currently among our priority boycott targets. It is also important to note that the landscape of corporate complicity is constantly evolving. If new information comes to light indicating that a company is significantly contributing to Israel's genocide or its regime of settler colonial apartheid, we will consider prioritizing it. In the meantime, we boycott... What? In the meantime, we encourage people to remain engaged and informed about the broader Palestinian-led BDS movement and to support our existing campaigns, which are designed to address the most egregious violators, impose on them a hefty cost, and force them to end their complicity. What's wrong with going beyond BDS targets and boycotting all companies complicit in Israeli crimes? The passion and commitment to justice behind the will to boycott every company that's complicit with the genocidal Israeli regime are commendable, and we understand that many people wish to make informed and ethical decisions as individual consumers. But to be effective, our efforts must be collective. The BDS movement strategically focuses on a small number of targets to mobilize mass pressure against them, ensuring that our efforts are impactful. By forcing a strategic target to end complicity, we teach many other complicit companies a lesson. That's why, for example, even though it was like relatively decentralized, the Bud Light boycott campaign technically worked because conservatives lasered in on one company. You know what's ironic? At the time, Matt Walsh literally said basically this about Bud Light. Matt Walsh said this exact same shit. He was like, we only go after one company and not all of these other companies. And we, you know, I admire the intensity and people trying to fucking apply pressure to all these other companies. But it's good to just have a larger impact by focusing our efforts on one product or one company. He was right. Strategic focus. The BDS targets are curated to include companies and institutions that are directly and significantly complicit in Israel's violation of Palestinian rights and against which we can actually win. Sustainability. Maintaining focused boycotts ensures that individuals and communities can sustain their participation and escalate pressure as needed until the objectives are met. Clarity and coherence. The BDS list of boycott targets provides clear and coherent, morally consistent guidelines for action, making it easier for supporters to understand and participate in the movement. Building alliances. The BDS movement works in solidarity with a wide range of partners and justice movements who support our strategic campaigns. By sticking to a concise number of targets, we can maintain strong alliances and coordinate our efforts, which are crucial for achieving our goals. Effectiveness. Targeted boycotts give us collective leverage to push for specific changes and hold entities accountable in a way that broad, unfocused boycotts cannot. So if you must boycott a long list of companies, we ask that you always prioritize BDS companies. Why not focus more on companies whose products many people consume daily, like food and beverages, instead of companies like Intel and Chevron? The BDS movement, which, by the way, struck a significant W with Intel. Intel refused to open up their $25 billion factory in Israel as a consequence of this. Okay? The BDS movement targets companies like Intel and Chevron because of their direct and significant involvement sustaining. Dude, if one more Turkish chatter asks me this Kuzey Güney shit, I'm going to fucking lose it. I don't know what it is. People keep coming in here and constantly asking this. I don't know why. Okay? Targeting such companies creates substantial pressure for corporate accountability and draws significant media attention, amplifying the impact of our campaigns. This approach ensures that our efforts are focused on entities that directly support Israel's human rights violations. While everyday consumer goods companies are important and included in our list, McDonald's and Pizza Hut, for instance, prioritizing the most complicit companies maximizes their impact in isolating apartheid Israel globally. Short summary of what I assume they're asking: a guy who debated a pro-Sharia guy on YouTube and now has an arrest warrant for him in Turkey, but he is not in Turkey and says he won't come back. That's it? I don't know what that is. BDS is a purity spiral. Far too complicated for the average person to understand. Let's be for fucking real, man. No, BDS is the bare minimum. You're insane. And it is also ultimately a successful movement. It has been a successful movement in the past against apartheid South Africa. So yes, if you think that BDS is a purity spiral, unless you're trying to fucking do a... I'm putting up fucking boycott on the top of the hour ad break debates from chatters. Okay, in the middle of like me trying to educate people, I'm putting a boycott on that chatter, thinking that that's a valuable way to debate me at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break coming up. Okay. Maybe we do need to have this conversation if it wasn't a bait. No, I think that was a bait. While everyday consumer goods and we encourage everyone to support these strategic campaigns to help dismantle Israel's decades-old regime, settler colonial state, and apartheid. Why is Puma still a boycott target despite announcing it will renew its contract with the Israeli Football Association? Puma remains on the BDS boycott list because despite announcing it will now renew its kit supply contract with the IFA. The sponsorship contract remains valid until the end of the year. Yeah, participate in the campaigns, advocate for divestment, spread awareness if you already boycott these companies, and continue contacting the companies and stay informed. Okay. all companies under capitalism are obviously engaging in unethical practices in one way, shape, or form. If you are an anti-capitalist, you have to recognize that reality. That is why instead of saying like, I will not consume any capitalist corporation's product and then like living in the fucking mountains myself, okay, I try to do my very best to create pressure targets, pressure points, focus on unionization, rather than sitting around and hoping that like magically capitalism will perish. Okay. Sometimes you have to be targeted in order to be effective. Now target your efforts on securing a subscription at the top of the hour because the 3-minute ad break is upon us. That's why you buy $1 million house. No, I buy $1 million house because I live in a place where only $1 million house exists and I have the money to buy $1 million house. Okay? I don't buy $1 million house to rent it out. If I buy $1 million house to rent, then, you know, we can have a different conversation. Yeah. I want to see you do a Mr. Beast style video where you try and buy a house in LA for under $1 million. Yeah, so I can get fucking ass blasted again. Always the house. No, the other thing, the other one, the real one is supposed to be the Porsche. You're supposed to say you have Porsche, you have Gucci shirt. Those are definitely way worse purchases than the house for me and my family. Yeah, those are impulse purchases. I am, you know, I have never been a person that is living this like Spartan lifestyle. I never claimed to be. The Taycan is dog shit compared to the Tessie? No, Teslas are awful. Lowe's education chat has all this energy for the house discourse without understanding it, but probably think furries flexing their 5-figure fursuits and expensive commission Volpera sex art and call it authentic representation of the working class like Starbucks. We see how, wait, what? But what is more peak capitalism than buying all these luxury goods which are built upon the exploitation? Oh, you fucking missed it. Chatter was trying to debate me. Why are you banning smart chatters who are trying to fucking relitigate house discourse, dude? And car discourse. No, dude. It is perfectly valid in every sense of the word. And I have always advocated for people to want to get nice things for themselves. Okay? The world ultimately is gruesome and awful. I think people genuinely misunderstand the major reasons for why I advocate for the things I advocate for in terms of more autonomy, in terms of more individual liberties. It is so that you can have more money, more disposable income in the short term, so that you can also engage in idiotic purchases if it makes you feel good. I have never had an issue with commodity consumption. I will never have an issue with commodity consumption. I am not a degrowth style anti-capitalist. I personally have always, regardless of how fucking broke I was, have always said these exact same things. There's a conversation that I had with Philosophy Tube way back in the day where I specifically talked about the most successful neoliberal mechanisms of control. Commodity purchases, especially stupid ones, have a way to dull people's sensibilities. And I think that's if there is always going to be some kind of control that needs to be instilled upon a population so that they fucking rise up, then I would rather have that be done in that way than a more authoritarian way of doing things. Okay? Socialism is not a poverty cult. It has never been a poverty cult. It is actually anti-socialists who have presented socialism as a poverty cult, and many people personally subscribe to that notion, even if they themselves they themselves think that they are a genuine anti-capitalists. It is liberalism that makes you feel this way. Okay? Stick cells seething at carrot chads? Yes. At the end of the day, it is not the boss that makes the things that you purchase and consume and use, like the iPhone. It is the workers that made the iPhone. The iPhone, or some form of the iPhone, even if it's not called the iPhone, would still exist under other organizations of the economy. After all, the USSR literally played a fundamental role in the development of all of the technologies that we currently take advantage of, such as the mobile phone. Okay? Working a job to buy a car to drive to a job is a poverty cult. Yeah. Man, I love Hasan. Makes me feel normal. He's so great. Yes. I try.
They successfully lobbied a number of US states to punish support.
Okay, we're done with the BDS side of this conversation. Let's get back to I don't know if I want to listen to fucking Bernie Sanders talk about Benjamin Netanyahu, but here, he's asking Ozempic to lower the price of the drug.
And our politics lead, Ozempic, and
It's ridiculous to have this kind of take, is it? Let's go ahead.
Wegovy, two drugs that everyone's talking about, in part because they have the potential to be life-changing for millions.
I forgot to finish this fucking documentary. Oh my god, a 2-minute trailer.
That by blocking the aid going to Gaza,
I already ran the top of the hour.
Palestinians who are already suffering are starving.
It's a wrong question, okay? Because the aid gets to Hamas.
The issue for Israel now goes well beyond the occupation.
כמה אני חושב שצריכים להרג עד שלא יהיה חמאס. אם צריך להרוג מיליון, מיליון.
It will always be the response of the West. If we are exaggerating, but we are war criminals. If we are genocidal thought. That's allowed.
ממש לא אכפת לי ואני לא חושב שצריך
I don't think there should be life in Gaza on the
בעזה.
day after. This is good. This is from Zeteo, and I'm actually excited to see what this looks like. Shouts out to Mehdi Hasan. He's doing a great job since he left MSNBC. Much respect. There's also an Al Jazeera documentary coming out. Some of my friends worked on this. Friends of the show. Friends that I have interviewed on this broadcast. Specifically, I am referring to, where is it? Yeah, Mohammed El Safin. They want me to do a no. Oh wait. No, he didn't work on it. He just reached out for me to. The producer wondering if you'd be interested in advanced screening. If you watch and want to interview the producers, host, we can arrange that. I've seen the film. And of all the shit that's coming to Gaza in the last 8 months, is one of the strongest pieces of journalism, in my opinion. It's not gory, but it's shattering. Let me know. Friends of the show. So the guy from Yemen, right, lol? No, the guy from Yemen, the teenager from Yemen did not work on this. It's crazy. All right, let's watch this trailer as well.
يعني ايش تجيب البسكوت الواد ما تلاقيش ابنك تلاقيه نايم تمه كله رايح.
We have counted more children killed in a single strike than we have in any other conflict, time and time again.
Hind was screaming for help.
والله أصعب شعور في العالم إني أسمع بنتي بتقول لي تعالي خديني ومش قادرة أوصلها يا حبيبتي يا ماما والله ما قدرت أوصل لك سامحيني.
It's very likely that they would have been able to see who was in the car.
The US has actual knowledge that war crimes are being committed. Of course we do. And yet we continue to provide the arms that enable these.
We have not seen anything that would convince us that we need to take a different approach in terms of trying to help Israel defend itself.
You are basically saying the rules are no longer applicable. They have opened the door to hell.
أول ما خشوا كلنا بصوت واحد إحنا مدنيين مدنيين مدنيين.
بلشوا في الإعدامات قدام عينينا كلنا.
What is your message to the families of Palestinian civilians who were killed with US weapons in Gaza?
بالذات الليل لما يجي برضاش يخلص. الليل مرعب، الليل يعني خوف، الليل يعني إنك تتذكر هند. مش راضي يخلص الليل.
This is coming out. It's coming out soon. I think it's coming out this Friday, actually. So we'll watch it when it comes out. Oh, straight up just joking. I saw the interview with the Yemen teen. I thought it was a great interview. Okay, thanks, chatter. I'm convinced the Biden administration is sabotaging his own re-election bid now out of spite. U.S. signals that Hezbollah will back Israeli offensive as frustration goes with Gaza ceasefire. Wait, what? Amos Hochstein's blunt message to the Lebanese mediators may be a move to get Hezbollah to sway Hamas on Gaza ceasefire, analysts say. That's insane. Oh, speaking of insane, here's Mohammed Massad, former Fatah activist and researcher of religious affairs and terrorism on Hapatriotim. If Israelis lose control of Gaza Strip, we will get death. Israel must control the Gaza Strip. Just a fucking freak, dude. Uncle Ahmed, motherfucker. Uncle Mo. There's no rule in Gaza. If Israelis lose security control, then we will get more and more death. So Israel needs to be there. Israel must rule it. This guy is literally like, this is literally the you know, the peak of another charlatan, a clown that they just like trot out. Son-in-law of Hamas. I request. I have a huge family there. And I have people, I love them like my own children. And and like they are there. I request, please, you must not give the Palestinians, the Amalekites, the Nazis. Bro, he is saying he's referring to the Palestinians in Gaza as Amalekites while simultaneously saying that his family is there. You must not give them security control. Like he's invoking genocidal sentiment against his own family members, okay? They occupy their people. They abuse their power. You saw on October 7, in 2007, it's giving Iranian diaspora saying nuke us. Yeah, except the difference is like this dude is literally a Palestinian inside of the Israeli boundaries who was a member of Fatah, who literally has family members living under Israeli occupation. It is crazy to say that. It's like an Iranian inside of Iran demanding that America nuke Iran. Not an Iranian living in Beverly Hills. Do you support expelling the Palestinians from the Gaza Strip? From the beginning, I said, as far as Sinai, God created it. Sinai, God created it to punish, to expel them to Sinai, to leave them for 40 years until this Nazi generation is gone. He said, expel his family members and everyone living in Gaza to the Sinai desert for 40 years. This is the ruling. I am not the one who determined it, nor did Yedidia Meir, nor did anyone. God, the Holy One, the Blessed One, determined it from heaven. Every nation, every people commits a sin, denies Allah, kills people, endangers lives. He's saying, purge the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip into the Sinai Desert for 40 years. He's like the Palestinian equivalent of a neo-Nazi mass shooter. Israel made that a celebrity. Yeah. This is like Candace Owens on steroids, dude. Yeah. U.S. signals that Hezbollah, it will back Israeli offensive as frustration with the Gaza ceasefire grows. Is this dude just a nut? Why even do this? Yes, he's a fucking insane person. All right, let's get to Bernie, and then we're going to move on from Israel.
Type 2 diabetes and or obesity. Both drugs are produced by one of the most profitable pharmaceutical companies around, Novo Nordisk. By
the way, for the white chatters, Alpha makes 0 sense. Like he's cosplaying a mix between Saudi and Arab clothing. Yeah.
The Kaiser Family Foundation looked at prices for these weight loss drugs and found that the list prices are significantly higher here in the United States than in other countries. For instance, Ozempic is $936 a month here in the United States. It's under $200 in Japan, Canada, Germany, and the Netherlands. Under $100 in the United Kingdom, Australia, and France. And Wegovy costs more than $1,300 a month in the United States. Wegovy does. Only around $300 a month in Germany and the Netherlands. Now, one senator wants answers as to why these prices are so, quote, outrageously high. And independent Senator Bernie Sanders from Vermont joins us now. He is the chairman of the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. Senator Sanders, thanks so much for joining us. As you know, in March, researchers at Yale found that both Ozempic and Wegovy can be profitably manufactured for less than $5 a month. Why are Americans being charged more than any other country for these drugs other than profits?
Well, I would use the word greed, but you could use the word profits. Look, You know, Jake, you well know that we are a very politically divided nation. But there is one issue that brings Democrats, Republicans, and independents together. And that is the American people are sick and tired of being ripped off by giant pharmaceutical companies who are charging us not just more than other countries for the same product, sometimes 10, 15 times more for the same exact product. And that has got to end. Now, as you've indicated, Ozempic and Wegovy are very, very important new products. They're game changers that can have a tremendously positive impact on the lives of millions of people. And I really do want to congratulate the scientists at Novo Nordisk for their important work. It's going to save lives all over the world. But this product will mean nothing to an American who has diabetes or dealing with obesity if you cannot afford that product. And that is the case. There are estimates out there that thousands of people will die unnecessarily simply because they cannot afford this product, which is sold so much more expensively in America than in other countries. Second point, if Medicare and Medicaid cover Ozempic and Wegovy, there's going to be a huge increase in spending on those two important federal health insurance programs. In fact, it's going to bankrupt Medicare. So we have got to get a handle on this. I have invited, and he will come, the CEO, Mr. Jorgensen, of Novo Nordisk, to come before the committee and simply explain why he thinks it's appropriate to charge us 15 times more than the people in Germany or the UK.
So obviously, I can't defend those prices, and I'm not here to defend. But I do want to ask you a philosophical question. Because a couple weeks ago, I met Roy Vagelos. Roy Vagelos is a scientist, the former chairman and CEO of Merck. And he told me about how Merck not only developed statins, but helped develop a product.
Yeah, I'm not here to defend high medication prices, especially in comparison to all these other countries that have low medication prices. But I will defend it on the philosophical boundaries of how patents actually help these brave and beautiful scientists make a shit ton of money. Okay? A philosophical way that I will address the matter, of course. Can we just address the philosophical underpinnings of why it's actually perfectly valid and permissible to, charge whatever the fuck we want to charge? And by the way, the person he is considering to be a scientist, of course, in this situation is just simply a CEO. Okay? It's not like the scientists are getting the fucking bag here. It's corporations. Just something to remember.
Product that treated parasitic worms. Yep. And Merck ultimately donated the medicine to prevent 55 million Africans from getting river blindness. And I guess my question is, given the costs of research and development and acts like that, what I know are not the norm, but do happen, how does the Senate decide what is appropriate for private companies to charge and what is not?
Well, that's a good question. And look, I am not anti-drug companies, as you indicated. I mean, major breakthroughs in area after area. But let us also not kid ourselves. Right now, drug companies, you have the 10 of the...
The answer to this is very simple, the answer to this argument is very simple. Do you personally believe that these drug companies are operating on the same profit-seeking motives in all of these other countries where the price point of the medication is simply lower? Or do you think, or do you know personally, that they could stand a profit even with those price points, and yet America, having no safeguards, no federal mandates, and no collective bargaining power, and no adequate nationalized healthcare infrastructure, allows these corporations to milk the population for every fucking dollar that they have? Because it's Econ 101 when you think about inelastic demand. Medication has inelastic demand. Therefore, medication must be price regulated. Or at the very least, you have to have a separate entity engage in an act of collective bargaining in mass purchases. This is what every country with socialized medicine does. Okay? Every country with some form of socialized medicine does this exact same thing, which is why they are able to purchase the medication at a much lower price point. In the United States of America, until recently, it was illegal for the government to do this. Under the Obama administration, that rule changed where the VA was allowed to do this on certain medication. And that obviously was even advocated for and expanded on by the Trump administration, which the Biden administration actually followed through on with their collective bargaining under Medicare for insulin and some of the other drugs. Now, the impact of that is still not seen by all Americans, but the idea that on principle, these drug companies, the idea that on principle, these manufacturers of pharmaceuticals are actually, out of the kindness of their hearts, offering medication at the price points that they offer in countries with socialized medicine. And it's not simply because those countries actually mass purchase it and are always bargaining against the pharmaceutical corporations, ensuring that their prices are kept reliably low so that this medication is affordable or even free, okay, for people that need it, is ridiculous. It's the truth, and anyone who doesn't tell you that that is the truth is telling you a lie. That's it.
The top drug companies in the world have made over $100 billion in profits in the last year. As we speak, Jake, right here, I'm on Capitol Hill, there are 1,800 well-paid lobbyists right now all over Washington to make sure that we do not...
What about the argument I hear that the U.S. prices subsidize cheaper prices in other countries? It is not correct. That is also incorrect. You want to know why that's incorrect? Because the distribution patents for medication, for pharmaceuticals, are literally different. I don't know if you knew this, but a lot of medication and the distribution patents given to specific medication is actually not held in the by the same companies on the global marketplace. For example, some companies will hold the patent for a specific pharmaceutical in NA, which includes the United States of America and Canada, versus the rest of the world, and I believe Japan as well. So companies actually see the American marketplace as a totally separate marketplace. Therefore, there is no subsidization happening. Because if the American market was actually subsidizing the rest of the world, which, by the way, is ridiculous anyway, why the fuck would we do that? Okay, that would be ridiculous. The EU and the rest of the global marketplace patents would have to also be held by the same company. That also is something that you must consider. Even though most drugs have separate distribution patents, separate companies that own the rights to distribution in different marketplaces. So one company will maintain the ownership of the NA marketplace and Japan, whereas another company will own the global distribution. So if there was any sort of like price sharing, if there was any sort of like price subsidization occurring, then the same patent would have to be owned by the same company globally across the entire planet. It is also anti-capitalist to make this assumption. There is no way that you engage in this kind of subsidy across the board. You would just simply refuse to sell to the cheaper market. You would just not sell. If there was no profit to be made in the cheaper market, you would just not sell there. That's it. It's that simple. Because at the end of the day, that's just how capitalism works. If you can turn a profit, you go and you sell the product there. You go and you sell the commodity there. There is no gun to your head that forces you to sell drugs to in a marketplace that does not have enough money for you to turn profit. As a matter of fact, in many countries with socialized healthcare structures, there are certain drugs that are not available for this very specific reason. Unless there's a loss leader or regulatory reasons or whatever, but in general, yes. No, but there's no gun to the fucking, there's no gun being pointed at the head of like Merck or whatever. Unless you are trying to, yes, become a loss leader and engage in like predatory pricing in order to drive out the rest of the competition of the marketplace, which in pharmaceuticals is like already maintained through patents anyway. What do you mean? What isn't available? There are many countries where certain brand pharmaceuticals are not immediately available. Certain drugs are just not available. Why? Because the drug goes to the government, right? And the government says, okay, we will buy this. We will buy this drug. Iceland doesn't have Rogaine, for example. That might be different reasons, though. There might be like a regulatory reason for that. I don't think that's what the chatter was trying to say. He was saying subsidizing like they're extracting. No. The subsidization argument is a very specific argument created by the American Enterprise Institute as a talking point that the likes of Ben Shapiro repeat regularly. So no, I don't think that chatter was saying that. That their chatter was saying they're extracting more from the American population to increase profits overall. In the rest of the countries with socialized healthcare, they have a normal profit margin. The rest of the countries have ridiculous margins. In the U.S., no. The argument of subsidizing is the same exact argument that is the same exact dumbass argument that reactionary right-wing conservatives engage in when talking about the American military. We have the military that we have because we protect the rest of the world. So all those other countries have the capacity to spend on themselves, but we are so magnanimous that we are spending all that money that we could be spending on ourselves, like our healthcare, our infrastructure, our education system, all of which is crippled on our military. Those other countries do not have their own standing military and don't need to spend that much money on their own defense because we are doing it for them, is the argument that, ironically, America First conservatives make on a regular basis. Which, of course, isn't America First, it's America Last. It also fundamentally misunderstands why NATO exists. NATO doesn't exist because we are defending the rest of the world. NATO exists so we can command the rest of the world. NATO exists as a protection racket for this reason. But that argument isn't about the profit once made. It's that the profit incentive in the U.S. justifies the cost of clinical trials and whatnot that develop the drug. That argument is also false. We are now in the territory of old school HasanAbi content. I have addressed a lot of these talking points in a million different YouTube videos. You guys can find some of them on my YouTube. Just look up like socialized medicine, pharmaceutical prices, HasanAbi for more, for a more condensed, YouTube video on the matter. But I will address this argument as well. Profit incentives do not actually boost novel chemical compound discovery. As a matter of fact, the United States, in totality, being as large as it is and being as wealthy as it is, of course, still is leading the world in novel chemical compound discovery. However, if you look at and adjust per capita and look at the amount of money spent on novel chemical compound discovery versus how much novel chemical compounds are being discovered. The United States is not, I think it's in the top 10 still, but it is not at the top at all. I believe, I forget what it was. I forget which country was like number one. I think it might be like Switzerland potentially, or maybe not Switzerland. Also, most of, if not damn near all of, the novel chemical compound discovery occurs at the publicly funded research level. Companies will then go to these publicly funded research facilities that then will turn around and purchase the patent, sit on the patent, and then spend a shit ton of their money on both marketing and beyond the market, which should be illegal, by the way, beyond the marketing, spend it on research and development, right? And you immediately will probably think, well, research and development, see, Hasan, they're doing research and development. The reality of that research and development is that a big chunk of that R&D, this varies from company to company, but a big chunk of that R&D actually is finding new ways of delivering the same exact drug for the same exact reasons, for the same exact cure, for the same exact issues. Why is it so significant to find new mechanisms of delivery? Because that is a successful loophole in patent extension. These companies will say, we are sitting on this patent. We are going to max out on this patent. We're going to try to maximize the profits that we can get out of this patent that we now own. And the best way to do that, and the most reliable way to do that, is by trying to find different mechanisms of delivery of the drug. That is where a lot of the R&D goes to. Yet, for example, venlafaxine, an antidepressant, ran out of, and instead they used a metabolite of it called desvenlafaxine and patent and started selling it again, even though it's the same drug. Yeah. Novo Nordisk canceled Levemir insulin and will likely repatent it with another name. This is how companies engage in a practice called patent maxing. It's, you know, we just made that up in this community. Patent maxing is not a real term, but that is basically what they're doing. I guess the professional term for it is called evergreening. They minimally change the drug or delivery mechanism and renew the patents. As a matter of fact, profit incentives genuinely stifle innovation in the medical sector quite frequently, as a matter of fact. If you want to know how, sometimes companies, if they're at the precipice, pharmaceutical corporations, if they're at the precipice of if they're at the precipice of a patent no longer being able to be extended, will refuse to do additional pharmaceutical trials that might have different uses for the same medication. They stop those pharmaceutical trials because they recognize that they no longer can max out on the profit because a generic alternative is going to be readily available at the end of that patent. How a drug company made $114 billion by gaming the U.S. patent system. AbbVie, for years, delayed competition for its blockbuster drug Humira at the expense of patients and taxpayers. The monopoly is about to end. So, that is something that people need to take into account. As a matter of fact, the profit incentive does not work at the behest of innovation, but oftentimes will work against innovation. Doesn't the reverse of this kind of work against pharmaceutical companies kind of work? It's not exactly the same, but like Kirtland brand stuff will often go to the same exact manufacturers, Advil for the sake of example, and make the same exact thing, but sell it cheaper and call it Kirtland brand instead. Does this kind of work in fighting against it? What you are describing is the process of generics. Once the patent is off the market, once the patent can no longer be maintained by a company, generics come into play. And when generics come into play, the company will either stop completely distributing it, or I guess if they can still make money off of it, they greatly lower the price in order to compete against the generic version. However, due to the patent loophole seeking process that we just talked about called evergreening, this practice takes many decades. And as you know, when you are ill and you need medication, you do not have decades sometimes. That is why we say, that is why medicine is something with inelastic demand, as in, no matter what the supply looks like, people will need it, because if you don't take it, you die. Here is a video from Big Think, how pharmaceutical companies game the patent system.
Quote.
This is, by the way, this is straight up what people are talking about when they say, this is what people are talking about when they say R&D, like the amount of money that pharmaceuticals are spending on R&D is unimaginably high. This is what they're talking about. Now, there's obviously other regulatory aspects of this that make it super costly, like the amount of trials necessary to get FDA approval and the time it takes. There's certainly other aspects of this that make it super costly, but this is one of the major problems.
It's by a German economist from the 1700s, and it got translated into a book by a Cambridge professor, and it's called Kicking Away the Ladder. And the idea being is when you reach the top of the ladder, you kick it away so that no one can climb up it. And that's how the laws and the trade rules get framed in intellectual property, is you don't want someone to compete. So intellectual property really is about the political economy of comparative advantage and who holds the power and who really can then dictate how economies work in this modern economy. Pharmaceutical companies, typically what they will do in the small molecule space, which is the organic chemistry space, so there's a lot of products that are based on small compounds. What they'll typically do is they get the first patent on, and it's the broadest coverage to protect the area that they want to do the research in. And typically the first patent will cover
what is happening with this subtitle?
Which they screened. And then they will get into looking at which of those compounds have the best properties for the particular disease area they're going to look at. And then they will formulate it. And typically in the first patent, they will cover all those aspects broadly so that they've ring-fenced off the area so that nobody gets into that research space. And then typically then they'll add another patent, which will talk about how they deliver the product into the compound into the body. And then they will then find various ways to kind of tweak the dosage form. They'll say, well, we used to have 3 pills and we'll make it into 1. Or we will change the coating of the drug to get fast extended release. Now, people might say, well, something innovative in terms of putting 3 pills into 1. It never existed before for a particular product. That's inventive, that's innovative. I would say it's more innovative in the sense of somebody just applied it. But the basic science behind it has already been done, and it's known that it can be done. Now, science isn't exact, for example. Some things don't work with every particular chemical or every particular biologic. But largely, you would know to try it. It's been done before. You know that there's a route there. So for me, that is not an invention. That is probably maybe more innovation in the sense of I've taken existing science, I've reapplied it, I've come up with a different product. Now, for the purpose of the patent system, I don't think you should get 20 years for that. I think, yes, your investment should be rewarded. That's fine.
No, fuck that.
That, for me, is an incremental iteration of existing science,
No, fuck that. No. I think all of this should be completely devoid of the profit incentive. I think a lot of people misunderstand the reasons as to why we are so permanently, our brains are so permanently warped by a capitalist way of thinking that we think like the only reason why people do shit is so that they can make money. And I think that's ridiculous. And historically, it's untrue. It's ahistoric to assume that so many of the game-changing innovations in medicine that we take for granted now in modern medicine came from fucking researchers and still to this day, it comes from researchers, obviously publicly funded research, but like so many of that came from researchers that had massive breakthroughs that specifically never intended on, generating a shit ton of profit off of this shit.
Existing knowledge. The counter argument to that then is, well, if we don't give them something, if we don't give companies this incentive,
polio vaccine, insulin, I mean,
they won't come up with these slightly varied formulations. And my answer to that is fine, we want those, but you don't get 20 years for it. And I think that's where this one-size-fits-all, putting everything into the patent system as the incentive model is skewed now. Because companies have worked out how to game the system, and I think this is where we need to step back and realize, do we need a different model for those kind of low-hanging fruit type, slightly innovative tweaks? I don't call them inventions, because for me, innovation is a byproduct of invention. Invention comes first. That's the really new path-breaking science. Innovation is just commercializing it. When we use the term planned obsolescence, which was a strategy that developed during the Great Depression, because there was a need to keep people consuming. Consumption was low, investment was low, and so the term innovation, how do we keep people to buy the next color car? And we've seen that evolve with marketing, with better understanding of how consumers consume and the psychology. And so when I think of the term innovation, I don't see it as just progress or something that's new. I see it as a package of all these things. And so particularly when in the work that I do in the pharmaceutical field, the pharmaceutical industry is very astute at being able to say, well, we've got this new drug and it's innovative. And so really it's scientifically not new for the purpose of a patent. It may be useful in a different way. But what happens anyway is we muddy everything together, and so the extraction of monopolies as a result of the misuse of innovation is what concerns me the most. Now, there isn't a perfect definition of innovation because it can mean many different things to many people. But I feel in society today, we feel innovation is it's godlike, it's the king. It solves everything. It's our idea of progress. And a lot of it isn't progress. They're just incremental, but they're not inventions, which is what the patent system is about. And I think that's where we've muddied everything up. And I think deliberately so, because it's easier to claim an innovation. It's harder to claim an invention, because that's a higher bar.
I'm part of a team that helped develop a new breakthrough therapy for a very rare, albeit deadly and absolutely devastating pediatric cancer. I was never driven by the salary. I didn't personally think of the new therapy and barely made any money, $47K a year. I was seeing the mothers of patients cry when the cancer came back. That motivated me. Yeah. Exactly. People are so far. It's ironic because a lot of times it's not the fucking researchers that are like saying, I'm doing this for the money, big dog, give me the money. It's always like a fucking salaryman working as an accountant that's making that assumption. You know what I mean? It's never the researchers that are like, no, I'm doing this specifically for the money. Projection maxing? Yes. It's so funny because it's so funny because it ultimately is just like it's pure projection from people who are obviously stuck in these jobs they fucking despise. Anyway. Yeah, innovation is an inherently bad investment. That's why high-risk novel research is done in publicly funded research labs and not by big pharma. The capitalism drives innovation lovers are always wrong. Yup. Our brains are so yeah, okay. I don't wanna watch this fucking video a million times over, this time in like 3p. Okay. All right. So this conversation I don't think has anything to do with fucking Benjamin Netanyahu until like the last 3 minutes we got debated. And but at least we had somewhat productive conversation about, you know, patent trolling in the field of medicine. Anyway, this is sometimes wrong. Patents are perfect for innovation. You just need to have the process behind it well regulated. For example, see wireless communication. What? All right, we're moving on. We are now moving into Putin, Pootie Poo, who met with Kim Jong-un, two goats, two anti-imperialist goats, collaborating in North Korea. Let's take a look.
Summit that's raising alarms in the West. Russian President Vladimir Putin met with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un today in North Korea's capital after a lavish welcoming ceremony, and they vowed to build a strong front against the U.S. and deepen their military ties. Elizabeth Palmer reports.
Kim Jong-un was at the airport waiting for President Putin. The greeting may have been warm, but these are allies of convenience. The so-called strategic partnership they just signed pledges each will defend the other if attacked. But U.S. officials believe Russia, above all, wants a steady supply of North Korean weapons to use in Ukraine. Bad news for the U.S. and its allies.
We are very much concerned about this because this is what's keeping the war going.
North Korea, in spite of the lavish show it put on for Putin, is one of the poorest countries on the planet. It could bargain for Russian food, oil, or more ominously, technology for its missile and nuclear programs. In this summit, the world is watching a dangerous new axis take shape between two dictators who will stop at nothing to stay in power. For CBS Mornings, I'm Elizabeth Palmer.
You don't think gun violence is a big issue in our
that's
district.
ridiculous.
That's what you said.
That's ridiculous.
Well, maybe we should have treated them better. Just saying. Maybe we should stop pushing people, pushing all of our enemies into the arms of one another. I don't know. People were in the chat asking, like, why is Cuba doing this? When we were talking about Cuba having, like, welcoming and offering a warm reception to, like, Russian nuclear submarines and shit. And it's like, bro, why wouldn't they? Same goes for, like, all of the people that are pro-Russia and pro-Palestine at the same time, which is like seemingly the position of the global South in many respects, because they see Ukraine. Well, like, that's a ridiculous assessment to make if you're in the Western world. If you're living in America, by the way, I'm just going to point that out. The Jackson Hinkle attitude is ridiculous. It's like automatically campist. And I think it's more complex than, especially when talking about like Russia, than the way that like the global South views it. But the way the global South views it is like a mechanism of self-preservation. They see Russia as like doing shit to fuck with American authority and American influence globally. And they like it because why shouldn't they like it? America's fucked them over. Why wouldn't they? Of course they appreciate that. If you want these countries to have some kind of allegiance to your dominance, then you have to make your dominance be fruitful for them, and you can't dominate them. That's it. You can't keep, name one country that America has fucked over. Literally every single one. All of them. I can't name one country America hasn't fucked over. I guess maybe Israel, but the only country America hasn't fucked over is America has even fucked over America. We just talked about the American for-profit healthcare industry. Every day we talk about how America fucks Americans over on this broadcast, and everybody loves it when I talk about that. And then they turn around and chirp. Anyway. How does the war in Ukraine weaken the U.S. in any capacity? Can you lay it out on me? Or is there a video I can watch? I think the way that people see it is that Russia is interfering with like global American dominance. I'm not saying this is my opinion, by the way. I'm simply saying that the reason why people are just like fuck America unconditionally is because America's fucked them over. So they're like, yeah, these guys are against America. So they must be doing something right, is the attitude that a lot of countries have. A lot of countries that rarely ever get discussed in mainstream news, but people are shocked whenever they like vote along Russian boundaries. When it comes down to like the UN. They think of Russia's actions as like, they think of Russia as a counterweight. I think they're wrong at the end of the day. I don't think Russia is interested in being like this is not the Soviet Union.
That's what you said.
Anyway, let's talk about race, guns, and Israel. Bowman and Latimer's heated debate moments. Dude, it's the way that you can analyze it is like the West African nations that have like that are currently welcoming with open arms like Wagner militia groups, right? Wagner paramilitary mercenaries into their countries. Why are they doing that? Because like if you're a West African nation that's been colonized by France, for example, you look at the lesser evil, or at least the enemy that you do not know. Maybe they will be an enemy down the line. All things considered, you know, Russia has a lot of evil that they can do to get to the same level as France, for example, or the same level as America from their perspective. Although their actions are exploitative in almost the identical terms, especially when it comes to Wagner. Like, oh, we give you a little bit of security. We give you an opportunity to like remove yourself by force from the Western sphere of influence, but then you give us the fucking mining contracts that you previously gave to Western nations. That's it. It's the same exact shit. And to them, they're like, well, these guys have been fucking us over historically for a century, so maybe we'll just try the new group. That's it. Do you understand? A better example that is like well within the confines of morality that you can understand, is like no longer working with the World Bank or the IMF and trying to secure Chinese loans instead. Why are they doing that? Well, because it's simple. They're offering better loans, better conditions, and have demonstrated a tendency to forgive when countries can't fucking pay those loans. Why wouldn't countries with natural resources take a better deal? A reality that even American economists and American State Department officials are coming to terms with. Wagner is not China's Silk Road. Yes, that's why I'm saying that there's like, that's why I gave you one example of a partnership that is done with a group that is doing the exact same shit that America is doing, but doesn't have the same historical evil that America has committed. And then I gave you an example of a partnership that is otherwise just simply economic with a country that isn't doing the same kind of like military involvement with the extraction of natural resources coming on the other side of it. Anyway. If we weren't so arrogant as to assume that these countries would never develop to a degree where they can make their own minds and have a sense of autonomy and have a sense of sovereignty and have another alternative out there for loans, we would have perhaps treated them better. Dude, you guys have to be genuinely listening to like studio headphones. The one time you hear me chew, like for like even a microsecond, you start chirping. It's crazy. I have historically the best motherfucking noise gate in the game. Okay? The best noise gate in the game. It is genuinely not audible. You have to be, you know what, dude? You won't hear any of the fucking noise coming from my mouth from my chewing noises at the top of the hour, okay? You'll hear instead whatever fucking ad is running right now. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Fuck you.
Let's talk about how you rush to the scene to get press coverage when there's a tragedy. No, that's exactly right.
Yeah,
you
but
laugh.
see, you're nowhere to be found.
You're nowhere to be found. You talk about the needs of part of the district, and you completely ignore. You don't mention Asian. You don't mention people who are not black or brown. There's a whole district, Jamal, that you've ignored.
The gun violence that happens in our district comes from guns that are trafficked into our district.
My turn.
Not at gun shows.
My turn. Do you see why he's an ineffective congressman?
Why?
He
Because I raised my
argues.
voice?
No, because he
the people
argues.
in here understand passion. They know that we need passion in this moment.
You need to be
want to
able
go to Washington and play nice with Marjorie Taylor Greene?
No, you vote with her, so why shouldn't you play nice with her? When you work in a legislative body, you need to form coalitions with people. You need to have their respect. You need to talk to them as normal people. You can't preach and scream at them on the steps of the Capitol.
The angry black man.
Let's stay on topic,
It's the
please.
Southern strategy in the North.
stay on-
He's a millionaire funded by billionaires governing for the wealthy.
I am not a millionaire. I own a home in Westchester County, and homes in Westchester County are routinely priced at $1 million. That is all that I own.
You're the #1 recipient of AIPAC money in the country.
And why do you think that is?
AIPAC is funded by right-wing Republicans who want to destroy our democracy.
He's so right. He's so fucking right. By the way, wait, Whitmer News leaked on Majority Report?
Cat from Portland, Oregon. Cat? So I'm using
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. What's your name from Portland?
Kett, K-E-T-T.
Kett.
Which is Kett, which is a shortening of my last name, which will be relevant in a minute. Because I'm calling with some George Latimer gossip that's, maybe 10 years out of date. But this guy, sorry, I'm a little nervous. I've been listening to you guys for years now, and I've tried to call a couple times. This is my first time getting through.
Well, I'm nervous too.
Yeah,
that's why we tried to avoid picking up the phone from you.
Well, okay. So my aunt is a judge in Westchester County.
Okay.
By the name of Susan Kettner. And so this is like 10 plus years ago at this point. I think they might still be together. To my understanding, Latimer is married.
Okay.
But just has an arrangement with his wife and was dating my aunt. And he came to one of our dysfunctional family Christmas events.
Okay.
And to give you the family dynamic, it's like you have to imagine a not quite as affluent cast of Arrested Development who are just
So to be clear here, because I just want to make sure, I want to make sure we're distinguishing, and I should say, I don't know who you are. This is a phone call. People should always understand that we take these phone calls. Anybody could call in. But you're saying that you've actually met Latimer at a family function because he was...
Yes, because he was is still in, I believe, an extramarital relationship with my aunt. So this is wild. So this is probably 2011, 2012, because my grandmother was still alive. So all my aunts and uncles at this point, they kind of, don't get along with each other, but everyone spends the holidays together, and they're all sniping at each other. My grandparents outside the family were New York Country Club Republicans. All their kids are Blue Dog Democrats. And so this guy shows up, and it was a big deal that my aunt was dating someone because she'd been single for a really long time.
Okay.
And this guy shows up in the middle of our Christmas deal that was at my aunt's house that year. And what a piece of shit. He's just terrible, but not in an overtly racist, offensive way, but I've never met someone in my life who was more of a stereotype of a politician, because he came into a room where everyone was has decades of built up resentments and tension getting through the holidays, and he comes in just thinking he can win everyone over and just campaigned. He campaigned for the entire through get to know you, opening presents, dinner, the whole 9 yards, and he was trying so hard. And the thing that was sort of gratifying, and I don't get along with basically.
Wow. I guess we're getting mad at people for one, having sex and having swag nowadays. Excuse me.
Anyone on that side of the family, and haven't talked to anyone in
many years. Sounds like it, and certainly I got news for you. If you were hoping for some type of reconciliation, I think that's out the window.
Light the torch. I am fine with that bridge being burned. That's totally cool.
It feels like it.
But yeah, but to their credit, it was like watching a comic crash and burn, because that guy campaigned so hard and he couldn't move anyone.
Well, we just found an article in Talk of the Sound from 2021. George Latimer gal pal Sue Kettner lands six-figure county job.
Good for her.
And
some interesting
she pushed
stuff
me in
about
the pool when I was 7, so whatever.
Some interesting stuff about Latimer getting in a car crash, apparently racing to meet her before a campaign event, and there's some interesting gossip, so I appreciate it.
It's an
yeah. No,
Latimer's long-standing personal relationship with Kettner has been an open secret in Westchester politics for years, with Latimer and Kettner often seen together at various political fundraising events. I mean, it's sort of weird that if what you're saying is true, and I have no way of validating it, is there anything you could tell me about your that exchange that might be, you'd have some unique information about Latimer that would sort of indicate that maybe this is actually true? I mean, you just talked about your cousin, your aunt. I mean, this is pretty, let's put it this way, like to hire somebody when you're county super of Westchester, to hire somebody that you're romantically involved in for 140 grand a year seems a little, I don't know, inappropriate.
And not surprising at all, because the way that whole corner of my life, that all people in that family, it's all back scratching. That's all politics is. It's just them doing favors for one another. What do you owe one another, and then what will you do? What will you bend over and give?
Do you know if your aunt is still working for the county? Did you even know that she was working for the county?
I have no idea. Like, I knew that she was a judge, and I knew that her opponents, like, this is the last gossip, 10 years ago or so, that when she was rerunning, people were defacing her yard campaign signs with calling her a slut, and it's so yeah, ridiculous. And honestly, I have no, it's not like I have any moral outrage about an open marriage. That's cool, but they weren't cool with it in a progressive way.
I have no problem with him having whatever, an open marriage or whatever arrangement it is. That's all personal, but you're not supposed to hire your girlfriend.
Don't hire the polycule.
For a sweet county job when you retire, after she's probably getting her judge pension too. I don't know. That seems.
Yeah. So.
This is why Eric Adams is the superior polycule guy. To my knowledge, he has not hired anyone from the polycule that he operates. Also in Westchester, mind you. What is happening in Westchester? Why are so many of the poly conservative, corrupt, small d Democrats always out there in fucking Westchester just bumping ugly, dude? Some freak ass shit. For those of you who do not know, I have been a firm believer, according to my journalist friends in New York, in the Eric Adams maintains a polycule. It's an open secret in New York that Eric Adams has a polycule where I believe his wife and his girlfriend live in the same house, I think, even. Yeah, Westchester, more like Sexchester.
Anyways, yeah, I had to spend a Christmas with him, and he was just a total piece of crap. And yeah, so just hearing his name pop up on your show, probably the first time a month or two ago, when you guys first started mentioning that this race was coming up, and I'm just oh shit, that guy, I just felt this personal, I'm oh, that guy sucks.
Wow.
Not just in a.
Wow.
Obviously his policies are terrible and everything he's doing are terrible, but just personally, I was that guy was just not cool.
He handed his side piece $136,000 a year.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Left is best. Anarchy and peace. Bye.
All right, thanks. Interesting.
Why don't I have chatters like this? Huh? Why is Bowman being specifically targeted by attempts to unseat him? He's seen as a weaker. He's seen as a weaker person in terms of the rest of the squad. Him and Corey Bush. And because all members of the squad have actually been outspoken against Israel. But Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush have been under like right-wing attack and have like more mainstream right-wing profiles written on them. And I think that they have like, there's a better opportunity to unseat them. Yeah, they also redrew the district lines as well. So AIPAC saw this as an opportunity to do a show of force and dump a shitload of funds, outspending Jamal Bowman 20-1. Like from what I understand, if you're in the tri-state area, like there is not a single fucking piece of TV that you can watch without an attack ad against Jamal Bowman. Yeah. AIPAC is given tens of millions of dollars. It is really fucked up. And I think they're doing this to just basically show the rest of the country that if you speak out against Israel, we'll do this to you. Now, obviously, they can't do this to like AOC. They have tried to do this to Ilhan Omar. It failed. So I think the reason why they're doing it again is because they think that they can maybe get one W. Because ultimately they try to make an example out of people. And then if they are successful, like if the people that they're trying to make an example of, like Summer Lee, for example, are successful in their re-election campaigns or in their election campaigns in general, then ultimately they just back away from it and then move on to someone who they can actually, or to a race that they can actually influence. And I think that's what's going on with the Jamal Bowman race right now, where the moneyed interest is so overwhelming, so unimaginably overwhelming on the Latimer side, with so many outward right-wing Republicans funding the race and dumping funds in the race, and AIPAC and other subsidiaries of AIPAC dumping funds in the race, that they're outspending Jamal Bowman 20-1. Latimer is a right-wing charlatan who is obviously a major dick rider of Israel. But beyond being a major dick rider Israel, Latimer has said things like how he's not going to raise taxes on the wealthy, which is a ridiculous thing to fucking say when you're in that district, even though it does have Westchester in it now as well, or parts of it regardless. The fact that Latimer will be anything other than a Joe Manchin type of Democrat is ridiculous. But of course, it doesn't matter, because in the mainstream media, we rarely ever punish right-wing Democrats that are ruining the Joe Brandon agenda. And we spend all of our time, all of our effort, all of our initiative on what we perceive as left-wing spoilers, progressive spoilers. The media spends all their time and all their effort shitting on left-wing spoilers and never on the actual center right, like Kirsten Sinema. Speaking of AIPAC money, they bought a Times Square ad against AOC. Conservative group backs AOC primary challenger with Times Square billboard 100K media spend. P.S. Too bad. Vote Democrat Martin Dolan now. P.S. Too bad you pushed out 25,000 Amazon jobs because you're about to need one. Why? Why is it always like this? Like, this is like Jew Belong. Have you guys ever seen the Jew Belong campaign? Why are these fucking centrist Democrats so goddamn cringe? Like, do they not have a single fucking decent marketing person? A conservative small business advocacy group is getting behind far left Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Remember when college was about losing your virginity and not losing your mind? Jubilee, like as in the group, the advocacy group, Jubilee, J-E-W belong. And they have all these like fucking idiotic billboards that I think end up backfiring on them because it makes them look fucking cringe as hell. Oh, another wonderful moment. Democrat George Latimer questioned about deleted Facebook post comparing Andrew Cuomo to Emmett Till. Latimer is also racist as fuck. He has said he has used Jamal Bowman being black. Even in that short compilation you saw, he made an inference to that, being like, oh, you only care about the blacks in your neighborhood and not the Asians and not the Jews. He said that, if you remember, even in this short compilation. The media is absolutely dick riding Latimer, by the way, in the way that they conduct these debates. Hillary Clinton has backed George Latimer. George Latimer has also talked about how Jamal Bowman is more interested in getting votes from the Detroit types, or sorry, he said not Detroit. He said Michigan, Dearborn. He talked about like Jamal Bowman caring more about the Dearborn vote than his own district. Once again, I hope that Hillary Rodham Clinton has another Elliot Engel moment here. Hillary Clinton is backing this person as well. Yeah, he said, George Latimer said, Jamal Bowman cares more about the San Francisco votes than the Dearborn votes, which is very interesting to say because obviously San Francisco and Jamal Bowman's district are supposedly aligned on political principles. Latimer is also a huge Islamophobe. Tlaib is not from Dearborn, does not live in Dearborn, did not even represent Dearborn before 2022 redistricting. Is obvious why Latimer keeps mentioning it. Asked about his infamous Dearborn comment, Latimer says it was regarding Bowman's JFC with JFC with Representative Rashida Tlaib. The reason why I use Dearborn, Michigan is not because of the Islamic presence there. He said the Islamic presence there. This is an example of using race as a weapon. As previously reported, the entirety of the 30,000 sum raised through that joint fundraising committee, is so far from New York donors. Tlaib has poured $500,000 over her more than 5 million war chest into Justice Democrats election funds. For what it's worth, I pulled campaign finance of both Bowman and Latimer. Overall, Jamal Bowman only received $1,800 from Dearborn, Michigan, from 4 donors. He received 0 from San Francisco. Meanwhile, Latimer received 19 donations of more than $12,000 from San Francisco. That's also funny. Conversely, Bowman also received cash from all those places Latimer describes. Bowman received 31 donations from Tuckahoe this cycle, 75 contributions from Scarsdale, though he's not received money from Harrison. Important addendum from MetsGov. Bowman has received money from SF. It just didn't show up on the searchable FEC tool that I checked. Turns out Bowman's gotten $79,500 as of June 5th. By the way, that does make sense because San Francisco politics is supposed to resemble Bowman's district. What the fuck are we talking about? You are not a right-wing conservative running in a fucking red district. You are a Democrat trying to primary another Democrat in an otherwise progressive district. The notion that we're fucking, what is this? Oh, 40 minutes until Kendrick? Yeah, I'm not going to be able to watch it, by the way. They said they would ban me if I rewatch it. They said they would even, Twitch is like, Amazon is very serious about redistribution. They won't let us watch it at all. No reacts. Anyway, yeah, that's George Latimer. Do everything you can for this primary. Help Jamal Bowman out. Put some campaign contributions. Door knock if you can, if you're in the district. Phone bank if you can't. Door knock. This is not just a war against progressives. This is a war against the truth. This is like very obviously, very clearly, very deliberately AIPAC trying to influence American domestic politics once again, as it does with regular frequency. This is about AIPAC trying to get a dub anywhere they can. And if Jamal Bowman wins, then it's a major blow to AIPAC. It's a major waste of investment for them. And I would like to see that. What do you think about the LGBTQ members say that they're coming after your children? What? Like coming after your children? What are you talking about? Like, how do you think that? Please elaborate. Like, what? What do you think is happening? The ADL is strongly criticizing Wikipedia's decision to label the top Jewish civil rights groups as an unreliable source. Yeah, top Jewish civil rights group. Suck my dick, CNN. Anyway, let's continue. AIPAC is funded by right-wing Republicans who want to destroy democracy.
Hakeem Jeffries, Greg Meng, Richie Torres, Adriano Espaillat, and most of the Congressional Black Caucus.
It is Grace Meng and Greg Meeks. Okay, that's who you meant to refer to.
These are all congressmen of color. These individuals are supported by the same people that he says are racist.
They also support 109 insurrectionists. Just because you have a few black friends doesn't make you anti-racist.
Thank you.
Ahmed is on the move.
There's some funny shit in here too. John Oliver on Project 2025.
So.
Let's do it.
This time, though.
I just wish, unironically, there isn't a day that goes by where I don't wish that we didn't live in that we lived in a fucking in a universe of the conservatives' imagination. Like, can you imagine if like the Democratic Party was like actively funding revolutionary sentiment being expressed in our fucking institutions all the way from kindergarten to college? Like, how insane would that be? Acid Gots, Hasan is rich smile. Yes, dude, I am. You got a problem? Suck my dick. Okay. I'm rich. I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. Be gone, peasant. Okay. How about that? Put some respect on it. If you are the number one defender of capitalism, remember your fucking place. Remember your class position. Don't speak out of turn. To them, revolutionary means reality. They live in an alternative reality, remember? It's just so fucking insane. They literally talk about, like, I think it's crazy because they so openly can just, like, talk about fucking genuinely manipulating the institutions and sometimes even directly destroying them, like the education department, while simultaneously projecting about how Democrats have done this like infiltration. Bro, you're openly advocating to infiltrate these places, and if you can't infiltrate it, you gotta fucking destroy it entirely. Like, what do you mean? It's always projection. Reactionaries always use projection as their number one tool. Always. Oh, dude, Democrats, they're court packing. They're court packing. They're court packing. Bitch, what do you mean they're court packing? Look at the Supreme Court. You packed it. Look at the Federalist Society. A 40-year project that has been very successful. So successful that it's actually hurt the Republican Party dramatically, but it doesn't matter. It's been a successful effort to undermine the judiciary, not legislative body, to undermine the judiciary, to basically openly and deliberately do court packing. The irony of becoming a socialist after growing up conservative is realizing how few people are actually socialists. I know. Do conservatives have schizophrenia? That is the craziest and coolest way that I've ever heard someone spell a word. That is schizophrenia? Like, are they squids? Yes, judiciary undermines the legislative too, obviously. The real conservative Project 2025 is something that I've talked about quite frequently for especially the past couple of years, when I recognized somewhere along the way in the Trump administration, I started noticing, or maybe it was even before the Trump administration, I just started noticing that the Republicans had no interest in utilizing the legislative body at all, and that they wanted to get their will across in an area where they can more easily redistrict and dominate, which is states at the state level. Republicans can dominate the state Senate and the state House of Representatives and basically push for whatever their agenda is at the state level. And then the second part comes into play. The judiciary comes into play only after they've already dominated at the state level. Yeah, which is crazy given they're way overrepresented in the legislative via Senate and gerrymandering. Exactly. So regardless of the fact that they're way overrepresented in the legislative body, it's not enough, because the legislative body is not always going to be able to have this kind of impact on or the impact that they want, because the cruelty is the point. The goals are unimaginably bad. The goals are unimaginably restrictive. If you have the House of Representatives and the Senate duking it out to, like, fucking, I don't know, kill teenagers that want to get an abortion, that's going to be a real problem. CNN is going to cover it. But you can do that in the state of Mississippi and then have a Democratic administration's lawyers come and sue, take it all the way up to from the state Supreme Court, all the way to the fucking lower courts, to the federal court structure, all the way to the Supreme Court. And if you have justices and judges along the way that you have spent 40 fucking years putting into positions of power, they have a successful track of bringing it in front of the goddamn Supreme Court of the United States, which is currently packed as a supermajority conservative organization. And that is how they dominate. They don't have to do shit at the federal level. They can just claim states' rights. Now, of course, this won't stop them from engaging in actions that impact everyone at the federal level when they're in power. Yeah. But ultimately, that is precisely how this works. That is how they've been doing it. And that actually brings me to the point I was making about Project 2025. Project 2025 is not new. I mean, they've branded it and are openly saying they're going to do it. And I don't think the Democrats are fear-mongering when they point to it. This is basically calling out your shot before you take it. They're flexing. But it's no different than what they've been doing, okay? They've been doing this. They have an ideological commitment to fascism. They have an ideological commitment to fascism, which is hyper-capitalist Christian nationalism in this country. Okay? That is the way that fascism manifests in this nation, just like the late, great, oh my God, I'm forgetting, George Carlin once said, fascism doesn't come with swastikas in this country, it comes with a fucking smiley face. Okay? Draped up in the American flag with the Bible. This is just a way to basically tell all the soldiers who know how to read, who aren't too inbred, this is how we're going to do it. The reality, however, is that this is what they've been doing in perpetuity, for as long as I've known American politics. This is not new. So the question is, what has the Democratic Party done against it? What has the Democratic Party done against it in this last cycle, or even before? The answer is nothing, or at least not much. People always be like, Hasan, why are you eating on stream? This motherfucker's always eating in his TikToks. But that's not why I hate him. He's the classic. He is such a fucking TikTok slimeball. I hate this piece of shit so much. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. I have so many feelings in my heart. I have so many words that I want to say that I can't. This fucking smarmy, arrogant, bad tan Patrick Bateman lookalike motherfucker who I think he made a fucking failure of a dating app too. Like that's the only thing that he has to his name is like a right-wing dating app that didn't work. Because why the fuck would anyone want to date right-wingers? Stupid ass bitch is popping on TikTok. He pops off on TikTok, okay? The right stuff. Yeah, that's right. This fucking used car dealership owner, fail son, looking ass bitch is a part of Project 2025. But that's not the only reason why I hate him. I hate him because he is so fucking annoying. He just sits around at a Denny's or whatever and will take a bite out of his fucking fried chicken and go, ugh. What's up with trans people? Aren't they fucking gross? And then it's like everybody loves it. But that's not the reason why I hate him. I hate him so much worse. I hate him so much more when he has those fucking TikToks where he'll be like, why is America wasting so much time and energy defending a whole ass different foreign country like Israel instead of defending our homeless veterans? That's why I hate this motherfucker, because I know he's a part of the Republican Party infrastructure. He is the most rapacious scumbag who fucking absolutely loves Israel, but will unironically, knowing full fucking well that on TikTok you can pop off shitting on Israel, uses that to gain momentum and get all these fucking dumbasses to follow along. What is this?
To the trans community, you can keep pretending you're women, but at 40, you're still going to need a prostate exam.
Well, at least they don't need Freddy Fazbear, because this one kid needed Freddy Fazbear in 1987, and Freddy bit him, and it hurt him real bad. They call it the night.
What the fuck is this? What the fuck did you guys just send me? What the fuck is going on? What am I looking at, dude? Why? What are you fucking sending me, bro? What the fuck is happening? No, it's done. I know it will technically ban myself as well. We're banning autism in the broadcast. We're done. I'm done. I will no longer, I am going to take a vaccine that will cure me of my autism, just like the vaccine that I took that gave me autism. There will be inevitably another vaccine that will cure me of the autism that I have from the original vaccine that gave me gay autism. What is happening? Why did you send this to me? It's a bit, bro. I know it's a bit. All right, we're going to go back. I just banned myself, dude. Fuck it. Let me tell you, baby. Ain't nobody's coming after my motherfucking Zen, okay? The woke-ass California government, the woke-ass nanny state, the woke-ass fucking nanny state can try to come after me. Come and take it, motherfucker. Come and fucking take it, motherfucker. That's right. Ain't nobody's gonna tell me how to live. You know what? Actually, I gotta do it. I gotta get in the mood. Hold on. One second.
Fuck all you hoes! Detroit till I die, motherfucker! Talking all that bullshit.
Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live.
I'm a moonshine sipper, straight slipping in the darkness. Far from heartless, I'm more like the sharpest tool in the shed. No, I've never been the smartest, but make no mistake, I hit the fucking hardest. Devil without a cause, you heard me screaming, and 20 years later, bitch, I still fucking mean it. Fucker, you ain't never met a motherfucker like this. Kiss my ass, then you can suck a dick. Sideways, my way, or the highway. Listen up, ain't nothing changed here, I still don't give a fuck. So what the fuck's up with all the backlash? You snowflakes, here's a news flash.
Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live. Come and take it, motherfucker.
Years ago, we all thought it was a joke, see? That every kid got a motherfucking trophy. But yo, homie, here's a situation. A nation of pussies is our next generation. And these minions and their agendas, every opinion has a millennial offended. But this amendment one, it rings true. And if you don't dissent, bitch, then see number 2. Ain't nothing new, right? Church, wrong pew. Get a clue, accrue your fake news and views. Can all get the bottom of my motherfucking shoe. I'm the last of a few, still screaming, fuck you.
Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live. Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live. Oh, I'm gonna soar like an eagle. My wings will carry me away. I got the roar of a lion, and I get stronger every day. Hell yeah, baby! Come and take it, government! Woo! 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 They got a pit bull! They put the glasses on the goddamn pit bull, man! That's right!
You never tell me shit, you'll never flip my script, because I'm more outrageous than the Vegas Strip. You're like Mayberry, bitch, I'm hard and crisp, high risk, hillbilly, but I'm filthy rich. You're like really vanilla,
What's up,
kinda
Kyle?
silly as shit. I'm like shotgun Willie, smoking Phillies and shit. I'm like Reverend Ron, or David Lee Roth, like Springsteen, bitch, I'm the motherfucking boss. James Dean shit, I'm more like Brad Pitt, a little less pretty, but I slang more dick. I twang more riffs, I slide through grass, I rip more lines than a 10-pound bass. Pass the mic, I'm like slow gin fizz. It ain't nobody, ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live.
We had to do this. Sorry. I had to do that. That was a little break. I think this is why a lot of people think I'm conservative. Actually, good song. Nice to take a break from all that woke garbage. I know. I love when my favorite musician shits on millennials. No one thinks you're conservative. Shut up. No. Like, are you kidding me? Have you not seen the sensitive types all over fucking Twitter that unironically do the zins and say as though I own guns, chew tobacco, and drive a truck? Why are you never clipped out of context when you transform into a right-winger? What do you mean? I am never clipped out of context when I'm transforming into a right-winger, because I'm not transforming into a right-winger. It is in context. I am a right-winger. I'm calling CPS for Kaya. That's so funny. She does not give a fuck. Anyway. Wait, did he actually say that? Did he actually say, can we not ignore the fact that Kid Rock said you can suck a dick sideways my way? Did he actually say that, or are you trying to debate me at the top of the hour with a 3-minute ad break? Like, be for real. Did he actually? Does he actually say that in the lyrics? So he likes. Does he? So he sucks. He eats corn, and like the way he sucks dick, not the long way, but the side way. Is that what it is? Happy Pride, I guess. Go to 226. Oh, fuck. I added a bookmark. How do I delete the bookmark? Fuck. Kiss my ass, then you can suck a dick sideways, my way, or the highway. Okay, so he says it like that, so it doesn't technically count. Anyway. People do think you're conservative. What? Hasan Piker is a conservative. Since Hasan Piker opposes giving more aid to Ukraine in their fight against Imperial Russia alongside supporting right-wing economic policies of the Chinese Communist Party, since he said that 100% pro-China, he means that Hasan Piker is basically a far-right conservative, especially since both Russia and Saudi Arabia have all supported the right-wing governments of both Israel currently and Hamas in order to create more conflict in the region alongside the U.S. I mean, everybody's like joking, I think. I think this person is doing satire. That's why you should never link Reddit. Anyway, let's get back to my favorite. As you guys are pointing out in the chat, the unimaginable amount of unfettered, unrestricted, straightforward, openly white supremacist Nazi content that goes viral. And I say viral because like a lot of that shit is botted regardless. But even then, even if it wasn't botted, like the fact that the platform is putting that up as like prominent examples of the kinds of content that they love seeing on there and allow to thrive on there. The fact that all of that exists on Twitter is so bad. Okay? It is unimaginably bad. Every fucking other day, my For You page, when I log on to my desktop to get started on my day, I'm like, ooh, let's take a look at what's going on my For You page. Maybe I'll get a better understanding of what the fuck's going on. Maybe I'll get a better understanding of what the fuck is happening in the world. And immediately I see like a white supremacist account being like, America used to be better when there was more white on black violence and less black on white violence. I'm not making this up. That was a legitimate account that Elon Musk responds to on a regular basis. There was a dude. What's the name of that fucking account? You guys know. Where's Megaphonics when you goddamn need him? This motherfucker's never around when you finally... It's not end wokeness. It's like that scientific racism account that Elon Musk sometimes comments on. It's like I-40 or something. I don't know what it's called. But they were straight up posting. He was like, that account was straight up being like, yeah, America was so much better when there was anti-black violence versus, oh, yeah, Eyelash O. Oh, he replied to it. 10K likes. It's true that things have changed since the 1950s. 1950s, blacks killed about 600 more whites each year than whites killed blacks. Now, blacks kill nearly 1,500 more whites each year than whites kill blacks. I like that he hid the likes, but was like, you know, I need people to know that I like this. I found it, but another chatter found it faster than me. I'm cooked. Yeah, Megaphonics. Concerning. Independent and data-driven cognitive decoupling radical centrists, monitoring hyperpartisan thinking, blank slatism, culture and culture wars, and race. I like that the data guy, okay? I like that the data guy, classic data guy thing, when you're just like a regular data guy and you talk about how many more black people are killing white people in a country that has steadily maintained an 80 to 70% white majority population. Okay, he's a data guy. I wonder why more black people are killing white people than white people killing black people. Perhaps that might have something to do, nothing with like race in and of itself, and everything to do with the fact that this country is 80% white. It's all, you're killing people in general. And yes, it is infinitely, statistically more likely that the person that is being killed in this country is going to be a white person. What the fuck are we talking about? Scrolling through Eve Evans' profiles, just an art gallery of Elon being racist. Okay, you don't have to do that, Megaphonics. You don't have to try to salvage the situation. I asked you for a thing and you failed to deliver. Okay, you have disappointed me thoroughly. Don't try to fucking come in here and you know, post other Elon related shit now. You had your shot and you fucking boofed it. So this shit will just repeat in 2029. What the fuck do we do when liberals just use Project 2029 and pressure? No, that's the whole point. The whole point is that, like, it's not just about like voting for the Democrats to save the country, because that's not going to happen. It's just not going to work. Like, go ahead. Think that like voting for Democrats will save. Think that voting for Democrats are going to save the country is not going to work. What do you make of the liberal line that if Trump wins, democracy is over forever? I'm not so certain, but I do know personally that we don't necessarily have a real democratic process to begin with. And we should perhaps work extra hard on, you know, developing some sort of foundation for it so it doesn't crumble. Anyway. So what's your take on Project 2025? I mean, I think John Oliver addressed it, kind of, which is that Project 2025 is not new, nor is it unique. I addressed it as well, for the record. Project 2025 is not new. It's not unique. It is basically just a newer sticker that they slapped onto it. That's it. It has been at the heart of the Republican Project for quite some time. They're outbreeding the left. Yeah. We are going to outbreed the left, cry more libs. I can't tell if this is a real account or if this is a meme, because who is gonna fuck you, Chaya Reichik? You are literally a 37-year-old Orthodox Jewish woman who is unmarried. Okay? What are we talking about? And most likely a lesbian too. Like, what are we talking about? You had the opportunity to outbreed the left, I guess. You failed. The fuck do you mean you're gonna outbreed the left? Who's we? Nothing wrong with that age? No, there is nothing wrong with being a 37-year-old woman, nor being a 37-year-old Orthodox woman. It's just that if your goal is to like outbreed the left, when the fuck are you gonna do that? You had every opportunity to do so and you failed. Do you know anything about the community that Chaya Reichik is a part of? It's long gone, her opportunity. She should have started 15 years ago if she wanted to put real numbers on the board. Yeah. Also, famous leftists never have conservative parents. Yeah. Myself included, mind you. Yeah, we are going to outbreed the left. She's only 27. She's 29. Okay. Okay, I take it back. She's not 37. She's actually 55 for Orthodox Jewish marriage standards. Okay? The fuck? It's very, very conservative and very traditionalist. I was wrong when I said 37. I was being too nice. What are you talking about? I'm not even talking specifically about her like eggs drying up or some other like weird shit. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that like this should have been dealt with already, okay? She should have been happily married, okay, to a dude with a great job, taking care of the fourth child with a fifth one on the way. What are we talking about here? This is not like an assessment on biology. I'm not doing a Don Lemon thing. I'm talking about specifically in terms of where she should be in outbreeding the motherfucking left. Oh yeah, didn't her fiance dump her? Wasn't that a thing? Anyway. The Hudsons are 11 kids, white, and all of us kids are on the left. True. The Hudsons are outbreeding the right. This version is better. I'm putting together a team. Jakub at Big Head Scientist. RFK Jr. campaigning hard as fuck to beat Biden and Trump.
Hey, everybody. This is Kathy Johnson from the Kellogg family, but now she runs a company called Organic Control.
Why is he so... Bro, what is going on? Bro, this is like... Bro, you're covered in bugs. Dude, this is a demonic thing. Like, this is not normal. What's up with conservatives and especially conspiracy guys not looking directly at a dude who is giving off like all of the aesthetic markers of a demon and comprehending that they are giving off demonic energy? It's like listening to a guy talk about health and sound like this, okay? It's so wild that like the anti-vaxxer movement currently has found a home in a dude that definitely doesn't at least communicate that he's healthy. Okay? How are you going to be like, yeah, for good health, I am going to make sure I never take a vaccine ever again. Don't I sound like I'm perfectly sound? It's like, these are the people who are like, yeah, that's right. There's demonic pedophiles who are children of demons in Congress. And then like the guy that you're advocating for is covered in bugs, which is like a direct marker of demonic energy. Like, look at this. There's one on his forehead, man.
Hey, everybody. This is Kathy Johnson from
His face is moving so weird in the beginning that I literally thought it was one of those like AI filters. Like he had the bug filter on him or something.
Hey, everybody. This is
like
Kathy
parts of his head are moving in a way that is not supposed to move.
Johnson from the Kellogg family, but now she runs a company called Organic Control, and I'm covered with ladybugs. All the aphids in my garden, and you can use these instead of pesticides. They're a lot more effective. You see, here's my peaches, and there's a little damage from the aphids on the leaf. She also has beneficial nematodes, which restores your soil. And this is what we all should be doing.
Instead of pesticides, add life. Always add life to your soil. To your soil, above the soil, below the soil. Add life. Don't consistently kill things.
Anyway, God bless you. Have a great day.
Nah, this is like, dude, being like a conspiracy guy and being like, oh, I want a beacon of health, okay? being a conspiracy guy and saying like, I want a beacon of health. That's why I'm not taking a vaccine. And therefore, that's why I'm voting for this guy is akin to like saying Donald Trump is hot as a Trump supporter. Like Donald Trump is sexy and I want him to grab me by the pussy. It just shows that you are mentally so unwell. You are not responding to shapes and colors. You are now officially responding to exclusively your own imagination and the way you see the world. It is akin to being like Ben Shapiro is a beacon of masculinity. Okay? Like, this makes less sense than being a flat earther. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Because, like, at least the earth seems flat, okay? I'm not on some Kyrie shit. Like, the earth at least, like, kind of feels flat, seems flat. If you haven't, like, really thought about it much, you could be like, oh, yeah, maybe it is flat. What's going on? This is, like, the opposite. Like, I look at this guy and I go, this man is so unhealthy and looks demonic. This man is so motherfucking unhealthy and also looks demonic. It's like the people that listen to Kenneth Copeland and think that he's godly. It's like, bro, yeah, he's in the Bible as a fucking demon, okay? He is straight up ripped out of the Bible, bro. The fucking Antichrist that masquerades as like a Christ-like figure. That's him. How do you sit through a fucking sermon and go, that man is literally a fucking demon? How do you not see that?
How are you, sir? We'd just like to ask you about why you don't want to... Back to the comment. You said that you don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did. No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
Can you
How are you a part of the congregation and you look at this man and you go, no, that's my guy. That's my God guy. Loves God for sure. Kenneth Copeland looks like he's wearing a mask of himself. He looks like the back of him has a zipper. Oh, 100%. I don't know. I feel like I just don't understand it. I don't understand how you can't see like this dude straight up looks like an evil villain. He did do a sermon where he blew to the camera to blow the COVID away. Anyway, outbreeding the left. Good luck. There was a couple things. Oh, he's training ravens too? Okay.
Hey, everybody. These are my two ravens. They're not actually mine. They are just, I'm just taming them.
Okay, come on. Dude, come on. Bro, come on. I mean, ravens are cool, but like that's villain activity. That's villain activity. That is villain activity. That is villainous activity. Here are some of my birds of prey that I have tamed. They really like me because I'm a demon.
They live in a palm tree. They have roosts in a palm tree about 100 feet from my house, and I've gotten them by feeding them every day. I've gotten them to come in and join me for meditations every morning on my balcony. They have two babies who they feed, and the babies don't come in, but they come very close. Anyway, that's the male in the back and the female in the front. And actually, the male is there. I'm working on getting them to eat out of my hand.
What is he up to, man? What's he doing? Like, what the fuck's going on? What is this? Happy birthday to President Trump. 78 is huge. I look forward to seeing you on the debate stage. Affectionately, Junior. Oh, yeah. Yo, send me that fucking one guy, the one Republican guy. I want to look at his TikToks now. I want to see that one fucking Republican son of a bitch. The one with the TikToks that we were looking at earlier, the Right Stuff guy. DateRightStuff. Yep, that's the dude. That's the boy.
I can't afford a home. I don't feel safe. Groceries are way too expensive. My entire neighborhood is filled with homeless people.
Bro, you are a Republican who has worked actively in the Trump administration. You literally have contributed to the problem, and your worldview is responsible for every single issue that you mentioned, whether it be not fixing the housing market and deregulation. You are genuinely, openly in defense of moneyed interest. What are we talking about? Also, no, he's not drinking fucking beer out of a straw, right? I hope that that's just like a water. He's drinking water.
Best I can do is ban TikTok.
Yeah, this kind of shit pops, but he's
You're
like,
probably not finding love because you're the problem, and God is protecting other people from you. You're probably not. Call me old-fashioned, but I'm glad my mother was a woman. Call me old-fashioned.
what? Why are people saying at least your mother wasn't Freddy Fazbear? Oh God, I hate this meme. I hate this meme. This is the defense that TikTok has launched against this guy, is the Freddy Fazbear shit. That's what they're doing. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm. I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay. Wait, this guy's in Huntington Beach? Of course he is, bro. Look at him. He's the most Huntington Beach ass motherfucker.
Remember, when you're arguing with a boomer, you're actually arguing with the television. And the TV can't hear you. And it doesn't care. Just remember, when you're arguing, I think I have depression.
Yeah, if you notice the fact that I mean, regardless of like his underlying opinions and his like background, his extensive experiences in the Republican administration, the prior Republican administration, his goal here is to talk about like broad generalizations. His goal here is to make it seem as though he is the reasonable guy, the common sense guy. That's all he's doing.
Here's an antidepressant pill with a side effect of suicide. I think I have depression. If the vaccine was so great, why is it so easy to find people who regret taking it, but not a single person who regrets not taking it?
Is there... I don't regret... Wait, what? I don't regret taking it, but I'm pretty sure... But I'm pretty sure you can't really find people... what? The ones who didn't take it are dead. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about here. I don't even fully understand what the fuck he's saying. Wait, we gotta run it back.
If the vaccine was so great, why is it so easy to find people who regret taking it?
Is it? Is it easy to find people who regret taking it? I guess Maybe in his circles.
But not a single person who regrets not taking it.
Yeah, I think the people who probably regret not taking it, that you know, you can't really talk to them like they're dead. You can't talk to the people who regret not taking it because they died. There were plenty of stories during COVID of people begging for the vaccine in their final moments, barely speaking through a fucking tube, shoved down their necks, shoved down their throats. And the ones that didn't die, that didn't take it, are like, yeah, I survived, so who cares? It's great. I'm glad I didn't take it. There's a guy on Instagram that stitches this guy's videos and always talks about Freddy Fazbear, my goat. No, I don't like that.
It's funny how things change. 10 years ago, everyone was scared of trans fats, but now everybody celebrates fat trans.
I hate him. The giggle at the end got me. No, this is the other side of TikTok that is just like conservative TikTok. It's like the Deborah builds. Your videos are truth. This might be my favorite. You crack me up. You're hilariously observant. Love it. And it's like, it's just like all the Deborahs and the Barbaras that are just horny for this guy.
Ever notice that drag queens never go read to the elderly? Ever notice that drag queens never go read to the elderly?
Why would anybody read to the elderly? What are you saying? People in the chat say, yes, they do. Is that a thing? The elderly can read, man. What the fuck is going on? He's the gays looking conservative? Nah, he's not gay.
Has anyone noticed that if you fly the American flag...
He's 100% not gay. You guys have a bad gaydar. If you think he's gay. I don't think he's gay at all. You guys see like a metrosexual, homophobic straight man from California and immediately think he must be gay. He is 1,000% not gay. First of all, he'd be a little bit zestier and more telegenic if he was gay, in my opinion. Well, I guess the counterpoint to that is Benny Johnson, but like still. I don't think he's gay. This is like a classic Orange County Republican, dude.
Everyone knows who you're voting for? Has anyone noticed that if you fly the American flag, everyone knows who you're voting for? Has anyone noticed that if you fly the American flag, everyone knows who you're voting for? So gay people are gay because they were born that way. But trans people aren't their sex even though they were born that way? Got it. So gay people are gay because they were born that way.
At minimum, he's a cuck with a hot wifing partner. That I will agree to. I could see that. All jokes on this freak aside, pretending to be the reasonable guy while saying absolute nonsense is super effective because most people are morons. Yeah, 100%. 100%. The problem is, I think leftists can learn from this guy's success in messaging. You can't do this. There is no way to emulate this on the left. And the reason for why is that if you are a leftist and therefore an anti-capitalist, you have to work on, one, dismantling the things that people take for granted, dismantle the systems that people have grown up under and have developed a sense of appreciation for, only to then rebuild it. There's no way that you can like point to existing constructs in the way that he is doing. Because here, let's break this down. He's saying gay people are born that way, which I don't even think he believes. I think he's probably homophobic as well.
So
but he's saying, like, let's say he believes that gay people are gay because they were born that way, right? And then he talks about trans people. First of all, he's operating with ignorance. He's weaponizing ignorance in the situation. Sexuality and sexual preferences are fundamentally different than gender. Gender being a social construct. And if you are to try and turn it into a biological conversation in the way that he tries to make with sexuality, okay, because he's trying to reduce it down to like an equivalence here. He's trying to make an equivocation between sexuality and gender. Okay? Even on the biology front, most people don't fully understand it. Most people don't understand that gender, or the biological gender, sex, right, if you want to use antiquated terminology, is still not a binary, is not a binary in real life, but most people think it is. Okay?
Aren't their sex, even though they were born that way. But trans people.
Wait, you said he didn't mean gender? He said trans people. What do you think that is? What the fuck? He did. Anyway, this man is the modern day Shakespeare. Yeah, straight up. You have to remember, a lot of people are stupid, okay? And you can craft infinitely better arguments for stupid people on the conservative side, because you can always rest on the laurels of pre-existing social dynamics and just demand more of it. You can just rest on it and go, isn't everything that we know normal, and everyone else that's telling you that things are not normal are actually weird and gross and wrong? Most people can vibe with that. There is no way that you can make this on a leftist side. There is no progressive argument that you can make that is this simple and this effective, especially when progressive argumentation relies on like actual evidence, actual data, and not just feelings and a collective consciousness, a collective ignorance that we share, and born out of a lack of interest in genuinely learning about things, thoroughly investigating things, re-examining the social conditioning that we've been subjected to since birth. He's just doing boomer newspaper comics in a TikTok format. Exactly. That's the problem. Yes, anti-losing is correct. Reactionary messaging is inherently about simplification, and progressive messaging is inherently about re-education and explanation. So there is not really a way that you can do that unless we lived in like bizarre world, reverse world, where we were living in a communist universe and people had this collective understanding that like, you know, a communist way of thinking was the shared norm. And gender abolition was the shared norm and was normal. In that world, it would be very difficult for a reactionary person to try to fucking reduce it back to a binary. It's almost impossible to imagine the world that I'm trying to explain to you, but we do exist in the reverse of that reverse world. Yeah, I do this regularly. As well, you're right. Best leftist version of the simple is don't be a dick and also be normal. Exactly. Be normal. That's it. That is the best argument that you can make towards this guy. Is just like, bro, you're eating delicious tacos. Or not tacos. What is this? I mean, I guess those are tacos. These aren't. Those are enchiladas? I don't know. I don't know what those are. Whatever. I'm the worst Los Angeles taquitos. Thank you. Not enchiladas. Taquitos and tacos. You're eating taquitos and tacos. That guac looks pretty good. Okay? And you're over here filming yourself doing this thing where you're like worrying about what the fuck is going on with trans people. What the fuck's wrong with you? Be normal. Eat your goddamn taquitos or shut the fuck up. Okay? It's so stupid.
Always get the extra side of orange chicken, just in case. Imagine being one of our politicians. You steal everyone's money and still end up 35 trillion in debt.
Like, this is what I mean. This is great, okay? This is great. This is like inherently an apolitical approach, even though he's very clearly a right-winger who has worked for Donald Trump, who's worked for the Donald Trump administration, who's actively a part of Project 2025. He's talking about politicians sucking, which is a shared value that we all agree to, okay? Then he very quickly and in a very clever way, in a very easy to understand way, changes the conversation to the national debt, a subject matter that absolutely no one cares about, but only the dumbest motherfuckers who want to act smart will bring up because they've heard someone else bring that up. And the only way to deal with something like this is by asking them, like, what do you mean by the national debt? How do you think that the debt works? How do you think national debt works? Do you understand who the debt is to? Do you understand how the government budgets itself? Who are we in debt to? Where are we spending the money? Where is there always money in the purse? You work for the Trump administration. If you care about the debt, or if you care about if you care about the budget, what do you think Trump's tax cuts did? These are questions that you could ask them, but it doesn't really matter because he's not going to have this conversation. He's just making a quick, short, piffy, reactionary commentary here in a very insidious manner. One, he starts by talking about something that everyone does, or, he talks about how he's an everyman. I always get an extra side of orange chicken, even though it doesn't look like there's a side of extra orange chicken. Okay? Then he talks about how we all hate our politicians. They steal everyone's money. That can mean a number of different things. He could be talking about taxes, or he could be talking about how, politicians make promises and then don't deliver. He could be talking about campaign contributions. Every single one of those things that he could be criticizing right now, he is personally invested in the continuation of. As a person who works within the Republican Party infrastructure, he quite literally is working with the people that are doing those things, sometimes in the most flagrant ways possible. Okay? And yet, right here, he looks like the everyman. He's wearing a Lake Forest sweater. He's got the ugliest tan you've ever seen. Wearing a Lake Forest sweater saying, like, I'm just like you. I eat Panda Express. Okay? If you've ever worked at a company, this is how salespeople sound when they're pitching. I mean, yeah, he is pitching. In any case, then he turns around and talks about the debt, which is like the thing that you don't even hear from conservatives as much anymore. But that, to me, immediately shows that this dude is trying to do Republican Party propaganda. Old school Republican Party propaganda. Okay?
Just so you know, if every major corporation is advertising and promoting your movement, you aren't oppressed or part of any resistance. Just so you know, if every major corporation...
Another direct hit, says Henry Mardukas. Every major corporation is advertising and promoting anti-capitalism, something they benefit from. Every major corporation is advertising and promoting what? Like, what is the issue? What is the issue that every major corporation is part of advertising and promoting? Defunding the police? Did they do that? Did we actually get that? Did that actually happen? Are they advocating for workers' rights? Or are they spending billions of dollars trying to desperately undermine what remains of the labor protections that exist in this country? as of this past week, Disney Corporation is back to giving money to the Republican Party. It seems that Disney and Ron DeSantis have buried the hatchet. Now Disney is back to giving money to the Republicans. They give money to both parties. Both parties are corrupt. Both parties are upholding an unjust system. You, unlike someone like myself, work for one of those two parties. You work for the Republican Party. What exactly is a position that you advocate for that every single major corporate donor, corporate entity does not actually abide by 100%? Is there a single opinion that you have that major corporations would not turn around and say, yeah, no, this is a bridge too far for us? Maybe January 6th.
So I just knocked on the psychic's door, but then she asked, who is it? We're leaving. So I just knocked on the psychic's door, but then she asked, who is it?
Oh, this is such a boomer joke. Okay,
How come when white people move somewhere, it's called colonization, but when any other race moves somewhere, it's called cultural enrichment? How come when white people move...
And then the insidious white supremacist arguments come in, and not even in a good way. It's just like, when white people move somewhere, it's called colonization. White people don't just move somewhere, dumbass. They fucking colonize. They dominate, at least historically speaking. Like, do you think that when an undocumented migrant crosses the border from fucking, goes all the way from Guatemala, comes into the United States to work for fucking, you know, $3 an hour as an undocumented migrant picking fucking avocados, do you think that's the same as like coming to the United States of America before it was the United States of America on a fucking ship and just absolutely murking every single person that lived there? Are these two things the same? Did bro pay attention to history? Big difference between moving and taking. I've never heard the phrase cultural enrichment in 26 years of my life and 6 years of college. Education is important. You make me feel smart. Exactly. This is the vibe, dude. This guy's a stop genocide sticker too. He's a free Palestine guy. You make me feel smart is the bingo here. It is the actual feeling that right-wingers create so well. He's not actually telling someone anything new. He's actually simply telling them exactly what they feel in their hearts is right. Or maybe this person is saying, you make me feel smart because of how stupid you are. Maybe. Not even Arab, but okay, XX. Dude, the way you're trying to make time get by nonsense reacts on reels that also make sense is mind-blowing, yet you criticize this guy. What? Make time get by with nonsense reacts? This person is playing a formative role in Project 2025, something that we talked about earlier. What, dude? I like when XQC fans fucking type like XQC2. This is not just some random fucking TikToker. This is a person who is very deliberately crafting right-wing propaganda. Now, you might be too stupid to recognize it, and that's fine. That's precisely why I'm here. I'm here to fucking explain what he is doing to you. Okay? I'm here to explain what he's doing to you and serve 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. Now, let me explain. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Remember during COVID when they painted circles on the grass in the park? And if you left your little circle, someone's grandma would die? Science. Remember?
Did that happen? Grandma Droniak, I'm still alive.
So Kim Kardashian flew from LA to Paris because she wanted one particular piece of cheesecake, and then she flew all the way back, and yet we're all here forced to use paper straws in order to...
Oh, I hate these fucking arguments. Like, yes, dude, yes, you're literally looking at one other specific of a high polluter as an individual consumption, and then pointing to another individual consumption initiative, both of which are fucking ridiculous at the end of the day. Like, it's, dude, I'm perfectly in favor of banning private jets, okay? Entirely. The problem is, between me and this motherfucker and all of you in the chat and everyone in the comments, who do you think flies private more frequently? I know everyone's going to say, says you, Hasan, because I fucking hitched a ride one time on David Dobrik's private jet. This motherfucker is a Republican operative. Every one of his daddies is flying private regularly. I'm certain he probably flies private too. The fuck are we talking about?
So if I set up...
Who do you think is more interested in banning private aviation? Me or that guy?
Homeless encampment here, that's fine. But if I park here for 5 minutes, they're gonna fine me $200? Got it.
Yeah, they should find the homeless person $200, which they do, by the way. They fucking killed a homeless person half the time. Yes, dumbass. Like, you literally fucking drove your car there and you parked there. You have money. That homeless person has nowhere to fucking go. You could just move away, I guess. I don't like tickets either. I think it's another way of like revenue collection for the state. But it's fucking ridiculous.
Aliens are gonna be super confused when they show up threatening.
He never misses, bro. What are you talking about? I'm gonna fucking die. What's your thoughts on Taylor Swift emitting 77 tons of CO2 per tour, though? I think it's fucking ridiculous. What do you mean?
To overthrow our leaders, and we're all... Aliens are gonna be super confused when they show up threatening to overthrow our leaders, and we're all stoked and offer to help. Aliens are gonna be
Bro, you are one of the people working for the leaders. Why are you behaving like... Dog, don't say he has a point. You guys are so fucking stupid. He's presenting himself as this figure while he works for the Republican Party. He knows that this is popular sentiment expressed by people. Okay? He's just reading shit that he saw on a viral tweet while sucking down on some delicious ethnic cuisine. Okay?
Just wanted to wish the LGBTQ plus community a happy Pride Month. Enjoy, but don't forget to thank a straight person for your existence.
Yeah, it's classy. Have you ever noticed that you drive on a parkway, but park on a driveway? Blah, 700,000 likes. People are fucking popping off, dude.
I was totally gonna vote for Trump last week.
Yeah, also, what does this guy think Mother's Day and Father's Day is, bro? You're thanking a fucking straight person then, okay?
I was totally gonna vote for Trump last week, but because a left-wing prosecutor and left-wing judge and left-wing jury in a left-wing city decided to convict him yesterday, I mean, there's just no way. There's no way I could vote for a convicted felon.
I don't think. First of all, there are people like that. Like, demonstrably, there are people like that. Especially because if there weren't people like that, Republicans would not be losing their fucking minds, okay? There are definitely, no, not 5 of them. No, Americans are dumb as fuck, bro. There are definitely people who are like, well, if he's convicted, then he's a criminal. There are certainly more people like that than people who go, oh, was he convicted of a crime? I'm going to vote for him now. I wasn't going to beforehand. Okay? There are so many dumb fucks who are like, rule of law. So you're absolutely wrong. You don't know Americans, okay? Especially old Americans who happen to vote quite a bit, okay? What do you think is more likely? Like an old dude living in the suburbs thinking, well, I'm definitely not going to vote for this guy now that he's a fucking convicted felon. Or a person, an old dude living in the suburbs that's like, oh, they convicted him of a crime. I'm voting for him now. Genuinely, which one do you think is more likely?
Okay, we're heading into Fox 11. I just wanted to congratulate Donald Trump on being the only person in 2024 convicted of any crime.
Yeah, no, crime is free. Crime is happening nonstop, left and right. That's my dad, old retired cop. The conviction was his last straw. Yep.
Cash is freedom. That's why they're getting rid of it. You know that, right? Cash is freedom. You need to buy medical insurance. Why? I'm healthy. Because if something happens to you, you'll have to spend thousands of dollars.
Derm doctor, insurance an absolutely scam. Yeah, insurance is a fucking scam, but not in the way that this guy is fucking representing it, I don't think.
But the insurance is thousands of dollars. Trust us, it's worth it if something happens. Okay, something happened. Can you pay? No. You need to spend $20,000 first.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Why is bro doing left-wing commentary? Why is bro doing left-wing commentary? Bro, what are you saying? I'm gonna fucking die. That's your people, bro. That is your party. I am at least old enough to remember that the Obama administration, when they did fucking Obamacare, which was a right-wing plan from the American Enterprise Institute, cooked up in the 90s, okay, in 1992 to be exact, that was first implemented by a Republican governor by the name of Mitt Romney, who ended up running against Barack Obama, okay? Insurance, oh my God. When Barack Obama added to, oh, not AIE, sorry, Heritage Foundation. I thought it was AIE. Okay. The American Enterprise Institute created the Affordable Care Act, like to a T, with some notable exceptions. Notable exceptions that Obama added were obviously the fact that insurance providers could no longer deny coverage to people with pre-existing conditions. That was a major problem for the insurance industry, for insurance providers who wanted to keep denying insurance to people with pre-existing conditions. That was one of the things that they hated. The other one was obviously allowing people to stay under their parents' insurance until the age of 26. Okay, that was a big one. That was very frustrating for people. And developing a Medicaid structure for people who do not have the capacity to pay for insurance. Obviously, the federal government was going to make up for that by giving money to states that would open up Medicaid. Having said that, however, the insurance providers were so upset about this prospect, the fact that they had to now cover people who were going to be high cost, okay, that they literally, legitimately attacked this provision endlessly. Republicans are the reason why insurance is so fucking expensive in this country. Not a single Republican is in favor of Medicare for all, which would technically abolish insurance in this country. Damn near the entirety of the Democratic Party is not even in favor of Medicare for all, which would abolish the insurance industry. Why the fuck are you acting like you are in favor of socialized healthcare? You are a Republican mouthpiece.
This weekend, let's remember that another way to honor our servicemen is to not send them to die in faraway conflicts that have nothing to do with us.
Oh my God, you're a Republican. You're a Republican. You're a Republican. You love war. You love endless war. Oh my God.
This economy is so bad. $33 for toilet paper? We can't even afford to shit. This economy... It's interesting that young white men are only 10% of the population, but 98% of the military deaths. So much for that privilege.
Skill issue. I don't think that's correct, but maybe he's a Miller Lite libertarian. No, he's not, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? Brother, he worked in the Trump White House. He works for the Republican Party. Are you fucking joking? No, he's just saying shit to make himself seem more presentable.
Taking climate change seriously enough. The entire coastline is going to be underwater in 5 years.
Then why did you just buy a new beach house?
Well, no one is taking...
Change the channel. Chatters are falling for it. I know. Chatters are getting farmed, demonstrating how easy it is to make fucking right-wing commentary as long as you do a little bit of fake populism. The very same chatters will be like, I fucking hate AOC. I hate all politicians. I hate all Democratic Party politicians. Bernie Sanders can suck my dick. Okay? Because they haven't sufficiently demonstrated their loyalty to the Maoist cause, will turn around and literally lap up this fucking propaganda from a dude who works with the Republican Party. Okay? It's that simple. All you had to do was put on a fucking John Fetterman style hoodie and say a couple things that you like kind of agree with, and it all of a sudden doesn't matter what this guy's opinion is. It doesn't matter that his account is literally DateRightStuff, a dating app for conservatives that he created. Okay? Yeah, he's TikTok Tucker Carlson. That's precisely what he's doing.
2 large drinks. Thank you. When people ask what radicalized me, it's the fact that a $5 footlong now costs $13. A large Diet Coke, 2 large drinks. Thank you. When people ask, Boomer.
Ugh. Okay. Yeah, he's TikToker Carlson. TikToker Carlson. Nah, we're not making it out of the cul-de-sac with this one. My new DVD TikTok went viral. It got mass reported and got taken down temporarily, but it's a banger. Well, if it's a banger, we can't see it. Which one is it? This one? It's the unavailable one? I can't see it.
What do you think about Israel?
It's not showing up. TikTok is so sad. I love that Zoomers will make fun of like conservative boomers looking at AI memes all day on Facebook, which is funny. But like they do this as well. It's basically that. You just like that. You just like it on TikTok. It's ironic, dumbass. I mean, I know, but still. Finish the story? Okay. No. No, save him. Wait, why is he on the hospital bed if he's dead? Sadge. Why are Gen Zers acting like they invented ironic humor? Because they're Gen Zers. Refresh your TikTok is showing up for me. Is not showing up for me, big dog. I don't know what you want me to tell me. I don't know what you want me to tell you. What am I doing? Don't drink and meow. Control 5. It's not gonna work, dude. It's just like TikTok is wonky. Oh, I was gonna show this. Yeah, once Latinos make 50K a year, the Republican mutant gene activates inside them like they're the X-Men.
Trump or Biden?
Trump.
¿Por qué?
No muchos inmigrantes, como nosotros también somos inmigrantes, pero no mucho.
No más.
No más.
Llegaste, pero no más.
Exactamente, no más.
Trump or Biden?
Trump.
¿Por qué?
No muchos inmigrantes.
Oh, this is my shit, dude. What? You said you want to prove
but
that
you can literally go.
You said you want to prove that Kick pays those Twitter update accounts to boost relevancy. Last night, Bruce confirmed that they do indeed pay those accounts for interactions.
Look at Instagram's gang. See if they post their streams, their stream leaks, whatever the case may be. Look at the interaction they get on their tweets and shit, and then go to their chats. That's the reason why they pay update pages to spam under every big streamer tweet. They don't get no interaction themselves with their own names. So when you block them, their shit just dies. When you stop talking about them, their shit just dies.
You know that your morale is also
funny.
very low, especially if you're working.
Oh, yay. Everyone's favorite kebab, Turkish kebab merchant is streaming. What? Does this link work for you? I wish I was a kebab merchant. Here, dude, this link should work. Disney conspiracy. Ay, ay, ay. I thought there was going to be actual Disney conspiracy, dummy. Why you got to be like that? Holy Christ, what are we at? 3 days in a row? I mean, is TikTok TikTok poop socks are the easiest way to do it. Oh, I was going to watch this Jeff Nippert video about steroids being awesome. But before that, I'm going to do the Jubilee video, actually. And I wanted to watch the Jon Stewart debunks GOP.
Violent crime.
Whoa, what? Dude, what? Especially in comparison to overall trends? You mean to tell me that we should have just, like, not succumb to the fucking easy clickbait crime panic immediately after, like, a massive drop in crime born out of the fact that we were not allowed to leave our fucking homes, and then immediately look at, like, the spike in certain crimes, not all crimes, by the way, many crimes are still remaining relatively low, born out of the right-wing clickbait culture that was basically channeled through every fucking place that you can see social media, every place that you saw any kind of stimulation, whether it be your fucking phone, neighborhood app, citizen app, all this shit, Instagram, TikTok, all the way down from local media to network television to the newspapers, consistently beefing up the crime panic. So much so that it broke the brains of even my fucking uncle, a person who has been like a lifelong progressive, who has dedicated his life to advocating for at least like social democratic principles for the most part. So many motherfuckers fell for this shit, yelled at me, kept telling me I'm wrong. Even going so far as to say that I'm like, even going so far as to like make this like a racial argument too. It's like, oh yeah, black people can do no wrong. Am I right, Hasan? That's why you just want to like lie about the crime panic, right? Insane. Yeah, this is the same as like when mainstream media will spend every fucking waking moment lying to the population, lying to the American public about how, like, you know, what Israel's doing is actually totally just, contextualizing all the fucking violence, saying that it's not actually ethnic cleansing, we promise, only to turn around and look at like studies, like polling results that indicate that the American population, by and large, the majority of the American population doesn't know if more Palestinians or more Israelis have died in this conflict so far. You're not doing news, you're flexing. You misinformed the public, and now you're doing a victory lap. That's what Fox News is doing right now, a victory lap, okay? When they go, look around, doesn't it feel like there's so much more crime, despite the fact that statistics prove that that is fucking ridiculous and you're making this shit up? That is a victory lap. That's it. It doesn't feel safe, does it? Yeah, of course it doesn't feel safe, because my brain is broken from watching you telling me how much crime there is. How much crime there is all the fucking time for the past 3 goddamn years. Facts don't care about your feelings is not something you can say. Nobody cares about facts. Everybody cares about feelings. My feelings don't care about facts. That's it. That's what the real argument is. That's why Ben Shapiro regularly talks about his feelings on particular matters and not the facts. Oh. Bitch, I pre-wrote this for the past fucking 4 years. When this motherfucker was retired, I was in the goddamn trenches. Think about how many fucking LSF posts were made at the time when LSF was like relevant. It was still a shithole, but at least it was like a more relevant shithole back then. People fucking clipping and shipping shit to Reddit, upduding it all the way to r/all, weeks on end, where people would just come into this chat and be like, why do you want retail workers to be executed, Hasan? Yet another moment where I was right just too early, okay? I was right. I was just too early. D&D's community completely fell for Fox's propaganda? No, because they're fucking reactionary. That's the whole point. That's it. They don't give a shit. None of those guys have like any real convictions, any real fucking like genuinely held opinions that they want to advocate for. That's it. Very suspicious that I'm on the right side of this issue again. I guess I pre-saw the fucking feud. Here's a video from, when is this from? December 11th, 2021. Almost 3 years ago. Crime is up 1,000,000%, 340,000 views. Yo, listen, this is something I've been meaning to cover for a while, this mass hysteria around crime waves in Los Angeles. But I do suspect these sorts of stories are going to keep popping off. Now, local news is mega right-wing. I say this all the time. They're super reactionary. You've probably seen the famous like Sinclair Broadcasting local news coverage where they just basically say the exact same thing. That we would be like, oh, this is what happens in North Korea. They're evil. Most of these local news outlets, though, for the most part, they definitely do hype up reactionary narratives. You probably recall watching the riots that were occurring during the BLM protests. They would literally send a news chopper outside of like a sneaker store and just literally take as much drone footage as they possibly can of like black kids looting the sneaker store. Like, you know, it's just always tropes. They're huge with that sort of stuff. They're very, very effective at doing racial agitprop. And they, more importantly than that, are definitely the most trusted resource in news. Most people consider local news to be the most trustworthy and the most unbiased form of news, even though it is. Yeah, they'll always show like the same burning car over and over again, you know, all that good stuff, right? So now that shit is like kicked it up a notch. Basically, every one of my rich friends, literally every single one, has had their very own Casey Neistat moment. If you recall, Casey Neistat was like, I mean, he went from like fucking Black Lives Matter to cut the tall trees the moment that like someone broke into his car, right? And I feel like that's precisely what's happening with a lot of people in California. A lot of libs in California are showing once again that, you know, they are simply social fascists. Not to, you know, bring the age-old Stalinist argument here, but they're going mass the fuck off. Why are they going mass the fuck off? Well, because there's mass hysteria. I'm gonna be honest, like, it's hard not to go mass the fuck off and like lose your fucking mind if you're just a dumb person who doesn't know anything and you're just seeing from every outlet, including your Instagram feed, is telling you like, look at these black teenagers. I'm done. I've already done political commentary for the future. I've done it. I have, I think, covered every single issue known to man in perpetuity. There is no reason for me to make another single new video for as long as I live. You can just go back to videos from fucking 3 years ago and go back to videos from 4 years ago. It is literally just the same commentary. And once it's correct, once I am corrected, once I'm found to be correct, once history absolves me, you can watch it again. Okay? That's it. There is no fucking reason for me to do any more commentary. I've been saying the same goddamn shit for the past 10 fucking years. Ah! Hasan, you are 70% right on this. The Republicans have been shipping their homeless population. Other people don't want it in their cities. The blue states, gnarly hair. You're like 70% right on this. No, dude. You're just fucking clinging on to whatever fucking reactionary point you have about homeless people. No, dude. It doesn't matter what the crime stats are. That's not what I'm saying. What matters then? Your fucking feelings? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? My job is to fucking educate people. I can't just be like, I'm sorry, everyone's fucking racist. Okay? Dems are not doing a good job of explaining that the crime stats don't matter. What do you mean? What are you talking about here? My job isn't to go, well, a lot of people are racist, so I guess I have to be racist myself. Let me re-triangulate my messaging. My job is to tell you what the fuck is actually going on and where the panic is. What do you mean? You can't come in here and be like, facts don't matter. Sorry, every single person is actually just like, they're racist, so we can't do anything about it. Steady decline in violent crime equals doesn't matter. To that chatter, it doesn't, because people still feel like it's up. So I guess I should just stop trying to tell people what the truth is. And if your argument is going to be the visibility of homelessness is causing people to fucking panic and think that like crime is on the up, yes, I also, if you watch this, you will hear me talk about especially that as well. Okay? That is another part of this conversation that I have and have had many times over. Anyway, let's get back to John doing what I've been doing. But now in 2020, come on. Oh, dude, come on. You're fucking, okay. Oh, come on. That's insane. Bro, what? Bro. This motherfucker stole my entire flow, bro. Are you serious? He just added 2 extra states to the Florida Project. That's crazy. Bro, this shit has 2.6 million views. Bar for bar, this is like, oh my God. All right, whatever. It's good. It's good. I'm glad that people are getting more woke on the Florida Project, and people are firm believers now, committed believers of the Florida Project. Oh, here's the other thing. Most Americans are wrong about crime. Let's watch this one as well. This is the HasanAbi is right.
In the fall of 2022, we conducted 100 interviews in New York, Seattle, Chicago, Philadelphia.
Hannah Love, she researches cities and public safety at the Brookings Institution.
What we overwhelmingly heard from folks was fear of crime in downtown business districts.
It was 2 years into the pandemic, and in the middle of what felt like an explosion of American crime
spiking on the streets of cities across the country. Grapple with crime has increased.
Nationwide spike in violent
crime in the U.S. is rising.
Homicides increased by 36%.
Are all these video shows stealing your jokes make you believe in IP? No, dude. What are you talking about? It's awesome. I want everyone to repeat what I have to say. I want people to fucking internalize what I have to say. I want people to believe what I have to say. I want people to fucking also, advocate on the same fucking boundaries. If you think that the way I communicate these messages are good, then that's great. I don't give a fuck that the most popular fucking television program that is like, somewhat more progressive than the average mainstream media program is like repeating a lot of the things that I've said time and time again, even if it's like jokes. I don't give a shit. It's awesome.
But since then, the story has gotten a little more confusing. Sometimes the news says that crime is going down, but other times,
crime is turning cities into war zones.
FBI is underreporting
random acts of violence.
2/3 of Americans say crime in the U.S. is a very or extremely serious problem. And more than 3/4 of us say that there's more crime than a year ago. So, which is it? Crime up or crime down? And if it is down, what exactly do most Americans actually think is happening with crime?
Crime.
Bro, are you gonna kill me? Everyone's favorite leftist degenerate, Hasan Piker. You are not white, Lamau. Soy boys. I'll never understand ass eating. Trump wins and will continue winning. Cope, seethe, dilate. Ohio is base. Hasan, thoughts on Trump being number 45 and number 47? It's a little about the Jews, to be fair. Sussy hypno. And then this motherfucker's like, do you have guards? Hasan, do you have bodyguards when you go out in public? Oh, he's at the Daily Show. Oh, nice. Nice, dude. What's up, bro? You gonna fucking come kill me? Is that why you're asking? How about you kill the top of the hour ad break right now by subscribing? Oh, wait, you can't because you got fucking banned, bitch. Suck my dick. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, motherfucker. I miss when you used to get excited about the ratings. I don't anymore. I've died on the inside. You can't kill what is already dead. That's crazy that this dude asked like 3 times. Like, what are you trying to get out of this? This dude straight up, Hasan, do you have bodyguards when you go out in public? Hasan, I know that he's probably not trying to fucking kill me. He's probably going to make an argument because in his mind he thinks like, oh, Hasan's a famous person. He must have a bodyguard wherever he goes. And therefore, I thought you weren't afraid of the fucking crime that the average person is afraid of, but yet you have a bodyguard. Like, that's probably in his mind. Like, I'm going to be charitable. I assume that's what he's trying to fucking say. Don't be scared. I mean, it's a little weird when a fucking parasocial weirdo in the chat is literally asking over and over again, do you have bodyguards when you go out in public? Like he's trying to fucking, do a pen test. It's like, what's your OPSEC looking like? It's not a weird question. Yeah, I got a fucking bodyguard, baby. You see that? Yeah, I got a right to bear arms, bitch. You see this shit? You see this fucking shit? That's right. That's all you need to know.
Crime. 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 Crime.
So my first question was, okay, when the news says that crime has decreased, where's that info coming from? I asked my colleague Abdullah.
My name is Abdullah Fayyad. I'm a policy correspondent at Vox. The 2 areas that we get our crime statistics from are the FBI crime database. Law enforcement agencies around the country voluntarily report their crime data. The other is the National Crime Victimization Survey, which is administered by the federal government and asks people directly whether or not they have been victims of a crime.
And both of these sources have their own limitations. The survey usually talks to around 250,000 people, which is both a lot of people and only about 0.07% of the country. And the FBI's data is by nature only made up of crimes that get reported to police. That's actually a big reason the FBI's data on homicide is one of the most widely studied and cited crime statistics, because murder is almost always reported. Now, right now this chart ends in 2019. Add 2020, and we see murder spike.
There is a reason why people feel like crime is going up, because crime was going up.
But experts we talked to also recommended putting that spike into...
The dipshit shouting crime, crime, crime has to be one of my favorites. Yeah, it was so funny. It was a perfect distillation of like why the Republican crime panic failed. Like they were excited that crime was happening so that they could potentially like... So that they could potentially fucking win.
Context of the way that things were before this, what sociologists and criminologists refer to as the great crime decline of the 90s. And if you extend the chart in the other direction too, all the way to 2023, that 2020 spike starts to look temporary. It's now falling. Not yet to where it was before the pandemic, but down. So that's homicide, but we can also look at the FBI's broader violent crime rate over that same period of time, which also looks like it's falling. The national property crime rate is a similar story. This doesn't mean that all crime is going down everywhere, but it does mean it's down in most places. And yet, 77% of us say the opposite is true. So let's look closer at that. The polling organization Gallup has actually been asking Americans this question for about 35 years, and their data on how people have answered it over that time gives us a clue on how to interpret it, because it turns out, with the exception of like 2 years, a majority of Americans have always said that crime is higher than it was last year.
What we're seeing is a consistent fear about crime, despite the fact that over the same period of time, crime had been steadily.
Do you think this will convince your uncle? Fuck no. Dude, I think you need to understand something very important, okay? Not only are we unimaginably susceptible to propaganda, we also personally don't want to ever admit that we're wrong. Okay? So no, like once you get swept away and very publicly just plant your fucking flag, especially in a society where there is no reward for coming to a correct conclusion and saying, my bad, there is no reason for you to ever change your mind. Think about it this way. There have been instances where I've gotten stuff wrong and apologized for, and yet for years and years and years, does that include you? See, people are immediately either A, skeptical that I myself, when I get something wrong, immediately own up to it and apologize for it, or B, always consistently throw it in my face. Look, this person is obviously using the example of how people punish you. When you get something wrong and you say, my bad, I was wrong on this, people go, you're backtracking. This chatter is not making a joke, or I mean, this chatter is just saying that like that is what it's called. Okay, or I guess he's making a joke. I didn't think you were like saying that to me in particular. I just mean that like that is how people operate. People instantly in that moment will go, you're backtracking, you're a fucking idiot. Right? There's a term for it. And that is very annoying. So for that reason, there's no reason to ever say that you're wrong. Own up to it. Just fucking move on. Move on with your life. Plant your feet firmly, double down, triple down, quadruple down. Now, obviously, if you're, if you have your own personal moral compass, your own personal convictions, and you don't want to, even if you think people are not going to recognize that you're admitting that you're wrong on something, you should still obviously apologize or admit that you were wrong and move on. I do it all the time, regardless of the way fucking people operate. Who gives a shit? Anyway, just be honest every time. My honesty is the best policy. Mary Cherry, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Here, let's continue.
On the decline.
And it's also worth taking a similar look at this chart from earlier, where 2/3 of Americans say crime is a very or extremely serious problem in the US. We can also chart that over time and see that it is also a pretty consistent belief. But Gallup also asked another version of that question. How serious a problem is crime in your area? And only a small minority of Americans typically say that crime where they live is a very or extremely serious problem. In other words,
the vast majority of Americans feel safe, but there's this kind of abstract perception of crime is out of control.
Crime is out of control, but not.
It's always somewhere else. It's always somewhere else. Crime is out of control. Not in my neighborhood. My neighborhood's fine, but everywhere else, crime is out of control. Crime is out of control. I can't go to the streets. I can't go to the big city. I'm scared. Homosexual criminals are going to have sex with me. They're going to do butt stuff.
Not where I am, but somewhere. That somewhere was partly the subject of Hannah's research interviews, many of which, remember, were about a specific fear in a specific place.
The fear of random acts of violence downtown.
Violent crime downtown, in the parts of cities where people go to work. Hannah and her team found that interesting because they also did a geographic analysis of where in cities crime was happening.
When we crunched the data, we found that there was a significant mismatch in perception and reality of crime, particularly as it pertains to where crime occurs.
In Chicago, for example, they found that most of the increase in gun deaths in 2020 happened in disadvantaged neighborhoods on the west, south, and southwest sides, and barely at all in the dense downtown loop area. In New York, they found that in the busiest parts of the city, violent crime only increased about 2% from 2019 to 2022 compared to an 8% increase in the rest of the city.
Downtowns were not driving any sort of citywide increases in crime, even though people felt as though they were.
So even when violent crime was higher, it wasn't high where people thought it was high. But why did people think that? hold on to that thought because slight tone change. This video.
Oh my God, it's like insane that they just like make these fucking commentators do like BetterHelp as like YouTubers nowadays on Vox. Has the disagreement ruined your relationship with your uncle? No, because he's my uncle and I love him unconditionally. That's blood. So no, it has not ruined my relationship with my uncle. That's crazy. The uncle-nephew bond is impenetrable. It's a fortress. Okay?
All right, so we were looking at this data that showed us that
Hasan's fall off needs to be studied. Brother, how about you study the ways in which I've actually fucking developed an audience of this size so you can take it back to your dumbass streamer's fucking community and maybe he will get to my fall off level so you can fucking do victory laps. Okay? Fuck you mean? Your favorite streamer doesn't come to this fucking level. Doesn't even touch my fall off level. What are we talking about? How about you fall on? That's crazy. That's crazy.
While people thought urban downtowns were really dangerous, they actually weren't. Now, one reason people thought that might have been media coverage.
Crime continues to concentrate within neighborhoods where it's always been bad, but community or everyday gun violence often doesn't make the headlines as much as something that would happen in a wealthier or more tourist-based district.
2 violent attacks in Times Square. 2 separate stabbings in Center City. 4 robberies that have happened downtown.
But Hannah found that the people she talked to weren't just seeing stuff on TV. They were also reacting to something they were seeing in person.
When we were doing our interviews, people often conflated crime and unsheltered homelessness within the same breath.
One thing that has changed a bit since the pandemic is in who you see on the streets in these downtown neighborhoods. Before the pandemic, that would be overwhelmingly office workers, some tourists, but there were also always some number of people on the streets experiencing homelessness, addiction, mental health issues. And then the pandemic emptied these places out, and as office workers and tourists slowly returned...
When there's less people crowding the streets, you're more likely to see things like visible...
That's it. I've also, once again, described this quite a bit as well. People see the visible homelessness and immediately attribute it to the skyrocketing crime rates. And in certain instances, a homeless person might be engaging in some crime. That is, I'm not going to say that that doesn't happen. Of course it does. Having said that, however, the way to solve homelessness is not the exact same way that you would actually solve like a murder, for example, something that you think of when you actually think of real crimes. A homeless person has nowhere to fucking go. You have to create a systemic solution to a systemic problem. The solution, of course, is not more jails and more prisons. The solution would be to fix the housing market and build more housing and have a housing first anti-homelessness policy initiative. Put them in homes. Build public housing. But I digress.
Homelessness or visible drug use.
Today, more of us are back in offices, but there are also, by some accounts, simply more vulnerable people on the streets, partly due to the cutting of social services. For example, by 2022, New York State had 20% fewer psychiatric beds for people with severe mental illness than it had in 2014. And from 2019 to 2023, the number of Americans experiencing unsheltered homelessness went up by more than 20%.
I live in Boston, where over the past few years, there has been a homeless encampment that does create this public perception that there is not just disorder, but chaos in how the city is running itself. Even if, those encampments don't necessarily pose, an imminent threat.
Once again, I'm going to go back to the very obvious troll. He said, Hasan, I'm studying your fall off in modern soy boy history class. They should probably fucking put that in your modern soy boy history class. Brother, if I'm a motherfucking soy boy sitting at 6'4" and my lightest in the past couple of years at 235 pounds, okay, not soaking wet, You might be soaking wet. Your mom might be soaking wet. I'm dry, 235 pounds. Then what is the average American? What is your favorite streamer? If I am a soy boy, who's your favorite streamer? Thor Bjornsson? Who is out there? Who is out there? Motherfuckers be like, I love Ben Shapiro. He's a beacon of masculinity. He's my alpha dog. I love Sneeko. That's the real alpha male right there. Then come in here and call me a soy boy. I can't even get enough protein if I ate you for breakfast. Okay? I can't even hit my daily macronutrients. And you're out here calling me a motherfucking soy boy. Fuck you mean? Fuck you mean? I eat 1.5 pounds of straight white chicken breast every goddamn day. I weigh my protein. I weigh my chicken. I had 17.5 ounces of straight white chicken breast just today. That's not 1.5 pounds. That's only 1 pound and change, but still. Who? Who's the motherfucking soy boy? Anyway, let's keep going.
Or danger to the residents that live in those areas.
Changes like these can make a city feel different, even less safe. But all the data we have tells us that equating vulnerable people with crime is not correct. And here's the problem with that.
If people don't feel safe, then we're not accomplishing our task. Stats don't matter if people don't believe they are in a safe environment.
What we're currently seeing.
That's a crazy thing for a cop mayor to say. I guess because he's a cop mayor, it's expected. But it's just like, that's crazy. Stats don't matter when people don't feel safe. Like, what the fuck?
Right now is a lot of politicians and policymakers crafting policy based on perception rather than evidence.
The governor of New York sent the National Guard to patrol the New York City subway. Crime on the subway had already been on the decline.
That's an explicit example right there of having perception-based policy take a lot of municipal resources and taxpayer money without having any results because it's in the wrong place.
A lot of what we're seeing are counterproductive policy solutions to crime in the long term. Harsher penalties for petty crime that include eliminating eligibility for parole and probation. In San Francisco, voters imposed drug test requirements on welfare recipients. Tough on crime bills that we kind of felt like the country was moving away from, over the last 10, 15 years, and now are coming back in a very big way.
In a way, this is an impossible story to tell. Try telling the victim of an actual crime that crime is down. Try telling it to a country seeing real crimes on TV. Last time I'll show you this chart, and I want you to tell me which of the following 2 clips fits it better.
Last year, the murder rate saw the sharpest decrease in history. Violent crime fell to one of its lowest levels in more than 50 years.
Shut up, bitch. You were the one who was like, we gotta fucking keep funding the police. Crime is out of control. You said that too, Brandon. Dumb fuck. Where was that attitude? Why didn't you demand cooler heads to prevail? Instead of listening to our hearts, we must listen to our heads. Crime has been on a steady decline with an increase in the aftermath of COVID. Ripping through the streets. You could have said that shit. No, you didn't, though. You didn't say that. You were like, nope, we got to give cops all the COVID resources. Yeah. Expect the Democratic Party to do some pro-immigration rhetoric in a little bit after they fucking cook the books and complain about the immigrant panic in a similar capacity, mind you. Remember, just like I'm right on this fucking crime shit and was right and never back down, regardless of how much people came in here and chirped at me, the same shit is happening with immigration. Okay?
Fund the police Democrats. have turned our once great cities into cesspools of bloodshed and crime.
In April 2024, an ABC News poll found that voters trust Donald Trump over Joe Biden on crime and safety by a margin of 8 percentage points. I was honestly surprised it wasn't more than that. Imagine that the homicide rate kept falling like this.
Oh, here it comes fucking Mr. Pennsylvania with some stats. Fast decline was in Philly with a progressive DA that tried to impeach at the state level with an unprecedented anti-democratic move. Turns out the left was right. Yup. Larry Krasner, George Soros, DA right there. What happened, Philly? What happened, Philadelphia? What happened to all the naysayers? What happened to all the naysayers? Everyone's like, oh, George Soros, DA, district attorney, he's progressive, he's woke, he's gay. He's releasing criminals left and right. Murder rate fucking steep decline in Philly. What the fuck happened? Meanwhile, Philadelphia is still number one on the murder rate. In you know, when you put Benjamin Netanyahu, a designated war criminal, on the board as a Philadelphia resident. Let's be real. Let's be for fucking real. Benjamin Netanyahu still got way more bodies. Technically, Philly is out of control on the murder rate, but...
And that by 2025 or 2026, you saw it get to its lowest in decades. How many people would believe you?
Let me tell you, not many, okay? Hi, Philly guy here. They still shooting just worse shots. That's funny. Anyway. That was the history will absolve me hour, or history has absolved me hour. Now that we're in the future and nowhere near the 2021 era when I was talking about all this shit. Krasner uses to defend BLM pro bono. That's the best way to reduce crime. Only BLM DAs from now on. Larry Krasner. George Soros prosecutor, baby. On top. All right, pro-Trump Republicans versus anti-Trump Republicans. Middle ground. Let's take a look.
I don't want someone in power that's going to not want to leave. I don't want someone...
Oh my God. You are not a Republican. There's just no freaking way.
Behind every never Trump Republican is a...
Jubilee went from just like... Bro, Jubilee went from having like, I don't know, normal, regular, gay-ass liberals go up against like professional Republicans to basically going, you know what, fuck it. Let's just fill the entire deck. Let's stack the deck with all professional Republicans this time. I mean, this is straight up just pro-Trump Republicans, which are all professional Republicans, versus anti-Trump Republicans, which are, again, all professional Republicans.
Story for why that person is weak.
Did you mean Barack Hussein Obama?
January 6th.
Yes! Oh my God. Yes, that's, oh, my queen. My queen. Okay, I love this already. This is phenomenal. Okay, good start. Strong start. Strong start. Let's fucking go.
I mean, was it a bad day? Absolutely. It was a bad day.
I have to disagree.
Quiet.
I got a pee.
Lady Maga, can you guide everybody in a deep breath? Hey, my name's John. I host a podcast called Radical Empathy. I also directed the Flat Earthers episode of Middle Ground. And as punishment, I've been asked by Ragini to moderate today's episode between pro-Trump Republicans and anti-Trump Republicans. The first prompt is, Trump is an honest man. Will the agreeers please step forward?
Fact-checking in this episode was powered by Ground News, a platform that helps you compare coverage across the political spectrum.
Lady Maga, why don't you start us off?
Trump is an honest man because he has stood up for the truth in this country and paid the price for it. He has been persecuted more than any other political figure in modern times, And if he wasn't telling the truth, I don't think he would stick by it. And also, all of the witch hunts haven't really found him caught as a liar, so to speak, yet. So I believe he's an honest man. And I mostly believe he honestly loves this country. That's the most important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think by virtue of how honest he is with his remarks and how off the cuff he is proof of how honest he really is. If perhaps he was more like Obama, someone willing to lie simply to get votes, to kind of hide his perspectives, he might be a little more popular by some of the other folks here today. But because he's very honest, he says things like shithole country, you know, he's impugned sometimes for that off the cuff honesty that I really respect, considering that we don't have a lot of honesty.
What countries is he talking about when he says shithole countries, bro? You got a suit on? You think that changes things? What's he talking about? Which countries did he specifically say people are coming from that are shithole countries? Where he said they live in mud huts. What does that signify? What are we doing here? No, he's not talking about Mexico. No, he specifically referred to African nations. Okay? He wasn't talking about, he literally then turned around and said, why don't they come from good countries like Norway? Okay. He literally was saying African nations and Haiti. I wonder what he meant by that. I wonder what he was talking about. I wonder why he said that. It's pretty funny, especially considering that like Nigerians have the highest rate of education, higher education in this country. Out of all of the ethnic demographics. Anyway,
honest politician.
And we can't forget about creative editing in today's society. Trump is a transactional man. He's from Queens. And if anybody knows people from Queens like to exaggerate because they were always against the Bronx or Brooklyn or Manhattan. So it's part of his personality. But what I really like about him is not only, you know, has he been wrong about certain things? Who isn't? Is he a perfect human being? Who is? But do I think he's out there intentionally lying to the American people? No, I do not.
And I think Trump, if he were a liar, his life would actually be a lot easier.
I think you're a real freak if you think Trump is an honest man. Like I can maybe reason with you if you say every politician is dishonest, so like Trump is also dishonest, but at least he's like honest in his dishonesty, right? But like when you just across the board say Trump is an honest man, it's like the most delusional thing you can say. It is akin to being like Trump is an honest, God-fearing Christian. You know what I mean? Crazy.
Easier because the press has come after him for things like using tax loopholes, and he'll come out and say, yeah, I use them. All rich people use them.
By the way, this person is literally Canadian, okay? She is a professional news commentator, Lauren Chen, and also professionally Canadian. Fuck is she talking about? Pro-Trump Republican. You're fucking Canadian, man. What's happening with these goddamn immigrants coming into this fucking country from Canada? Okay? What the hell's going on? What happened, Jubilee? You couldn't find one fucking American commentator? What's going on here?
But if you don't use them, why wouldn't I? And I think he's so unfiltered that he almost wouldn't have the ability to lie. That's just not his personality. And he actually gets attacked for being too honest and too glib, like you were saying.
Build that motherfucking northern border wall, man. Right. We got to send these Canadians back, bro. Let me tell you, I'm sick and tired, okay? We're talking about the border. You're worrying about the wrong border, son. What's happening here? Goddamn Canadians coming down here talking about American politics. We got to put a stop to it.
Let's bring in our disagreeers.
Here comes the sun.
I just can't agree. I mean, I think if Trump was an honest man, then he wouldn't be on trial right now for lying about having sex with a porn star and using his business records to cover it up.
Oh, they're not going to like that. They're going to say that wasn't what it was about. Okay, that wasn't what the trial was about. Here, let me guess. That's not what the trial was about. The trial was actually about America and the American justice, or as I like to call it, the American injustice system. They prosecuted him with a woke libtard judge, woke libtard DA, partially paid by George Soros, and they came after him because they were afraid he was going to win the election, and that's the only reason. The real reasons as to why Donald Trump is being prosecuted in a court of law is because everybody is afraid of him. And Joe Biden is old, and he can't win the election on his own, so he had to use his Justice Department.
Anytime that MAGA places Trump up with Jesus, I mean, this happens all the time.
That doesn't happen. That's a lie.
Absolutely
That's a
does.
lie.
There was
Yeah, dude, totally. No, famously, MAGA is not always comparing Trump to Jesus.
a segment in the Daily Show with I'm forgetting his name, Jordan Klepper. There was a segment in the Daily Show
who's
with Jordan
Jordan
Klepper
Klepper? Who
where they
cares
went
what
to a
Jordan
Trump
Klepper
rally.
is? Let's let him
Where they
talk
went to a
about
Trump
that.
rally. There was a segment where they went to a Trump rally and they asked supporters at the Trump rally, "Hey, does Trump remind you of Jesus?" And they were like, "Yeah, he's been so persecuted."
Right, but what does that have to do with his honesty? You just brought up the if I can finish, you brought up the Stormy Daniels incident, which he is literally being sued for saying I didn't rape her.
Right.
He's being sued.
No. Stormy Daniels is saying that he had sex with
Eugene
a porn
Carroll,
star.
excuse me.
Yeah, sorry. I'm talking about Stormy Daniels, the case going on in New York right now, where he's being sued because he covered up a $130,000 payment by falsifying his business. No, he did.
Allegedly.
He did. He 100% did.
Okay, and New York.
Wait, what do you mean allegedly? No, he was convicted. Fuck you mean allegedly? There is no alleged at that point. He was convicted by a jury of his peers. Like he was found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. What are we talking about allegedly? Hello? I mean, what?
City changed the law, making a misdemeanor a felony to make it a criminal trial.
Okay, but lying and having it be a misdemeanor is not
well,
any
and
different
again,
than lying
he
and
says
having
that
it be
he
a
didn't
felony.
have sex with her.
Yeah,
That's
he
a
said
good
he
point.
did.
I like that he said that. He's right. It doesn't change the. It doesn't change the reality that he still lied. Like, oh, it was just a misdemeanor instead of a fucking felony. Okay, who cares? Still a lie, you know? Got him.
He still made the payment to her, and he falsified.
Well,
I don't know if he had sex with her or not. It doesn't matter if he had sex with her.
I don't think a
And if it
porn star
wasn't
is a celebrity, with all due
Yeah,
respect.
Well, with all due respect, you're 2.5 hours late, so I really don't care what you have to say.
Oh, Caddy. Ooh, the girls are fighting.
A lot more.
You know what? I left my son's
enabling.
birthday party an hour before he turned 9.
That's sad. You're a sad person. You're literally a sad person for admitting that. Why would you admit that? Massive L. I left my son's birthday party, my son's 9-year-old birthday party to be at the fucking Jubilee shoot. Are you insane? Child Protection Services. Call them up. Call them up. That's crazy.
Just to be here because I feel
You didn't
that
know it
this
was
is-
going to be his birthday?
No, I did know it was
All
going
right.
to be.
Okay, we'll get back.
Okay, Lauren Chen, pretty good retort. Pretty good retort. Pretty good rebuttal. You didn't know it was his birthday? Why the fuck are you here then?
I do want to keep. I want to keep the focus on the prompt.
So if I can ask this young man, because he seems to bring up these trials a lot. So can I ask you?
Yeah.
Do you think that there has ever been an instance of using the law to hurt a political enemy? Has that ever happened in this country?
I think that.
Oh, they got there finally. Oh, thank God. Okay.
Has that ever happened in this country?
Absolutely. I think that
Okay,
some of the no, listen, let me finish.
Okay.
I think that some of the cases against Trump are a little bit stretched. I will give you that. But at the same time, Trump did falsify these business records, and we've known about it for the past 5 years. It hasn't been brought to court because he was president, but as soon as he wasn't president, they brought it to court. There was $130,000 that he falsified as a business expense. So,
bro, this guy is such a MSNBC watcher. What's going on here?
if you're going to say that he was being honest about that, he wasn't being honest. It doesn't matter whether it's a misdemeanor
And
or
yet
felony.
they're charging
It's
it with
still
a
lie.
campaign.
Right. So let's say I give you this one instance of dishonesty.
But it wasn't
How does
one.
that
Look
prove that
about
in its
Jenny
totality,
Carroll.
President Trump is more dishonest,
I challenge
especially
you.
versus
Let's-
other
Let's
politicians?
RC.
Right?
Why wouldn't you
So
want to?
You're giving me one example.
Hold on.
I
Why
just
wouldn't
gave
you
you
want to
another
be
one.
honest about your business dealings, though?
just
Isn't
one.
that literally one of the most founding?
Wait, what? He just openly admitted that, yeah, sure, Trump might have like had sex with a porn star and then like tried to cover it up and pay hush money payments on a trial that also like showed that he was also collaborating with the National Enquirer to do like catch and kill schemes while also simultaneously, digging dirt on his political rivals and constantly pumping negative propaganda about his political rivals at the time from the National Enquirer, which he was like, which is a propaganda rag. It's a fucking, dish rag, basically. How does that not spell even further dishonesty in that just one singular instance alone?
Marks of American.
Again,
50's back. Let's go, boys. He's back with the 50 big ones.
We can debate the intricacies of this trial, which is literally being legislated right now in court. So
I would argue
but I'm saying, let's say you're right.
Rhetoric is a lie. He's campaigning in 2024 on the fact that he won the 2020 election. He did not win the 2020 election.
How
he
many
is
presidents?
0 for 60 in court cases.
Well, let's not even forget the entire tagline of Make America Great Again.
How many
America was
presidents
already
have
great.
been elected? How many bellwether counties do they have to win to become president?
It doesn't matter.
No,
there
it
has
does
not been
matter.
a single proven
Historically-
case of fraud.
All right,
There's not been a single
I want to
proven
just
case
pull
of
in
fraud.
voices who haven't spoke yet.
Okay, this dude is cooking. Okay, it's Pack Watch, dude. Damn. This is like one of the only instances where like the Lincoln Republican ass dudes I think do a decent job. Did he give another 50? Yo, this guy's out of control. This guy's out of control. 34, 50. Holy moly.
Sorry, what's your name?
Travis.
Travis, you were trying to get in here?
The issue that I personally take with the honesty of Trump is that the entire tagline of Make America Great Again is inherently dishonest because America was already great. Sure, we've got a lot of issues that are going on in the country. We've got racial division. We've got political division. Even the factionalism between the political sides are an
50!
issue. But that doesn't mean that America isn't already
This guy's
inherently
crazy.
great. We've got so many great policies that are in place. The American dream
Like
is...
what? What do you mean? What are some great policies that we have in place? Please. Oh my God, elaborate. Oh my God. What do you mean we have some great policies in place? Please do not let him hanging. Obviously, not a single one of those guys is like, nah,
Still
hold
alive,
on.
I believe, personally.
Can I ask, did you take that directly from Elizabeth Warren or Hillary?
Neither.
Got him. Fucking got him. Tell that nerd. Okay, let him fight. This is a real let him fight moment, and I'm honestly on board with both sides. I'm actually unconditionally supporting both sides in this battle.
I heard them say that many times. I was just curious.
Drag him, queen.
Well, it doesn't make it any less true, even if they did say it. I mean, do you think that the American dream is dead? Do you think people just can't move up?
Well, if America is so great under the
me
leadership
answer.
of Barack Obama and Joe Biden, then why even bother being a Republican?
Right.
But just to close the loop, let's
No, he asked me a
we got lots
question.
of great prompts.
He asked me a question I want to answer with a general statement. A lot of people would call you, our opposition here, rhinos. I will not use that word. I consider you...
Oh, Lady MAGA, you're so sick. You're so good. She's so woke. She's kind of woke, I would say. She's not going to use the term rhino.
Democrat.
Respect.
And what does rhino mean?
Republican in name only.
That's just
I consider you a
Can I
Democrat
respond?
as well as you.
Yeah. And then let's.
I just can't. I don't understand how you can say that. I have conservative values. I have conservative values on abortion. I have conservative values on education. I just don't like a cult leader leading our cause.
Can I ask you, will you be voting for Biden or Trump, or are you sitting out?
I will be voting for Biden because I don't.
Yo, he said it. He said it. I do love a dude who's like, dude. I do love a dude who's just like basically honest. Like he's more honest than like progressive people who are like, I'm voting for Biden because he's the best candidate. Like he's so progressive. Like that guy is literally more honest. Biden is genuinely telegraphing his entire fucking political project around that one guy. Now, how many of those guys exist? I do not know. But that is who Biden is campaigning for. And that motherfucker is listening. So yeah, if you are a conservative and you do legitimately think that like, oh, Trump is too corrupt or he's too much of a fucking freak and he's too chaotic, like why the fuck wouldn't you vote for Biden? He is literally a conservative. He is a Republican, okay? In so many of the issues.
How is that a Democrat?
Thank you.
How are you a Democrat if you vote for a Democrat?
Because I don't want someone in power that's going to not want to leave. I don't want someone.
Oh my God!
Like
you are not a Republican.
At the end of 4 years,
freaking way.
We had gotten to a point where, let's say there is an instance where Trump has been. It's proven that he was dishonest about something. Are you willing to look past that? You were trying to make that point.
Well, the point I had made, and I didn't get an answer from either of these folks, which is comparatively, is Trump more honest than other politicians? And we've given examples of how he is and how that has actually led to persecution from him. In fact, you're only kind of proving this. You agree that lawfare exists, but for some reason you don't think it's applicable in this criminal trial. So my question is, do you think he's comparatively honest based upon the fact that he's off the cuff and very authentic?
So first
Would
of all,
you give me that?
just because all of the trials aren't the best cases doesn't mean that some of the trials aren't great cases. Like, for example, he kept files at Mar-a-Lago for 6 months with warnings from the FBI and CIA, and
So did
he had
Biden,
the
though.
chance to give them back, and he
And
didn't.
he
And so
didn't
now he's on trial
under
for
the
it. That's a
Presidential
clear crime.
Records Act.
The same.
He's so right. Dude, he's so fucking right. It's so funny. Trump is so laughably incompetent, man. It's like, it is like, how can you defend any of this stuff? It's like stupid. It's like a very stupid thing to try and defend. It is a very stupid thing to try and defend. It just like doesn't make any sense. Oh my God. Strongest HasanAbi hater. This guy 100%. Like, I can see this guy being a Destiny community member who despises me to the fucking core. But he's absolutely right on everything that he's brought forward so far. He's just 100% correct.
Same thing with Stormy Daniels. That's a clear crime. So like,
to
I
pay
think
his attorney
that
fees.
him being honest about certain things is okay. But if you're not honest about the big stuff, if you're not honest about that Americans can trust our elections.
You think Biden's more honest?
I think on the issues that matter, he might be than Trump. Because I
bring up classified files. Biden has mishandled classified files as well.
Yeah, which is cool because when given the opportunity, which was also presented to Donald Trump, Biden was like, yeah, go in, Kings. And so did Michael Pence in the same investigation, which is something that nobody ever brings up for some weird fucking reason. It was a two-parter. Both Mike Pence and Joe Biden were investigated by the same authorities. The DOJ was welcomed into their fucking personal homes so they could retrieve whatever files they wanted to. That's the difference. They didn't fucking call up their lawyers and then we're like, how do we deal with this? Like, they didn't fucking call up their lawyers and then like lie to the federal authorities and be like, no, I don't have any files. They didn't fucking lie to their own lawyers and called their personal valet to hide some of the classified documents, which is insane. Why would you do any of this? I do not know. Question is whether Trump is trustworthy. How the fuck is their answer? Is Biden trustworthy? Yeah. Trump is an honest man is the question. And the only way that a reactionary can ever fucking make sense of the world is by reacting to or having a reactionary approach to the opposite side. That's why they're immediately turning the conversation back to Biden, which even in this circumstance, it doesn't fucking matter because guess what? Biden cooperated with the authorities because he's not he's a bad person. He's Genocide Joe, but at least not a fucking idiot. Despite the fact that he has dementia, there's still something going on up there where he was like, yeah, of course, the federal authorities can come literally retrieve all the files. My bad. That's it. Donald Trump didn't do that.
I don't see how you can.
But he didn't willfully do that, and he gave them back when the FBI asked him.
Okay, let's reset because we're gonna get to all the good stuff again. So let's reset next month.
Hey there, how did that conversation make you feel? Do political debates make you feel anxious? I feel you on that. Look, if we're gonna get through this.
Anti-Trump Republicans are Democrats in disguise. Will the agreeers please step forward?
So I think conceptually it's perfectly possible to be a Republican and say, you know what, I don't think Trump is the best option. I would rather someone like Ron DeSantis. And I know a lot of friends who are hardcore conservatives, they would rather DeSantis for X, Y, or Z reasons. That's totally legitimate. But at the end of the day, they're still Republicans. They're still conservative. So they're going to vote for the person on the ballot who best represents conservative values. That is Donald Trump. I don't care what kind of personal issues you have with him. You don't think he's the most honest, whatever. You don't like his business dealings. You can't tell me, though, that you honestly believe that Joe Biden is going to pursue a more conservative right-wing agenda than Donald Trump. There's no justification for that. And so, you know, anti-Trump, yeah, not necessarily. Maybe there's one or two people who describe themselves that way, but they're still a Republican. But it seems like when push comes to shove, 99% of the time, when there is someone who says, I'm a Republican, but I just don't like Trump, they also end up saying, and I will, in fact, be voting for Joe Biden.
Mitt Romney said that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead, my dear.
Well, and again, we've seen it with Liz Cheney and many others, and I think we have a problem with the uniparty in this country right now. When you look
What do you mean by that, uniparty?
What I mean by that I think that there's a lot of politicians that are funded by corporations and lobbyists, and they don't care about the voice of the people, what they...
Yeah, which Trump definitely is not, like, enacting the agenda of corporations. Like, when I think of someone who didn't literally do exactly that, I think of Donald Trump. That's insane.
care about is where the money's coming from. That's what I mean by uniparty. And I think it's on both sides of the aisle. I don't think it's exclusively Republican. I don't think it's exclusively Democrat. The problem I have is when we see our country right now, we've got 18 million people that have crossed our border illegally. We have over 100,000 missing migrant children, and we have Biden's State Department basically giving our military base in Panama, funding NGOs with military-age men and flying them into our country. If you can vote for that and say you're a Republican, I'm sorry, you're not.
Absolutely.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No,
Yes, dynamic Jab. I can see you. Why?
I am a big believer in the phrase, by their enemies you shall know them.
Yeah, by the way, this is a funny moment too. You're right. This is like, I mean, this is expected, but I think per capita, this might have the highest density of fact checks. Like, the entire Jubilee video is riddled with fact checks. Every time a conservative, especially a MAGA conservative, says anything, they have to drop a fucking context note underneath. I've never seen this many fucking fact checks ever.
I'm from Utah. I'm a gay man, a drag artist, but I don't believe in pronouns. I don't claim to be a woman. I would never go in a women's bathroom. But our very Republican...
Yeah, bro, because you're a gay man. Why the fuck would you go into a woman's bathroom? What do you think? Oh my God. This is my favorite psycho, I swear. Just so brain broken. Remember when Walter Masterson was like interviewing hogs at, I think, was it the RNC or whatever? I don't remember. It was like CPAC, I think, not RNC. And he was like asking him about like transphobia and homophobia. And he was like, I don't know. I haven't seen that.
Mormon governor Spencer Cox can't stand Donald Trump. He's just so mean. And our Republican governor has he, him pronouns in his social media bio. So he is allowing Utah to slide down the slope of wokeism. He is in no way, shape, or form a real conservative. And so people like my cowardly, emasculated governor hate Donald Trump, and that says everything to me. And as this young man said, he would vote for Joe Biden. Joe Biden supports aborting a 9-month-old, fully grown baby in the womb.
Do you guys ever notice, I know I'm repeating myself quite a bit today, but do you ever notice that a lot, like damn near the entirety of conservative grievances are just shit that they made up and that, you know, terrified them? It's literally like politically speaking, living in a country with conservatives is like having to deal with a girlfriend that's constantly dreaming that you cheated on them in a dream and having to deal with that on a daily basis. Except now they control the government, even when they're not in power. So you have to deal with their mania on a regular basis, and they will get their wishes across. It's so crazy. It's so insane. It's like, yeah, did you know you can make up anything? Like there's like, oh, I'm sorry, you want to vote for a Democrat? They want to kill babies after they're born. They want to make slides that they shove into the pussies of moms in the process of giving birth, and then have the baby slide from the slide into a pool to drown when they figure out if the baby's going to be conservative or not. Do you want that? It's like, no, that sounds crazy. I would not want that because that's not happening. You just made it up. Why do I have to act like what you are saying is true? Why do I have to sit here and be like, yeah, that's pretty scary. 9-month-olds are being aborted. Like 9-month, like late term, third trimester abortions are happening at an alarming rate. That's crazy. Like voluntary, no reason other than the fact that like a woman went in, got knocked up, carried a fucking fetus in their body for 9 months so that they could have an abortion for funsies. Like all the money, all the trauma, all of the fucking back pain for 9 fucking months just so they could do a shits and gigs type shit. Like, yeah, can't wait to have an aborabo. What are you saying? There is no place in this nation where a person can get a third trimester abortion without medical necessity. Okay? That's not a thing. There's no 9-month abortions. That's murder. Okay? That's number one. There's a different term for that. There is literally no difference between you saying that Joe Biden's advocating for 9-month abortions as you saying Democrats have guns in the fucking surgery room where the doctor literally just shoots the baby as soon as it comes out. Okay? You're just making it up. Why not go wild with it? Democrats want to abort my child for doing a woke gender.
He said he's pro-life, but he would vote for Joe Biden. So yes, he's a Democrat. These people are Democrats, as far as we're concerned.
Lady Maga, do you mind if I just do a quick follow-up on your story? How do you find yourself as a conservative? I think most people would associate being a gay man. Is that correct?
Gay.
He's like, yo, you're a real freak.
Being gay with being liberal.
But see, I think that's a lie too.
No, I'm just
that
addressing...
we as Republicans don't like gay people. That is a lie.
No, it absolutely
that is a lie.
It's great to know. I just want to hear
that very quickly.
He's like, shut the fuck up. I'm interviewing the freak, okay? Shut the fuck up, please. I would like to hear straight from the most insane person I've ever encountered. A person who goes to Republican conventions where like 90% of the resentment is calling people that look like him groomer pedophiles. How does that happen?
Biological gay man. This is my drag persona. I don't live my life as a woman. But the I call it the LGBTQIA plus ever expanding alphabet mafia. And I had to step away from the alphabet people, as I call them, pushing transgenderism, hormones, and mutilation on children. That was one. And as a dignified drag artist who loves to present a sparkly, fabulous character, I could no longer stand by and watch drag queens stripping in a thong and a trapeze in front of children who are the same age as my nieces and nephews.
When has that happened? What are you saying? That is so Again, all of my resentment, all of my frustration stems out of my wildest imaginations, okay? Like, where did you get this? I saw it on Facebook. Yeah, you know what else you saw on Facebook? A fucking legless woman with a bird body, okay, going, please send help. I am looking for husband, with 1,000 boomers underneath in the comment section going, me first, sweetie, okay? It didn't happen. That does happen, though, those shows in front of children. They are not stripping. Drag queen reading hour is not being conducted while they are simultaneously stripping. in front of the children. It is no different than Mrs. Doubtfire. Okay? It is no different than Mrs. Doubtfire. It is no different than like Ursula. Okay? That's it.
So I had to step away from that. And Donald Trump expanded who gets to be a conservative. The MAGA crowd, we are wild. We are fun. We are outside the box. I don't fit the cookie cutter suit and tie Republican. So as a gay man, that's why I'm a conservative. And there are millions of gay conservatives, but they're terrified to say anything because they will be attacked.
Was
supporting Donald Trump.
Were you pro-Trump, right? Like when he first entered the political scene?
You know, I voted for him with my eyes closed. I was like, Hillary or Donald Trump? This is a gamble, but obvious I couldn't vote for Hillary. So I voted for Donald Trump, and then I watched
oh God. Oh, okay.
him very closely. I'm not a celebrity worshiper. He's not a super.
I couldn't vote for Hillary. That's why I voted for Donald Trump, and I'm voting for him again, who was never killed. Donald Trump, famously not a murderer. Okay? There's no American president that is not a fucking murderer. Like, I agree with the Hillary shit, but it's wild.
Star. I'm not in a cult for Donald Trump. I scrutinize every single thing he does because that's my job as an American, is to scrutinize anyone who has a leadership position that involves my life. So he won me over, and I know I'm talking too much, but the day he really, really won me over is when he called Haiti an SHIT hole. And I'll explain why. I lived overseas for 10 years of my life, working in the humanitarian realm. I spent years in Africa. Haiti is very similar to Africa. Children don't have their rights. Women can get raped with no protection from the police.
You're from Utah, bro. What are you talking about? The only difference between Haiti and Utah is that it's like white people doing that shit, and they're doing it in the richest country on the planet. What the fuck do you mean? You are literally from Utah. 100% a Mormon, by the way. Definitely went on missions. And is just an unimaginable racist. Why the fuck is Haiti the way it is? We are responsible for Haiti being the way it is, okay? Haiti's material conditions are not identical to Utah, yet the same things that you're talking about persist in fucking Utah. So it's, I guess, okay when a fucking Mormon white dude is doing the things that you are so upset about.
So by calling a spade and using that phrase, I realized this guy gets it. He's not like Barack Hussein Obama, who's a cultural relativist who pretends.
That's awesome, Barack. Yeah, you can. Not so funny when she says Barack Hussein Obama. There's a lot more oomph to it. I mean, it's still funny in general. I love that. I love when people say Barack Hussein Obama. I love saying it myself, because he is Muslim, and everyone should know that. Anyway, let's continue.
That Haiti is the equal of America in our way of life. So as off-color as the comment was, a little bell went off in my head like, this guy is not a polished teleprompter politician like Mitt Romney. So he won me over. Many other reasons too, but that was an important moment.
Thank you for sharing your backstory.
Sorry, could I just expand upon that?
Thank you
I
for
think
sharing
Donald
your
Trump has won over a lot of people, and if you're anti-Trump in 2016, you don't want to vote for him, I could understand that more. But after seeing everything Donald Trump has done in office to advance the conservative cause, whether that's appointing the judges, I mean, easing the tax burden on Americans, trying to do something about the ridiculous immigration system, you name it, he has a proven track record of conservative government, maybe not as conservative as I would like, but it's still something. And so at this point, for people to still be, no, I would rather Joe Biden, there's no excuse other than you're a Democrat.
Let's bring in our disagreeers. We haven't heard from you yet. Why don't you
I'm not gonna lie. I would have asked, like, I would have taken special care and attention with this fucking freak too. Like that's so fascinating. Like what you're doing is so fascinating to me. It's just like you're a drag queen who is like an unironic Trump dick rider. Like you are literally less safe when you go to Republican conventions than anywhere else. It's awesome.
Okay, there was like so much that said, where would you like me to start from?
Because like there is a level of, I feel like right now, like this would be akin to being like a segregationist black person in the Jim Crow South. You know what I mean? Like a pro-segregationist black person in the Jim Crow South. Because like right now, and I'm not making an equivalence. I'm not saying like, you know, the trans people are basically experiencing segregation-like conditions, but I'm saying like you're in a very dangerous environment when you go to these places, because like you don't know who the fuck has a gun and will kill you because they think you're a groomer. Okay? Does that make sense? Because like right now in the modern day, obviously the Republican Party is a threat to black people. Of course, they are a white supremacist party. But having said that, there are still like, there is a well-established tokenization of black conservatives. So like Republicans at least know like which black person not to be afraid of, you know, like a Candace Owens type. Whereas I don't think Republicans have that same level of like understanding of like a token drag queen. You know what I mean? Like there is no one of the good ones for drag queens. Like I don't think there is one of the good ones for drag queens. Whereas like there is definitely a well-established precedent for like one of the good ones for a black conservative, one of the good ones for you know, a Latino conservative, which, you know, obviously there's a lot of Latino conservatives, but like you see what I'm saying?
Whatever feels right to you.
All right, thank you. I think, first of all, when we say that it was an isolated incident, and just to touch like back just a moment before, just because you have diarrhea of the mouth does not mean you're honest. It just means you have poor couth. You don't know how to be respectful and be, as a lot of you say, what is the Republican candidate movement is the word that's coming about. It's about faith, family, values, integrity. When you think of Donald Trump, do you think of integrity?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. But well, and again, I'm not looking.
J. Edgar Hoover and Roy Cohn erasure. Are you kidding me? First of all, J. Edgar Hoover's era, people didn't even understand what drag queens were. They just thought you're gay. That's it. They hated gay people. Like or rather not drag queens, sorry, trans people in general. Like they didn't have like the same association with like drag queens and trans culture or being trans in general as they do now. That is a very new development. The association with like drag queens and trans people came after trans visibility, came after gay marriage was legalized, and then Republicans were looking desperately at a new target to attack, which became trans people. That's new tech, exactly. Because like, think about how much cross-dressing has been like a part of Western culture, a part of just, it's global pretty much, but like especially Western culture, like all the way from Shakespeare all the way up to Mrs. fucking Doubtfire. You know what I mean? It is a very new thing where people are like, I hate drag queens because they're groomer pedophiles because they remind me of trans people. And that's actually what trans people are too. Like a lot of the anti-drag momentum is just anti-trans momentum in general. Anyway, let's continue.
Let me
for
finish.
A pastor, I'm looking
that was
for
more
a president.
rhetorical. That was more rhetorical, if you will. Thank you. So I think that's the first thing to be said. And you said one incident with the Stormy Daniels. And
again, we're in disagreement there.
Okay, but let's go on. You just think about this for a moment. The likelihood of these two women being in the same room, a writer and a porn star, barely a celebrity, D-list celebrity, right? Even if she was an amazing producer and writer of porn films, okay? She's still the very bottom D-list celebrity, and this woman who never would have crossed paths under any circumstances. Where are these women meeting, by the way? Is she writing the porn scripts? No, we know that's not true. And they both have the same story. The same story. Let me finish. You've been talking a lot. Let me finish, please. It's just not coincidence. You have to say there's a little bit of shred of truth there that two women from opposite walks of life would have the same narrative. It just doesn't make sense that that would be all lies. And so that's just the first thing, because you were saying, oh, it's only one incident.
No, I never said that.
Well, someone.
But I said what you're saying is not true because it doesn't give the entire fact of the matter. First of all, you say that you should believe women. Does that mean that you also believe
I never said that we should believe women.
Well, do you, Tara Reid, for instance?
That's so funny. Dude, for a second, because of the way she was chirping, I think we all forgot collectively that it's the top of the hour ad break. That's what's going on. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. But yeah, we also collectively forgot that like they are not liberals. They're hogs. They're conservatives. Will you read my response now? What is your response? What? That does happen though. Those shows in front of children. It's called Circus at the top of the hour. Oh. I didn't see that.
Who was slammed and shamed for accusing Joe Biden and actually had the evidence to back it up. You're talking about Jean Carroll. I would challenge anybody in this room.
$83 million.
I would challenge let me finish what I'm saying now, please. I would challenge anybody in this room to go into a crowded department store and scream that you're being raped and see what happens. There were no witnesses. This woman went on CNN, said that she thought rape was sexy, and named her cat vagina. I think she's a nut job. As far as Stormy Daniels, she had to pay.
Bro, please read top left corner of the video. It's so important. Anti-Trump Republicans are Democrats in disguise. What? Pro-Trump Republicans versus anti-Trump Republicans?
Trump's legal fees last time around. And let's not forget, her attorney that put her up to this is in jail.
And to be clear, I don't believe these two incidents are just coincidences. I think they're both actively lying and politically motivated. So no, it's not a coincidence.
You're giving little highlights of the story that suit you about Stormy.
No, that's not true.
That is true, sweetheart.
No, it's not, and don't call me sweetheart.
I can call you whatever I'd like.
Okay.
Let's just.
Sorry, I'm just very annoyed that we all sat here.
You keep going on and on.
We're gonna have to look.
Irrelevant.
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
This conversation had nothing to do with the question. Okay? The question is, anti-Trump Republicans are Democrats in disguise, and they have literally, what is going on? They did not even fight over the actual argument that they're supposed to be fighting over. What the fuck?
Clearly have a victim
We're gonna have to keep moving forward. I haven't heard from you.
Yeah,
yet.
Are we gonna?
I know time's more valuable for you because you're
okay.
older.
Okay. Okay, so the.
Oh! Yes, bitch! Yes! She said, I know time's more valuable for you because you're old. Yo, look at her face. Oh my God. Oh my God. God damn, son. Holy shit.
The prompt.
If you want to go there, I'll go.
Okay, so the prompt is, anti-Trump Republicans are actually Democrats. And you came in because you disagree.
Yeah, bring him back. Bring him back. What are you doing, big bro? Bring him back.
Well, I mean, and I have the perspective of really being a proud Democrat till 2012-13 when I started saying, okay, the left has completely lost its mind.
That guy definitely is a Destiny fan. Okay, 100%. Someone just said, do they always have moderators in other Jubilee videos that are like this prominent? Like in other middle ground videos? Because where's another middle ground video?
Does that mean that I'm...
Oh, they do. I don't really remember them chiming in this much. Like, this is the most active moderator. This is the most active moderator. I don't know if it's like a recent decision or if they had to like really do more to wrangle these hogs.
And I mean, I've played at the White House 4 times, all with Democratic presidents. But I feel like I've never really moved on many of my issues. It's just the left has gone so far left.
Exactly. Yeah.
Completely. But
he doesn't speak for all of us.
No. But the thing is, and Laura, you bring up a great point about, you can slice the pie so many ways of what to call each other. The elites and the politicians versus the uniparty versus everyone else. There's so many ways you can slice it. The Democrats can be cut up in different ways. Republicans can be cut up in different ways. But my main value is protecting individualism over collectivism, capitalism over anything else. Just these core values of America. And am I anti-Trump? Absolutely. Does that mean I'm going to vote for Joe Biden? Hell no. not going to do that. So you can't just call it that, oh, we're Democrats. No, I'm someone that was a Democrat, and I would never call myself that anymore, which is sad to say, but hell no. So it's complicated.
King.
So many ways you can slice the pie.
What makes you anti-Trump, if you had to choose one thing?
Well, I mean, even on the last prompt with, is he an honest man? Even that's kind of complicated because when you asked it, it's like, oh God, no, he's not an honest man. He lies like crazy. But Gavin Newsom lies, I think, worse than Trump does. You were more talking in the topic and aspect of, does he say things that the rest of us think in our mind and go, I wish I could say that publicly. Yeah, he does. And they all do. It's more, I kind of, plus the reason I even added to this to be part of this whole thing is the idea that
this is the most Reddit dude out in the wild. Is this guy related? Is this guy Gentile Brace Belden? How dare you? How fucking dare you? Brace would never wear this fit. Brace is swagged the fuck out, dude. No, this man is just... Brace is nowhere near as Reddit as this man. Brace doesn't know what Reddit is. I can't... That's crazy. Gentile Brace. That's so fucked up. Oh no, Brace would never. That's crazy.
That the left has just so many things they stand for is so hypocritical, so terrible, and they've put themselves on this tee as a ball for someone to hit as a grand slam and destroy them. And it's sad, especially from my perspective, coming from the left originally, to see that the person that we've decided to hit that ball and destroy them, which we should all be a team together to destroy this enemy, is Donald Trump. Really? With all the great Republicans that I really love, he's the guy that's going to lead us to the promised land to save the country from the Marxist left and everything else?
Who would you choose?
The Marxist
so many people. Well, actually, a lot of Trump's VPs, unfortunately, are some of my favorite people. Whether it's Vivek, whether it's Tulsi, whether it's Byron Donalds,
Bro, what is happening, dude? It's what a wild fucking way to live, dude. He said Tulsi Gabbard, Vivek Ramaswamy. Why don't you like... If you like Vivek, why the fuck don't you like Trump? Like, that makes no dang sense, bro. Vivek is literally just Trump, but Indian. Like, he very clearly tailored every aspect of his campaign off of Trump.
I mean, I love Condoleezza Rice. We already talked about Thomas Sowell, one of my absolute heroes of the world. But
Thomas Sowell is one of his absolute heroes of the world. This is 100% a hate watcher? Oh, for sure.
Him of all, and the thing is, it has stifled this war to which we should all be together and destroying the left and stopping them. And now we're just fighting each other, and it's ruining the war to which we should be all together on.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have seen 8 years of lawfare, and it's been very clear, lawfare. General Flynn, I was with him last night. His family was destroyed over.
General Flynn? Yo, MAGA Republicans have no chill, dude. She's bringing up the GOAT, General Michael Flynn. That's crazy. I mean, respect. She was hanging out with Michael. Who the fuck is hanging out with Michael Flynn? Apparently her.
A lie. Over a lie. Russiagate was a lie. Spygate was a lie. I truly believe,
Speak on it.
Murderers get 25 to life in prison. This lawfare, do you know how many years Trump's facing? 700 years in prison. Do you really think that he...
Wait, for what? What? For what? Does she actually think that New York would throw Trump in a slammer for 700 years over a first offense for like lying on a fucking business paperwork? First of all, the 700-year number is not correct. Okay? Let's just get that out of the way real quick. Unfortunately, I wish it was, but it's not correct. He's going for 4 years max, but that's not going to happen anyway either. But that's awesome that she, in her mind, thinks he's going to jail for 700 years.
He deserves that.
No.
And I truly think that if we allow lawfare I believe that if we allow lawfare to travel as far and get away with what they've done, we don't have a country anymore.
No, the precedents that could be set. If
Oh,
he's
it's
convicted on these
disgusting.
things. It's like you can hate him. It's fine to hate him for this, that, and the other reason. But to allow the precedent, even the insurrection situation, which like, did he push it?
No.
Did he?
Oh my gosh, she almost admitted that she was there, and then stopped herself and went, "I got friends."
Push it to happen.
I was not there. If the FBI is watching, I was not there. I have friends that were there. I was not. I was not there.
Kind of, but did he say go to the Capitol and blast the
Can I jump in there for a second? Just to address the prompt real quick. If being a Republican is sucking up.
Please click this. Corey Reddit Man plays accordion. Oh my God. Okay. I was about to say you said Gentile Brace Belden and that you were wrong, that he's not Gentile. Oh my God, you were right. He is Gentile Brace Belden. One of the great honors of my life. Even though I'm not Jewish, I can't state how immense the emotion was that overcame me to play that piece of music. This is incredible. Like, straight up, I get why American Jews that are like born into the false understanding of Zionism and like educated on Zionism is a good thing. I get why they become unconditional dick riders. I will never understand how that indoctrination works on like a dude who's not brought up in an evangelical church. Like a Christian dude who's like, I was a lifelong Democrat. Like to this level of dick riding Israel, it's just like it's so strange. It's so strange to me. Like, where did you, like, what? You did not go to like, you didn't have what is it called? Like J League or whatever, J Camp. Like you didn't actually have overnight camp. You didn't go to the synagogue. You did not, like, your indoctrination into Zionism did not happen early on. Like, how? Dude, listen to a few Malthus Yahoo albums and now he's a Zionist. You didn't even get hit with the John Fetterman the car crash autism that made you into a major Zionist, okay? You didn't do Hebrew school. How? Especially if you aren't personally like in an evangelical church or whatever, where they're constantly being like, the rapture is going to happen. And like, that's why we need to put the Jews in the desert immediately so they can also burn in hell with the rest of the non-believers as we get sucked into heaven. Like, if that's not where you're learning from like an early age as a non-Jewish person, like, what is happening? How did you get this level of indoctrination? It makes no sense. Anyway, let's continue.
Up to Trump, then I am not a Republican.
I think being a Republican just means not literally voting Democrat.
No, that's not what being a Republican means. People are split ticket and are still a member of a party. I can be a Republican and vote for a Democrat that I think does a better job. It's not that complicated. People used to have like sense and be in the middle. Like Bob Dole.
You would be so
there's a
successful
quote.
in the Democrat
hold on,
Party.
sorry. Bob Dole, just like there was a quote from Bob Dole where he said, you know, my enemy, he's not my enemy, he's my opponent. And that's where I feel like we've strayed from the Republican Party. That's what Donald Trump brought in 2016, was this mentality of,
nerd.
we have to hate them because we don't agree with them. We have to hate them. They can't take office. They can't be anywhere near.
Okay, bro, you lost me. Okay, Republicans have always talked about hating the Democrats. What do you mean? Like, Republicans, brother, since the day that you were born, which I suspect is like what, 20 years ago max, the Republican Party, the modern Republican Party, has never had a moment where they weren't saying the Democrats are pedophiles. Okay, like Donald Trump might have unleashed or unshackled, unrestricted the commentary a little bit so that like the average American can come to terms with it and repeat it. But like the energy was always there. There was plenty of people in the Republican Party that were always hitting that. Okay. There was never a moment, especially after Barack Obama, there was never a moment where the Republican Party wasn't like, these guys are like pedophile monsters. These guys literally brought the spawn of Satan, a black man, to the highest position of power. I will never forgive them. They are straight up. Like post 9/11, they were like, Democrats literally want to fuck and suck Al-Qaeda. They want to have sex with Osama bin Laden. And then after Barack Obama, it was over.
Anything.
Are you quoting him?
What?
He said we have to hate them. Are you quoting Donald J. Trump?
He talks about Democrats as the enemy all the time.
Look at his
he said fuck Joe Biden on his True Self.
Do Democrats talk about Republicans as the enemy?
Is that hate?
Young man, do Democrats talk about Republicans as the enemy?
I've been a
of America?
Republican a lot longer than 2016.
Absolutely.
And I've definitely been hated longer by Donald.
But I think that Donald Trump has exacerbated the situation. So much so to the point where he thought that it was like so much of a tragedy of Republicans losing the 2020 election that he thought there's no way it could happen. There's no way, because Democrats are so bad that the only way that we lose is if it's rigged. So what he did is he built up the tension 7 months in advance. He was telling his supporters that the election was only going to be rigged if he lost. 7 months in April of 2020, 7 months in advance, he said it is rigged if I lose. And then in August, he said it again. It's not a rigged election.
Let's dig into. Yeah, we're gonna dig into the election in a.
Not to agree with the MAGA Republicans here, but like this dude is a Democrat. Okay, just fucking own it. I mean, he does kind of own it, but he is a Democrat. Come on, big dog.
20 seconds. No, you finish.
Okay, I was just gonna say, sorry. So like, and then when he calls his supporters up on January 6th, you can say whatever you want about what he told them to do at the Capitol, but if you call your supporters up on January 6th, have a massive rally with millions of people, tell them to march down to the Capitol, it doesn't matter what he said. He set up Mike Pence as a traitor if he didn't accept those electoral votes.
You said we're gonna cover the insurrection.
Okay.
I have the luck of being a political strategist. So I've actually seen the data set of anti-Trump Republicans who are hard Republicans who usually do vote Republican in elections. I think the reason why that is because psychological manipulation is very powerful. And I think that if you're weak enough, you're susceptible to it. I don't want to get personal here, but we have people on stage, 3 young men who look like they haven't lifted a weight in their life. And we have a woman.
What does that have to do with my political?
What the fuck? Yo, yeah, when I think of, yeah, dog, when I think of like strong men, I immediately, my mind goes to an Oklahoma Walmart. That's what I think of, like peak male physique at the demonstrated at the Oklahoma Walmart in the reddest fucking place in America, okay? Like, you are literally sucking Donald Trump's dick. Do you think he has lifted a weight? Donald Trump personally thinks that he has a finite amount of energy captured in his body and that he can't move around too much, because if he moves around too much, he's going to die early. Okay? What are you talking about? What do you mean? He said, yeah, you're a liberal and a soy boy. That's awesome. Yeah, you're not ready for the psychological warfare because you haven't lifted weights. This is why I fucking clear all of these like animalistic primal fucking arguments, okay? And this is why you need to also lift weights so you can fucking own these goddamn Republicans who are like, oh, you're a soy boy. Not that it fucking matters, but it is really fun when they can't really pull that shit on you. Like the red pillars.
And we have a woman.
Wait, I want to hear what he says about
I have a heart condition.
Hold on.
Makes me
Let me finish. And we have a woman displaying the Jezebel spirit here despite her age. Despite her age. Wow. The point I'm making is behind every never
even
Trump,
Melania shows
behind
cleavage
every
more
never
than I
Trump
do.
Republican is a story for
let's
why
hear
that
this point
person
out.
is weak and for why that person is accepting of the psychological manipulations and warfare used by Democrats. This young man is a musician. He just probably doesn't want to hurt his liberal friends and ruin his
This young man is so
positionality.
whitewashed, he doesn't even know how to be black anymore.
Look at him. Look at him. You think he has friends? That's so nice of you. This is the most Reddit guy on the planet. He has no friends. He has losers that he must own in the marketplace of ideas. And he has invaders that are going to come into his Reddit that he's moderating, that he will banish into the nether realm. Okay? That's it. That is the only interaction that he's getting ever. Also, what is my queen about to pop off with?
Used by Democrats. This young man is a musician. He just probably doesn't want to hurt his liberal friends and ruin his positionality.
This young man is so whitewashed, he doesn't even know how to be black anymore.
So you think that
You can't say that, lady. That's crazy. On Juneteenth? On Juneteenth? What are we doing? What are we doing here? You can't say that, lady. Oh, the moderator. Look at how devious he is, bro. Oh, come on, Kaya. Jesus Christ. Uh-oh. Hello? Hello? What? What? What, you want to get up here? What? What? Look at how devious his face looks. He's just like, yeah, that's content. Also, red jacket lady, in that moment, this is a great freeze frame. What you are about to experience is what I like to call everyone's a liberal at the end of the day. She says something that's totally out of pocket. Okay? She says something that is totally and utterly out of pocket. Now, do we think that a group of Republicans, whether anti-Trump or pro-Trump, have not heard infinitely worse shit? Of course, they say infinitely worse shit about black people to black people. But right now, liberalism is about to kick in. And they are all going to be very performatively offended. A quintessential liberal trope. And they're going to be offended from a woke perspective. They're going to say, how dare you? Okay? Let me run it back a little bit.
I don't mind.
Oh, fuck.
Positionality.
Shit. Kaya, what did you do? Oh, Kaya fucking unplugged the cable again. Okay, out. Get out. Get out of there. Get out of there. Go, place. Place. Fat ass. God damn it. Body shaming is so weird. It's my dog. Shut up.
Whitewash, she doesn't even know how to be black anymore.
So you think that because we're
if you want to go there about my
Can I also
cleavage,
ask
I can
how
go
lifting
there.
a weight is in any way related to Republicanism?
Do you even know anything about studies show that
Let's reset. Let's reset. We want to be very cautious of descending into personal insults. We want to be cautious of any personal insults.
But she'll make it in Yale and Harvard for
Deep
sure.
breaths, inhale, exhale.
Deep breaths. That's right, Lady Maga. Can you guide everybody in a deep breath?
Zen.
That was crazy. I've never seen them break it up.
We thought this would be a calm one.
Oh my gosh, I totally did. Yeah.
If my eyes were closed, you would be white.
Where do they get their news? Because
Bro, she's still going. Yo, she is so racially charged right now. She is racially motivated. What is happening? Yo, this is the best. Oh, Jubilee needs to make bangers like this, dude. Oh my God.
Let's avoid personal attacks.
Yeah, please don't speak about my cleavage. Melania shows more than I do.
All right. The next prompt is, the 2020 election was rigged. Will the agreeers please step forward?
Sit over here this time too.
Yeah. I studied the lighting before I came here. That seat, and this seat have the best lighting.
Yeah, so just so we're all clear, no one said there's no evidence of fraud. The decisions that were made by judges was that there was not enough fraud to overturn the election. So it's an analytical.
Wait, what? There was not enough fraud to overturn the election? Like, as in they took an L? Like, what do you mean? Like, they tried it? They tried it. There just wasn't enough fraud? What is that? What is he saying?
Political decision that I never saw any actual test on how that can be proved.
The prompt says it was rigged. You believe it was rigged?
100%.
Mm-hmm.
And
why?
Well, number one, there's anomalies in almost every swing state. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona.
This is my other favorite Republican cope because it's just like, it's literally it's like, how could we have lost to a fucking carcass moment for all of them? Like, when you're filled with so much love for Donald Trump and you think he can do no wrong, and in your mind you think he's awesome, and then all of a sudden some fucking old ass freak comes out of nowhere and just defeats this carcass, defeats your God King Emperor. Yeah, that's going to be hard to cope with. Like, I get it. That's why so much of this happened, for the record. They were like, how could Donald Trump have ever lost to this guy?
Georgia, mail-in balloting was put in as a tool in order for the left to pump more votes. Republicans have been fighting against voter fraud and for election integrity for years. I guess some of these people, maybe 2020 was the first time they ever thought that an election could be rigged, but Republicans have been...
Yeah, Republicans have been lying about election fraud for years. Yeah. So, yeah, it's true. They have been. He's not wrong. Remember, I told you this even back then. Once again, Donald Trump is not an anomaly. Republicans, all of those fucking professional Republicans, were complaining about election fraud and immigrants doing fake votes and blah, blah, blah for decades. Okay. Donald Trump just basically took that to the logical conclusion and said every single thing that, like, Paul Ryan has said, instead of pussyfooting around the issue and calling into question the integrity of the elections. He just straight up said, they're rigged. Mexicans voted. They're rigged. They're super rigged. Democrats rigged it. I won. That's it.
Been fighting against purging old inactive voter names off of rolls for a long time. President Trump, one of the first things he did was he tried to get secretaries of states to cooperate and submit data so they can prove the fraud was happening. And what happened? Democrat state secretary.
Ayatollah Joe, Democrats stole the nomination for Henry Wallace and Bernie. Why would they not steal it from Trump? What are you talking about? You think it's the same the primaries don't have to be Democratic, right? And they aren't. The Democratic Party's primaries literally had super delegates from the jump that would massage the outcomes in 2016 no matter what happens. There's already a media apparatus that is like, oh, you're just saying stuff. Okay, got it. That's crazy. There's a major difference between a Democratic primary where the Democratic Party was literally sued and successfully won a lawsuit that stated that they can choose whoever the fuck they want as their party candidate, just so you guys know. Like, even if obviously this is an extreme scenario and it most likely would never happen, but even if like Bernie was clearly the winner, right, and got the majority of the votes, ultimately the Democratic Party could still be like, nope, we're going to take a different candidate. We're going to take a different route. They legally have the right to do so.
Area of states did not agree to comply. And uniparty Secretary of States also did the same thing.
And just so I can be crystal clear, just because it's a very technical thing, you're saying there were anomalies, you don't believe they were rigorously investigated?
I believe that they were all swept under the rug, and we can get into every individual situation, such as what happened in Maricopa County, what happened in Fulton County in Georgia, but those intricacies might get extrapolated when these jokesters come up here, but I think that the proof is in the pudding. The election was rigged.
Well, and the thing that I saw as well, when these cases went to court, most of them were dismissed upon standing. The evidence was never heard. And that's something that they don't tell you. Another thing, it was almost like death by 1,000 cuts. We had COVID. Mass mail-in voting is not safe or secure. There's no chain of custody. I do not believe that Joe Biden got more votes than Barack Obama. I just don't. Donald Trump got the most votes of any former president in history, and yet we had the machines shut down at night. I saw ballots pulled from under a table. I saw a woman scan them again and again and again. I watched the hearing when
where'd you see those?
Where'd I see that?
Yeah, just.
I saw it when they were having the hearings in the beginning when they were presenting the cases.
Gotcha.
I also saw, I lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. But I just think, we had the Zuckerbucks. We had it wasn't just one thing, it was multiple things coming together. I would love to see California get rid of mass mail-in voting. I'm fine with absentee ballots. My son is a Marine. And when I ran for office, he had just gotten out of boot camp. And after he got out of boot camp, he came home for 2 weeks before being shipped to Pensacola, voted by mail. We tracked his ballot. He never got there. It never got there. So if my own child, when I was a candidate, his vote didn't get there, why should I believe that doesn't happen a lot?
And to expand upon this a little bit, one of the biggest things that the left likes to bring up when it comes to 2016 and the idea of Russian interference is actually Facebook ads,
Yeah, if it happened to your son, this is not trackable in general. There's no statistics to look at in terms of like how many votes. Also, we should defund the USPS further. She says Zuckerbucks. I do love like how mimetically inclined like the average 58-year-old conservative woman is. Like they're brain broken by Facebook and like they're brain broken by Facebook in the same way that like the average person is. Wait. I just saw something crazy. Kaide was offered a contract by Kick? What the fuck?
Kaide reacted to the X-Staff kick. No, bro, and I honestly don't care. People were asking me about it, but it's whatever. I got an offer from Kick and I declined it.
Kaide's so Canadian. This is... so fucking Canadian. I love Kaide. She's amazing.
People were asking me about it, but it's whatever.
About it?
I got an offer from Kick and I declined it. I decided that morally I didn't really want to go over to kick. And even if they did try to exploit me for my cancer,
so bad, bro.
it doesn't matter.
I lived, bitch.
That was weird as fuck. I think it's weird to say, like, we can offer for cheaper rates.
Damn, you mean to tell me that esteemed journalist XQC asked Kick? Esteemed journalist XQC asked Kick, and Kick told him that they didn't ask? Because this is what was happening yesterday.
What I was told is that there is Steak absolutely never talked to her about any Gamba shit, not even once, and none at Kick either from the higher ups. If somebody went out to get her to show on Kick, shit, maybe, I don't know. We'll have to ask her, but I don't know.
Stick this out, and obviously.
Did he actually ask the Kick people? I wonder, because that's crazy. Like that is actually like did he ask Kick and they lied to him? Like, what was he gonna say here? He asked Train, and Train said no, bro. Bros paid $100 million to not ask questions. Yeah, I mean, listen. It's $100 million. You know what I mean? For XQC, it's not the same for as it would be for you, but even then, still $100 million, I guess. This is unfair because X doesn't have systems to help back up his claims. W or L capitalism for trying to get a profit off of someone's serious diagnosis. Yeah, W capitalism as always. There's slightly more nuance to it. He might be technically correct in that he said she wasn't offered a gambling contract, not that she wasn't offered a streaming contract. No, bro. He would not be technically correct in that, because that's what the fucking original claim was. I can't believe you're blowing bubbles on it for free, dude. That's crazy. That's his first statement. I mean, this video, maybe there's more to it, but pretty sure he said Kick contract here.
What I was told is that there is Steak absolutely never talked to her about any Gamba shit, not even once, and none at Kick either from the higher ups. If somebody,
like he says, Steak never talked to her about any Gamba shit, not even once, and neither did Kick either.
Went out to get her to show on Kick, shit, maybe, I don't know. We'll have to ask her.
She said maybe Kick. Wait, what? You
From the higher ups. If somebody went out to get her to show on Kick, shit, maybe, I don't know. We'll have to ask her.
So he said maybe Kick might have asked her. Not Kick neither, meaning Kick didn't talk about the Gamba contract. Not asked by the higher ups. Maybe someone lower asked her. He's saying that Kick nor Steak asked about Gamba, but they might have asked about streaming. Is that what he's saying here?
But I don't know.
Stick this out, and obviously.
Why does he not know this? Didn't he ask?
What I was.
I usually am the Pepega translator, and I misunderstood. Let's hear it again.
What I was told is that there is Steak absolutely never talked to her about any gamba shit, not even once, and none at Kick either. From the
Not at Kick either. About gamba shit. Maybe he means like about gamba shit. The fuck is happening here? Why is this happening? What the fuck? Also, the claim wasn't even that either of these parties reached out to Kaide. The claim was that they were interested in reaching out to Kaide, not for a gambling contract, by the way, just like a streaming contract. And in that conversation that was taking place, the claim was that they were going to give her a lower number. Okay. The original claim was an ex-Kick staffer said that in private conversations, when Kick staffers were talking about Kaide, she didn't even name Kaide. She said a beloved streamer, beloved Twitch streamer who had cancer, who had a cancer diagnosis. In private conversations that Kick staff was having about potentially signing on this beloved streamer, that they said, we can offer her a lower rate because she has cancer and she'll probably want to get the bag for her family before she passes away. That was the original claim. XQC is not addressing the original claim, and he is basically saying, in this situation, he's basically saying he's not addressing the original claim at all. He's saying that Steak never talked to Kaide about no gamba contract, and neither did Kick. So if I'm going to be as charitable as I physically can, as I physically possibly can, and also parse through the Pepegan, he said Kick and Steak, neither of them actually asked about gamba. As far as streaming, I don't know. Is that what he's saying?
If somebody went out
still
to
seems very, it still seems very deflective. Like, I think he's trying to deflect away from the original point of contention while simultaneously addressing a straw man argument that no one presented. Having said that, Kaide has now clarified that Kick did reach out for a streaming contract. Let's continue.
Facebook memes basically trying to influence the electorate via social media. That was considered election interference back then. Fast forward to 2020, and you actually have sites like Facebook and even Twitter blocking the Hunter Biden laptop story, which we know for a fact independents especially say would have absolutely swayed the way they voted in the 2020 election. And it's not just the Hunter Biden laptop story. A bunch of other right-wing accounts have also been throttled by big tech. We know this. There was a push toward authoritative sources on sites like YouTube.
I left her out there to eat, and then I'm like, I'm not hearing no food. What's happening? It got awfully quiet back there because I thought once she was done eating, she would come back here. Turns out she put her period ass on the fucking white couch and bled on the couch a little bit, just a little bit. But she did that shit. God damn it.
Which basically is the mainstream media, which is leftist media. So there was an attempt by big tech to control the narrative, which they did, suppress anti-Biden stories, which they did. I don't know how you can say that, maybe a Russian bot posting on Facebook, well, that's election interference.
Why is this happening?
Facebook itself, the platform, throttling important news, that's not election interference.
And this isn't a left or right thing.
Exactly.
I can say I posted the New York Post story. My Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube channels were censored immediately at the same time, and then they took my business pages. That should not happen in America.
Amen.
Just, focusing one more time on the prompt, just because I think this is really
I'd
important.
love to contribute something.
Yeah, and maybe you can respond to this.
It's about the prompt.
The word rigged. Do any of you believe there was like a coordinated, vast effort?
Absolutely.
And
yes.
Could you kind of explain?
I just need a clarification from you. You mentioned someone named Barack Obama. Did you mean Barack Hussein Obama?
Yes, that's the one.
Thank you. I wasn't sure. Anyway, so with the election in 2020.
Fucking got him. That is his middle name. It's true. Thank God for that clarification. That's so crazy.
Number one, we had unprecedented anomalies in the way that everybody voted. So that right there puts things into question because it was the first time we'd ever done it this way. And we all saw the voting places with cardboard over the windows so that Republicans couldn't see in. I'm willing to say, I don't have proof. I'm not 100% sure, but what I am 100% sure of is there has not been a completely transparent, bipartisan investigation of this so that we don't even have to argue about it. The fact that we're arguing about it means that there has not been a solid, concrete, fact-based investigation into that election.
And people need to trust the vote, or this is never going to go away. And I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican.
I don't trust the vote right now.
It's not up for debate. As she proved, was there media interference and was there censorship? Yes. Did that interfere with the election? Yes. Was there one single party pushing for unbridled mail-in votes because they thought that could increase their chance of winning? Unequivocally, yes. I think that is the proof in the pudding. The election was rigged. It's not up for debate.
Amen.
Okay, let's bring in our disagreeers.
So I personally would have voted for Trump in 2020. I think for me, a lot of the shift in how I view, versus Republican, Democrat versus like Trump being an anomaly has come after the 2020 election with his behavior on, the election being rigged and things. But I think that I was willing to hear him out. He's a sitting president. He makes claims of fraud. You have to, respect that because you're in office. Like especially if it's in your own party, you have to hear them out. But when there were 60 court cases, and you can say that they were, I know you think that they weren't heard.
They were dismissed on standing.
But most of those judges, or at least half of them, were pro-Trump judges, and all of those cases went up to the Supreme Court. Okay, every single one of the important cases.
Cook 'em, goat. Cook 'em.
Went up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court denied the writ of certiorari. All right, and so the 6-3 Supreme Court that Donald Trump had just put in, that conservatives celebrated as being completely legitimate, and they bring about a lot of great change for conservatives.
Okay, bro. Don't say conservatives. Say we celebrated. You're a conservative too. No, come on, bro. You're fucking the game up. You're giving the bag away, dude. You're fumbling. Say we, bro. Don't say conservatives.
They didn't accept any of the charges that Donald Trump made against the electorate. And then you have Sidney Powell, you have Rudy Giuliani, all getting criminally charged because they lied about the election.
Sidney just won her case.
Okay, but that...
Sidney just...
God damn, MAGA Republicans are so stupid. I would have immediately clamped on them. I would have been like, oh, what do you mean conservatives? Why aren't you saying we? Huh? What do you mean conservatives, huh?
Won 2 days ago.
Go into specifics.
She won.
Saying what?
She was not guilty.
Okay, I didn't see that.
Yeah, look it up.
Okay,
2 days ago.
But there have been a bunch of suits.
Rudy Giuliani.
The Texas Appellate Court did recently reject any attorney disciplinary charges against Donald Trump's ally, Sidney Powell, finding that prosecutors failed to prove that she engaged in fraud and dishonesty. Nearly 70% of the articles reporting on her win come from highly credible sources. However, Powell did plead guilty in Georgia to 6 misdemeanor charges in an effort to overturn the 2020 election.
Yeah, Rudy Giuliani is definitely going down.
America's mayor.
So,
okay, so she fucking pled guilty. What are we talking about?
But there were suits made, like for example, Fox News settled $787 million with Dominion Voting. Okay, James O'Keefe settled with the people that he defamed through the Erie, Pennsylvania, post office.
Whistleblower
person.
defamed them, not James O'Keefe. A whistleblower
said
he
and his
heard
media
election
group,
fraud.
which published it,
right. So
as
there's
being
nuance
censory.
here. It sounds like you don't understand the nuance of a lot of these issues. You just said half the
The
judges.
nuance meaning
you
what?
said half the judges who dismissed these cases were pro-Trump judges. What does that mean?
They
were appointed by Bush. They weren't appointed by Trump.
There was a lot. There were Republican judges. Right? What
So
are you
appointed
saying?
by Trump.
Are you saying there's
where
like
are you
this
getting
massive scheme among the judges? The judges got together beforehand and they were like, oh, you know what? We actually all hate Donald Trump.
I do believe they all hate Donald
You
Trump.
think all of them got?
Oh, she's like, yeah, I do actually. Thank you for making my point for me. I am that crazy. She's like, I am that crazy. I'm out of my mind.
You're saying, fact check, half of the dismissals were not judges that were appointed by Trump. That's
You're saying his information is wrong.
Oh, everyone's a liberal at the end of the day. He said, fact check. Hasan, this kid is such a nerd. Wait, what? Wait, okay, this dude is not a fucking, he's a Reagan Republican, and he said, We can never have a Sheldon Whitehouse president? Bro, what are you talking about? This dude is like not even a regular Democrat. He's like a fucking more progressive than the average Democrat. Who the fuck in the Republican Party wants Sheldon Whitehouse, dude? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking insane? Bro, that is literally, you cannot be a Reagan Republican who likes Sheldon Whitehouse as president. Oh, it's just a joke. Oh my God. Oh, I didn't realize. It's just because his name is Whitehouse. Oh, I'm such a fucking nerd. God, I'm a bigger nerd than this guy. Oh, I didn't even understand that he was joking. Immediately, I was thinking of like his policies, like the things that he advocates for. That's so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. That is so embarrassing. Okay. You okay there? No, I'm not. I didn't get the proper amount of sleep last night. Okay, I'm tired. I'm going to end it here. Fuck it. We'll finish the rest of this video tomorrow. Guys, I went to sleep at 3 last night, okay? Look at this. She heard noises outside. Kendrick Lamar played They Not Like Us 5 times, I heard. They broke the sound barrier and shit. It's over for Drake. It's so over for Drake. Let Kai stream? Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I let Kai stream every day. Elden Ring DLC comes out tomorrow. We'll watch the pro-Trump, anti-Trump Republicans the rest of the video tomorrow. We also got this steroids are awesome video that I didn't have time to watch. U.S. government suing Adobe. What else? I still haven't done the fucking reacts to TPUSA and like Nick Fuentes, which is crazy. Amaranth leaving a kick. These are like links that I've had since Monday, bro. I never have time. I need to do better time management. Anyway. Fix your PS5 Elgato. Yeah, I got to work on that right now. I'm going to work on that tonight. But yeah, tomorrow, Elden Lord returns. I did 30 minutes of that video for 2.5 hours. Yeah, I mean, that's the HasanAbi guarantee, baby. That's the HasanAbi guarantee. You already know. All right, everybody. I love you all. That's it. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Sad in discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.